A young man sitting at his desk in the office glanced at his watch. There was still a little time left. A few minutes later, the workday was over, and everyone started to get ready to go home. The young people said goodbye and commented that they had worked well today. The young man thought that after work, one should always go home quickly. This principle had previously helped him live peacefully. Greed usually leads to failure, so if you put it aside, you can live a stable life. Looking into the room opposite, the young man saw warriors practicing their skills. The guy thought that these guys were still working hard. It looked impressive, no matter how many times he looked at it. At that moment, the skill, constellation that gives light, was being practiced. Once, in the year 2050, monsters invaded the planet along with strange creatures also called constellations. In addition, people began to appear who, after awakening, could use magical abilities. The monsters and the awakened fought relentlessly. Only now had they reached a temporary balance. The Central Academy was located in the country's capital. This was where miners were taught to become hunters. The young man had been working here for 9 years. Awakened ones, hunters, constellations. It sounded cool, but such things were not suitable for simple people like this guy. In the evening, sitting in front of the TV screen, the young man watched the news. The announcer reported that 200 people had already been reported missing this month. This was announced by the Hunters Association. She stated that the missing people were connected with the constellation of the King of Carnage. The young man thought that the TV screen was saying the same thing every day. This king continues to rage in the north. The next news item covered the budget issue that had led to a rift between the Hunters Association and the Civil Union. The young man sighed. Were they still arguing? Some wanted to spend money, while others demanded savings. He thought it would never end and turned off the TV. Even though the world had changed, profiteers were still in business. That's why corruption and crime are still rampant even now. It seems like everything is different, but in reality, nothing has changed. The young man thought that all this was being done by people smarter and more reliable than him. What could someone like him do? The young man reasoned that many would call him a loser or a coward for such thoughts, but he himself would call it wisdom. The guy thought, the more he gives up, the easier life becomes. There is no need to cry if your attempts do not bring any results. There is no point in getting depressed about your lack of talent. It is much better to live with what you have. As he was falling asleep, the guy noticed that a message had come to his smartphone. Who could be writing at this time of night? The message offered the young man the opportunity to become awakened. It also gave a 100% guarantee of choosing the appropriate constellation. The guy smiled. What kind of old-fashioned scam is this? It's not even funny. As he fell asleep, the young man wondered if he wanted to become awakened. Of course he did. Even an awakened F-rank dreams of promotion. Everyone would agree if it were that simple. The message repeated itself, but the young man no longer responded. Morning came. The guy woke up and immediately looked at his smartphone screen. There were 7 new messages. It annoyed him. He was glad he had ignored that psycho's message. A huge chest appeared before the young man's eyes. What was it? The young man couldn't believe it. Was the nighttime message real? One of the messages said that his consent had been confirmed. The young man thought he had only said, "That would be great," but he hadn't said, "Yes." What kind of scam was this? Since the candidate was asleep, the constellation selection was cancelled. However, the delivery of the system was completed. The young man decided that there must be equipment in the chest. One of the messages explained that if he said, "Status window," it would open. The young man uttered the phrase, and the window did indeed appear. However, it contained shameful information that he was embarrassed to show anyone. The guy thought, it doesn't matter what class he woke up in. The fact itself is important. But the system indicated the characteristic. Path of the Great Knight. Rank, SSS. He had to look in the chest. The system reported that the random equipment was Legendary Armor of the Golden Guard of the Divine Beast. What did that even mean? SSS rank characteristics and legendary equipment. A 1 in a million chance. If this had happened a few years ago, the young man would have jumped for joy. But now everything was different. He decided to throw away the equipment and started looking for trash bags. He was sure that this was not a blessing, but a curse that would ruin his life. He had no intention of dying in battle. However, throwing away the bags was a bad idea. If someone in their area found a legendary item, the consequences would be serious, even leading to clashes between guilds. The young man decided that he needed to go to work first. His boss at work was surprised. Had the young employee decided to work only half a shift? The young man replied that he had urgent matters to attend to. After a while, the young man was already outside the city, riding a bus towards Incheon. In the end, he decided to get rid of the thing that threatened his peaceful life. The young man was troubled by the fact that this thing was called the Way of the Great Knight. After a while, the young man arrived at the end of his journey. He stood at the edge of a cliff. The young man threw the suitcases down with all his might and told them to go to hell. With a sense of accomplishment, the young man returned home in the evening. He was exhausted. 24 years ago, an explosion rocked one of the buildings. That same year, one of the most powerful awakened beings in history left the country with his group due to a conflict with the state. For this reason, monsters began to appear more frequently, and the safety of citizens was threatened. Bloodthirsty monsters threatened the peaceful population, and something had to be done about it. People used whatever means they had at their disposal to get rid of the monsters. But their numbers continued to grow. It got to the point where people decided there was no hope. Never before had there been so many monsters. Where was the government looking? An employee informed the boss that the monsters were approaching. It was necessary to contact the hunters. The director was in danger. Help was needed. There were children in one of the rooms. They were frightened. The man who noticed the children outside the window saw the monster and became even more frightened. They had to run. The monster, passing by, noticed the children outside the window and stopped. The children hid in the corners in fear. They were very scared. The bloodthirsty monster broke the window and got inside. The young man did not know whether to consider it luck that he was the only survivor in that room. The journalist asked the hunters and survivors to look at the camera. He would take a photo for the press and the public. He told the boy to smile, because surviving such a disaster was a real miracle. The young man saw the suitcases he had thrown off the cliff into the river the day before. What were they doing here? In front of our hero lay a suit of armor. Many dream of such a thing, but the young man saw it only as shackles. The status window confirmed. This was the legendary armor of the Golden Guard of the Divine Beast. It is permanently bound to the one who opened it first. The young man was surprised. Could an item really bind itself to someone? But that was impossible. This item also had additional functions: breath control, body temperature regulation, auto repair, pocket storage, and auto search for the owner. There were many convenient functions. The young man thought, maybe he should put on the armor and use the pocket storage. Most likely the armor was here because of the auto search. The protagonist decided that his life could be in danger if this armor was found on him. Our hero wondered, how does one even put this on? Perhaps there was a word for it, something like equip. After saying these words, the armor appeared on the man. It really worked. The protagonist thought that this was much cooler than he had expected. The knight decided that this couldn't go on. Surely there must be some information at the academy. Our hero decided to find the pocket storage function by locating the corresponding button on the status screen. The boss asked employee Yu if he wasn't working a half shift today. The young man replied that he had urgent matters to attend to. Therefore, he had to return to work. Our hero thought, if he looks through the training materials for hunters and the list of equipment, he will definitely find something. The penalty and the characteristics turned out to be much worse than he thought. Would he always have to fight up close? Usually, if there are big penalties, there should also be a lot of benefits. However, it only said that the warrior will be rewarded for fighting evil, protecting justice and the righteous. The guy decided to start by selecting all the materials related to knightly skills and close combat. Our hero decided that he had everything he needed and that it was time to leave. The young man took the flash drive with him. Mr. Yu decided not to use the elevator and to take the stairs. That way, he would definitely not be noticed. He heard voices downstairs. What was going on there? The knight asked the girl why their application had been rejected. If she joined them, their guild, Avalon, would hire her immediately after graduation. It was a good offer. The girl replied once again that she did not want to. Our hero thought that this looked problematic. The academy, which trains awakened ones and hunters, has guilds. They actively compete for students with good abilities or rare skills. Normally, guilds must compete and officially hire students on contract if they win. The girl said she knew that a better contract awaited her after she leveled up. Who did they think she was? The young man thought that the Avalon Corporation was notorious for its aggressive recruitment of talent. The girl needed help. He called the Chaeyang Guild and said that the Avalon Guild was trying to force the female student to sign a contract. It was happening right now on the emergency staircase of Building B2. Representatives of another guild suddenly appeared. The man asked what this knight was doing. Didn't he know that students couldn't get involved in contract processes? The law enforcement officer said that the guild represented by this knight, Chang Yun-sok, had already been given a warning. The knight smiled and said that he was just talking to the girl. The student thanked her savior. The law enforcement officer said that if something like this happened again, the girl should contact the disciplinary committee. The student asked her senior colleague to give her his phone number in case she needed to ask for help again. Our hero was surprised. Didn't the student know that this guild was just as bad as Avalon? The young man thought that everything had turned out well, but a bitter feeling of dissatisfaction remained. He had saved the child from being eaten by a fox and presented her to an elegant wolf. The system offered a reward for the work done, and the young man chose 1 experience point. Once home, our hero checked the status window again. He was pleasantly surprised, because he didn't think he would have access to all the skills of a knight. Previously, it seemed impossible. Even the constellations would be surprised by such a skill. The unique skill, Fencing of Sigwalt von Engrel. The unique skill, the art of Ryuko's Platinum Spear. The young man could learn any unique abilities and legendary knights. Unique skill. The art of close combat of the Desert Commander Rachel. Mr. Y thought that everything here was completely different from what he had imagined. Our hero received the unique combat talent of the knight Grendel's Omniscience. If everyone is equal, then the one with more will win. The recreation room at the academy. The young man said he was just happy. There are only 3 of them each year. Midterm exams, along with final and graduation exams. If you add the sports festival, that makes 4. So, in fact, it's 1 meeting per season. A colleague asked what Mr. Yu did yesterday. The Avalon Guild is going crazy. The young man replied that he complained about them to Che Yang because they were hunting a female student. They say this girl is exceptional. The guild is furious. Mr. Yu replied that this is the way things are. The young man said that the girl had the characteristics of an alchemist. So the Avalon Guild needed her no matter what. Our hero was surprised, because all guilds hunt for alchemists. Mr. Yu was afraid. What if they found out that it was him? His colleague expressed confidence that they would soon be able to find out. Our hero thought that he should take advantage of the witness protection program. His colleague said that in any case, caution was necessary. It was graduation exam season. If they lost their leader, it would be difficult for everyone. After thinking for a moment, he realized that he couldn't just give up. There was no easy solution. Mr. Yu knew that with his salary he couldn't hire a bodyguard, and even the guilds wouldn't help a regular employee, but he had no intention of dealing with it at all. It would be nice if he could obtain a legendary skill and weapon for awakening. Then he could return to his normal life. It seemed like someone's joke to force him onto the path of awakening in this way. Earth Class Academy. The knight, gathering information, found this young man. Yu Sang-woon, 32 years old, head of the Technical Facilities Maintenance Department. Did this guy really think he would be safe after sticking his nose into his business? His colleagues told Yoon Seonga to calm down. A student who destroyed an employee would attract too much attention. He was already a failure in life, having been born without power. Another colleague was surprised. Was Yoon Seong really going to waste his time on such trash? They told Yoon Seong not to pay attention to it. They could look for another target. The academy divided students by status: heavenly, earthly, and ordinary. As an awakened C rank, he couldn't get into the heavenly class, which guaranteed a path to the big guilds, and remained in the earthly class. The difference between the classes was truly like heaven and earth. The heavenly class of awakened ones was responsible for the protection and security of the country. The heavenly class was an excellent opportunity to gain power. Only graduates from there had a chance to enter Avalon as a master. Yun Song said he would do everything he could to get into the heavenly class. He couldn't even increase his status level. All the tricks in the book were used, but it didn't help. His colleague noted that it would be better to find another solution now. They couldn't waste time on this employee. Yoon Sung said that they would still have to destroy this full-time failure. If they didn't do it now, other employees would stand in their way in the future. They needed to set an example. The young man said that made sense. Another guy said he didn't know his place. How exactly was Yoon Sung going to resolve the situation? Yoon Sung replied that he knew someone who was good at such things. His colleague was surprised. Was he talking about the garbage collectors? Garbage collectors and demon worshippers are criminal communities hostile to both monsters and humans. Demon worshippers have sworn allegiance to deities that oppose humanity. It is impossible to negotiate with them. Garbage collectors, on the other hand, work only for their own benefit and are often used by guilds for dirty work. Yun Song asked his interlocutors why they were so surprised. After all, they know that all large guilds have connections with trash collectors. A trash collector will take care of it. All you need to do is spread a few rumors. His immediate superior was surprised. What kind of vacation could there be during final exams? And for 5 days, no less. Our hero had expected this, but his boss turned out to be too stubborn. Yu Sang-woon thought a few days would be enough. Everything would calm down if he hid for that time. His boss refused. Their slogan was unity, so nothing would happen. Yu Sung-woon was not a rookie, so why was he acting this way? Yu Sung-woon thought that he should at least tell his boss that someone from the Avalon Guild was hunting him. If something happened, he would be the first to be suspected. Our hero realized that his opponent would most likely send a garbage collector after him, as he would not want to get his hands dirty. In any case, he needed to leave the academy for a short time. The owner of the weapon shop asked, "Is Yu Sang-woon looking for a weapon for protection?" Our hero was surprised. Did the rumors spread so quickly? The merchant said, "Why else would someone who hasn't awakened yet come here with such an expression on their face?" The man listed potions, a defensive sword, a gas gun, an automatic rifle. Anything catch your eye? Yu Sang-woon replied that his salary would not be enough for that. Our hero asked for a few potions and a protective sword. He would pick them up after work. At the foot of the mountain, there was a sign on the road prohibiting further passage due to possible danger. Ahead was a dungeon full of monsters. Yu Sang-woon arrived at the appointed place. He had a sword behind him, and ahead of him was an F-rank dungeon, the lowest level of clearing. Even an ordinary person with a weapon could handle it. Our hero thought, if he wanted to face the guy from Avalon, he would have to become stronger. The status window informed him of the appearance of a dungeon quest. Destroy the ferocious hounds. Savage hounds are bloodthirsty monsters. They appeared at the entrance to the dungeon. Yu Sang-woon took out his sword and thought he had to do it. Battle was inevitable. He put on his armor and entered the fray. After a short time, the monsters were destroyed. They all died with a single blow. It was too easy for the awakened one, all thanks to his automatic armor. The young man thought that this way they could figure him out. He needed another plan. Perhaps thanks to his combat skills, the number of destroyed bodies of the ferocious hounds was growing. With each swing of his sword, our hero felt his skills improving. Now he could destroy several monsters at once with a single blow. Yu Sang-woon thought about how quickly his skills were developing. He could sense the monsters behind him without even turning around. This was due to the combat talent of Grandel, the Knight of Omniscience. Our hero had no idea that this skill was so powerful. 30 hounds were destroyed. If he sold the magic stones, the association would immediately realize that he was awakened. After studying the information, Yu Sang-woon realized that one of the effects of his armor was to double his stats. The protagonist received a reward for clearing the dungeon. He didn't expect anything more from an F-rank dungeon. The rewards were based on characteristics. Yu Sang-woon was surprised. Were they really giving him all this just for clearing a small, low-rank dungeon? Yu Sang-woon chose to increase his stats and avoid penalties. He thought it was a great reward. A unique skill was activated, Vision of the Forest Blade of the Elemental Knight Ilarion. Yu Sang-woon was only level 4, but his stats were impressive. Under these conditions, the best guilds in the country would fight over him. Everything was becoming much more complicated than he had expected. Yu Sang-woon thought that the garbage collector might already be chasing him, but going out like this would be a mistake. His opponents couldn't see him because of his armor. He had to find that guy before he got away. A bird appeared in the sky and began circling above the protagonist. Our hero did not understand how to find the guy from the Avalon Guild. Yu Sang-woon looked at the bird and thought, maybe it was giving him a clue? Now he understood what the power of the forest meant. Yu Sang-woon swung his arm and threw the blade far ahead. The throw was accurate, and the garbage collector was wounded. However, he still needed to be on guard. The garbage collector might have a hidden weapon. The garbage collector regained consciousness and told the Golden Knight to stop. He was on a different mission and was not hunting the Golden Knight. Now he needed potions and bandages for his wound. Yu Sang-woon asked the bald man what mission he was on. The garbage collector replied that he had been hired to teach a guy a lesson. But it was definitely not the Golden Knight. The protagonist handed the wounded man a potion and told him to heal himself. When the bald man let his guard down, the Golden Knight struck him with his sword. Yu Sang-woon thought he had dealt with this man. However, he had never destroyed anyone before. Our hero knew that the garbage collector's target was himself, so it was necessary for self-defense. The Golden Knight saw the belongings that had belonged to the bald man. Now these belongings had no owner. Yu Sang-woon realized that items really did drop after an awakened person died. They had to be picked up. The data from the deceased's phone was also copied. It certainly wouldn't be superfluous. The Golden Knight decided that the body could be left here. The monsters would take care of it. Yu Sang-woon thought he had nothing to worry about, as he had already dealt with all the evidence. The Golden Knight approached the portal and decided it was time to continue leveling up. The system window displayed a warning. The code of chivalry had been violated. The warrior had secretly attacked the enemy. For this, he would be punished by not receiving the next reward. Collecting items after treacherously destroying an enemy was also considered a violation of the code of chivalry. Yu Sang-woon thought that now he had a triple penalty. Was that a little? The Golden Knight decided that he just needed to clear the dungeon 3 times. It wouldn't take long. Bloody turtles appeared in the dungeon. The Golden Knight said he would be happy to take care of them. The system reported that the player had cleared the dungeon and reached level 6. Our hero found this strange. He was calmly leveling up, but the penalties weren't going away. Was it because he was fighting weak monsters? Yu Sung-woon said that he could still level up, so he would train and run through the next dungeons. Ruby-eyed spiders. The name speaks for itself. The protagonist fought these monsters as well. After clearing the dungeon, our hero received a skill point, and the dungeon reward was removed as a penalty. What are the rewards given for then? Unlike hounds and spiders, turtles were not hostile to humans. The reward comes for clearing out living forms that harm humans. Now everything is clear. The next skill turned out to be really good. It added features such as enemy search and a minimap. The minimap was just like in a game. It was full of information. Its use in battle was extremely useful. The protagonist thought globally. The knight from the Avalon Guild had lost contact with the scavenger, which meant they would soon call for reinforcements. It wasn't difficult to deal with one garbage collector, but could our hero defeat the Avalon Guild? He had all the evidence. He had to deal with them without even confronting them directly. 3 days later, Yoon Sung began to express concern. Why wasn't the garbage collector getting in touch? All the deadlines had already passed. His colleague told his boss that they had a problem. All messages to the garbage collector had been uploaded to the Academy's network. Yoon Sung checked the information and confirmed that this was indeed the case. But how was this possible? Who had access to his phone? His colleague added that employees had started spreading rumors after the disappearance. The same rumors had appeared in other guilds. Yoon Sung said that there would be a lot of problems if this turned into a war between guilds. Had he done something wrong? The young man said that this was precisely why he was trying to stop Yoon Sung. He would gain nothing by associating with a loser. Suddenly, a call came in from an unknown number. The caller greeted the young man and introduced himself as an employee who had to go into hiding because of a recent incident. Yoon Sung realized who he was talking to. Yu Sung-woon said that he had been working at the academy for 9 years, so he was well versed in such matters. The garbage collector who had been sent to him had already been taken care of. Yoon Sung asked whether he should take this call as a declaration of war on Avalon. The academy employee replied that he would not dare to do so. Why not let the rumors remain rumors, and let him return safely to the academy? Yu Sung-woon stated that he didn't need anything, he knew his place. He just wanted to be a pebble on the side of the road. Yu Sung-woon added that if anything happened, he would pass the information on to the Guildmaster of Avalon, so it was worth thinking twice before taking any action. The conversation ended. Yoon Seong was furious. Now he couldn't even deal with this man. His colleague asked who had called. Yu Sung-woon thought that people had to pay their bills. It was necessary to do so in order to survive. The man told his interlocutor that he had suffered from his son's actions. He was glad that everything had been resolved peacefully and wanted to repay him. Was there anything his interlocutor wanted? Yu Sang-woon said he didn't need anything. He was just grateful for the kindness. The man noted that he was indeed a wise young man. The protagonist thought that now all he had to do was return to the academy on time. Our hero was surprised. Why didn't he check his updated statistics? His immediate superior said he understood everything. He was glad that Yu Sang-woon had taken care of it, but he would not allow him to simply leave work. The young man replied that he was glad to be alive and was already going to work. The employee told his boss that he understood how difficult things were right now. He needed a longer break. Yu Sang-woon said he couldn't miss work. He had to make up for the days he had missed. Our hero in uniform, hammer in hand, tried to catch up. His colleagues were surprised. Yu Sang-woon wasn't even sweating. Had he eaten something special? It must be harder, because they had made last year's trick more difficult. Yu Sang-woon told his colleagues that it was all because he had rested well. Now, he had to work harder. In the locker room, one of the employees complained that he was tired of working until 9 o'clock every night. The protagonist said that they could leave early today. He himself noted that he would return because he had forgotten something in the training room. The young man definitely felt someone's gaze on the back of his neck. Could it be someone from Avalon? He needed to take them to the training room. Yu Sang-woon loudly declared that he knew the stalker was here, so he had to come out. A girl came out of the dark room and said regretfully that she had been spotted. Yu Sang-woon was surprised when he realized that she was a student. The girl said that the young man should have come here earlier. She hadn't even had time to eat while watching him. Yu Sang-woon wondered what a student from the heavenly class had to do with someone like him. He doubted that it was a confession of love. The girl said that this guy was not her type. He should no longer pretend to be an ordinary person, since he had managed to notice her. The girl admitted that she didn't understand why the young man was working in his position, but offered to fight him. Yu Sang-woon was surprised. How could he compete with a student from the heavenly class? She was not an opponent to be trifled with. The protagonist firmly replied that he refused. The young man said that he was too busy preparing for exams and that the girl should find someone else. Our hero was not sure if he would come out of the sparring with the awakened B rank. Besides, he saw no reason to reveal his abilities to the world. The student said that the young man should agree at least once. Otherwise, she would tell everyone that he was awakened. Yu Sang-woon asked why she was going to do that. Yu Sang-woon asked why the student wanted to fight him. The girl explained that her constellation said that this guy had a martial arts star, and therefore she had to fight him if she wanted to become stronger. The young man understood what was going on. So, he couldn't hide his awakening even if he tried. But what did the martial arts star have to do with it? He didn't have anything like that. However, the young man had the unique fighting talent of Grandel, the Knight of Omniscience. If his talents grew into a constellation, it would be understandable why it was called the martial arts star. Yu Sang-woon said that in any case, he had no reason to fight. The girl asked the young man not to leave like that. After all, she could tell him everything. The protagonist replied that he saw no problem with that. He would just have to stick to his legend. The student sadly admitted that she just wanted to become stronger. Yu Sang-woon asked why she didn't join a guild to level up. The girl objected that levels were just numbers. She needed abilities. She wanted to compete with strong people, not annoying monsters. Yu Sang-woon said that in that case, the girl should go straight north. The archdemons of the Slaughter King and their fanatical followers would be only too happy to have her company. The student was surprised. Would the employee really leave, even after such a lovely girl asked him to stay? Yu Sang-woon turned around and replied that that was exactly what would happen. If she wanted to train, she should go to the mountains. The student got angry and activated the magic circle of justice. Everything around her was engulfed in flames. The protagonist was surprised. What kind of barrier was this? Did she understand that she would be punished if the fact of attacking an employee was confirmed? The girl said that she was hearing this for the first time. However, she was facing an awakened being, not just an employee. The student explained that the barrier would only disappear if one of them died or lost consciousness. It was a gift from her constellation, Libra. Yu Sang-woon thought that now he really had no choice. Then he said he had one request before they began. This battle must remain a secret between them, as must the fact that he is awakened. No courts, no complaints, and no compensation for damages. The girl was surprised. Why complicate things? After all, it's just a battle. Yu Sang-woon added that he would only agree if she swore on her constellation to fulfill all the conditions listed. The girl swore, but she also had one request. She said that if she won, the young man would have to join her group. And now she was ready to begin. Yu Sang-woon didn't have time to react before the girl attacked him. Her movements were very fast, and our hero barely managed to block the blow. A barrier appeared between the young people, and the girl hit it with force. Yu Sang-woon asked if she was okay. The student asked what that was. Did her opponent use magic? The system informed the young man that he must observe good manners even in sparring. When it comes to martial arts, both sides must preserve their honor. Yu Sang-woon was surprised. What does preserving one's honor mean? The student asked her opponent to teach her the hand of justice, Shina Young, a follower of the constellation Balance. The girl was surprised again. Was the young man refusing to fight? Yu Sang-woon asked if he should do the same. But he was just an employee, not a fighter. Yu Sang-woon understood why he was doing this, but he agreed anyway. It all seemed very ridiculous, but the system counted it. The young man thought that such a system was completely useless. The student attacked our hero again. Yu Sang-woon blocked the blow again and thought it was incredible. Even while blocking the attack, he could still feel the energy flowing through his body. The girl continued to attack relentlessly, even using her legs. One of them almost hit the protagonist's face, and the young man barely managed to avoid contact. The student wondered why her opponent wasn't pulling his sword out of its sheath. She wasn't going to go easy on him. The girl used several skills at once: Book of Justice, Solar Eclipse, Sacred Punishment. Our hero was amazed to see such abilities in the talented student. The girl used her fists. Yu Sang-woon barely managed to block the blow by putting his sword forward. The young man realized how dangerous it was. After several successful blocks, he got used to her attacks. Yu Sang-woon did not think he would lose this battle, but it was still not easy to counterattack. The student couldn't calm down and wondered why her opponent wasn't drawing his sword. Taking advantage of her confusion, Yu Sang-woon went on the offensive and suggested that the girl try it. He used fire magic. Yu Sang-woon thought that with such aggression, his opponent could destroy everything around her. Who would be responsible for that? The skill Book of Justice, Punishing Retribution, was activated again. He realized that it didn't take a genius to understand that an extremely dangerous skill was being used against him. Yu Sang-woon dodged. The girl missed and exposed herself. Our hero couldn't help but take advantage of this. After the counterattack, his opponent flew far back. Yu Sang-woon was very upset and frightened. What had he done? After all, he had sent a child flying through the air. Our hero ran up to his opponent sitting on the ground and asked if she was okay. The girl said that sparring is pain, heat, and excitement. So you have to hang in there. Yu Sang-woon thought this girl was crazy, and it was a little scary. The student admitted that she had lost and was completely defeated. Her whole body ached, and it was a little difficult to breathe, but she was fine. Yu Sang-woon looked around and said that all she had to do to remove the barrier was admit defeat. The girl objected. It was not just about admitting defeat, but about both of them giving their all. In any case, her constellation was not wrong. Who would have thought that a diamond would be found in such a place? Yu Sang-woon reminded the student of her promise. Then he asked why she was following him. She was surprised. Was that not allowed? He shouldn't be so strict with her. Yu Sang-woon said that their duel was over. The girl agreed, but added that the past was in the past, and now they were busy creating the future. The young man asked the student to just leave. He wasn't interested in being a hunter. The student asked why the young man was hiding his abilities. The girl asked him to become her personal teacher. She would double his salary and promised better treatment than at the academy. She also promised to help hide the fact that he was awakened. The young man thought that this might not be a bad option. All he needed to do to keep his identity a secret was to change jobs. Yu Sang-woon asked her to promise him some personal time. After all, he needed to continue improving his level. The girl agreed, because if the young man became stronger, it would reflect well on her too. His immediate supervisor said that rumors had already reached him. Who would have thought that Yu Sang-woon had fought a heavenly class? The young man replied that he was also very surprised, but fortunately, he was not injured. The young man did not know that there were no surveillance cameras in the training room, so all he had to do was stick to the story. The boss said that Miss Shin Ah-yeon wanted Yu Sang-woon to remain unscathed. The young man replied that he knew that. The boss said he was very disappointed that a qualified employee was leaving their ranks, but there was nothing he could do about it. Yu Sang-woon thanked his boss and left the workplace, taking all his belongings with him in a box. Yu Sang-woon looked around and said that the heavenly office was on a completely different level. The new apartment was also on a completely different level. After finishing unpacking, the young man decided it was time to rest. A student entered the room and asked if everything was finished. Our hero told the girl that her timing was impeccable. She was holding a contract in her hands. According to the terms of the contract, there should be one sparring session per week, and the rest is his personal time. Yu Sang-woon signed the contract and returned one copy to the girl. The young man said he wanted to go to the dungeon right away. Yu Sang-woon received a message stating that his application to train in the E-rank dungeon for awakened B-rankers had been approved. The young man thought that now he could raise his level without any problems. Immediately after that, our hero left the academy walls and headed straight for the dungeon in the north. E-rank dungeons are home to real monsters. Unlike F-rank, where monsters are as strong as wild animals, goblins are the weakest of them. The most dangerous constellations for the country are the King of Carnage in the north of the capital, and the Eternal Fury in the Pacific Ocean. One of the players said he hated late-night raids. Another said they would be in trouble if they didn't do their job. Yu Sang-woon thought, when you look at it that way, the awakened aren't that different from ordinary office workers. However, our hero noticed something strange. The red dots on the map continued to follow him, but still kept their distance. Perhaps they instinctively sensed his characteristics. Yu Sang-woon arrived at the E-rank dungeon, the lair of the flesh-eaters. Finally, the young man was at his destination. Moving forward, our hero thought that he probably only needed to destroy the boss. But what was this ominous atmosphere? Yu Sang-woon smelled rot. It was unbearable. The young man opened the door slightly and peered inside. Bloodthirsty monsters were furiously devouring the flesh of their victims. Our hero activated his golden armor and thought that he needed to finish quickly and get out of there. The monsters saw the brave knight and wondered, where did this man come from? The protagonist did not stand on ceremony and destroyed the bloodthirsty monsters with his heroic sword. Yu Sang-woon began to climb to the second floor in search of victims. Bloodthirsty monsters. Another monster suddenly jumped out from around the corner. However, the knight was ready for this attack and swung his sword. Another monster was destroyed, or rather, cut to pieces. The protagonist noticed a room where monsters could gather. What kind of secret gathering was this? Yu Sang-woon crept up unnoticed and struck the monster in the back again. They tried to resist quickly, but they didn't stand a chance. The knight thought that if things continued at this pace, he would be done very quickly. However, the system again informed him that he must follow the knight's code, raise his flag, and say his name. Yu Sang-woon thought that this system definitely wanted him dead. Couldn't it be a little kinder? He didn't care about chivalry at all. The system informed him that honor and chivalry were above all else. The code could not be rejected. Yu Sang-woon decided not to provoke the system anymore, lest it force him to do something strange. But the more he thought about it, the more upset he became. What exactly was this code of chivalry? The system initiated training in chivalry. The young man thought that the system was reading his thoughts. Was he really supposed to shout about himself in the middle of a dungeon? However, it was impossible to give up such a tempting reward for just a few words. Although the young man did not know what exactly to say, the system displayed phrases for him to repeat. Yu Sang-woon was surprised. What kind of childish expressions were these? Yu Sang-woon decided to repeat them, thinking about the reward the whole time. The young man spoke so that the demons could hear him. Those who live in this dungeon and threaten humanity. He is a golden knight, the protector of humanity. Today is the holy retribution for all their sins. Demons burst into the room, larger than the previous ones. The protagonist thought he had moved on to a new level of difficulty. Yu Sang-woon realized he had only one option and gripped his sword tightly. All knight penalties were removed. As before, the Golden Knight dealt with the monsters very efficiently. He neatly dismembered them. The last monster present was pierced through and through. The young man decided that this was enough. Judging by the minimap, the boss was deeper in the dungeon. The Golden Knight decided to proceed in that direction. Our hero carefully descended the steps, but the boss unexpectedly attacked him. Yu Sang-woon managed to dodge the blow and decided to respond by cutting off the monster's head with one swing. The system advised the player to preserve his honor and act like a true knight. Yu Sang-woon announced to the demon that today was his last day. The demon screamed that he was fresh meat. Yu Sang-woon did not share this joy. Yu Sang-woon was much more agile than his opponent and easily dodged the attacks of the clumsy monster. Yu Sang-woon told the monster that it should have exercised more when it had the chance. At the same time, the young man landed several devastating blows on his opponent. The protagonist decided that this monster had to be killed as quickly as possible, because it was, after all, the boss of the E-rank dungeon. The decisive blow landed in the chest area. The protagonist plunged his sword in completely. A magnificent crystal appeared in place of the destroyed monster. The system announced that the player had completed the dungeon and could collect the reward. Yu Sang-woon decided that another skill point was the best option. Yu Sang-woon chose to summon a knight. An additional knight was summoned as a reward. It turned out to be Akalon, a metal golem that looked more like a robot. The master's registration was successful. The knight declared that he would begin protecting him. Then, a knight of the Order of the Sacred Heavens, Som-myol, was summoned. The girl said she would follow her master on the path of light. Yu Sang-woon noticed that this knight had wings. Who would have thought that the knights would turn out to be non-human? The Golden Knight declared that these two were now his subordinates. The metal golem confirmed this, adding that the master could give any orders within reason. Som-myol said she would follow the master anywhere as long as they walked a path free from filth and darkness. Yu Sang-woon thought that he had acquired a golem ready for anything, and a holy angel. The young man asked if they needed to eat or sleep. The golem replied that food was not important to him, but that mana was required for recovery in case of serious damage. The master determines their location. Som-myol added that she could get energy from food, but absorbing mana was much more effective. There was also no specific location where they had to stay while on standby. Yu Sang-woon was puzzled by the fact that the metal golem would have to be hidden somewhere. With Som-myol, it was much easier in this regard. The young man remembered the storage skill, which could be used to keep summoned creatures. Should he clear another dungeon to get this skill? 3 people stood at the entrance to the dungeon. They knew that the young man had gone in alone and were sure that he would not come out unharmed. They had to wait. But suddenly, a golden knight, a metal golem, and a holy angel appeared from the dungeon. This radically changed the balance of power. Yu Sang-woon thought the 3 looked like trash collectors and asked who they were. People usually avoid dungeon entrances. Or were they waiting for someone? The frightened young people hastily declared that they were just passing by and were already leaving. The golem repeated the words that one of them had said earlier. He came in alone. He won't get out of this unscathed. The golem reported that the voice recording had been played back and the hostility confirmed. The Golden Knight praised Akalon for his excellent work. The girl drew her sword from its sheath. The frightened people began to justify themselves, saying that they thought the young man would come out alone and be easy prey. Yu Sang-woon realized that he had been followed. One of them said that it was just a misunderstanding, that they weren't following anyone, especially not Mr. Golden Knight. But the hero replied that they were clearly waiting for him. Yu Sang-woon took off his golden armor and asked if he looked like the person they were chasing. but that didn't make them feel any better. One of the villains said that he wasn't a dangerous person at all, but just an ordinary academy employee with no powers. Then Yu Sang-woon reactivated his armor and said that it was unfair to hide his abilities. But now, he definitely couldn't let them go. The hero ordered Akalan and Som Mayol to take on one enemy each. The villains turned in horror and rushed into the forest. They certainly hadn't signed up for this. Yu Sang-woon noticed that the criminals had split up and ordered his assistants to continue the chase. Som Mayol swung her sword and declared that she was acting in the name of the Order of the Sacred Heavens. The criminals must be punished. Akalan reported that the command had been accepted, and the Knight of the Galactic Order began his attack. Yu Sang-woon thought that instead of catching up with the enemies, his assistants, a tin can and a doll with wings, were just chatting. Were all knights like this? He also realized that all three knew his identity, and now he couldn't let anyone get away. The hero noticed that the enemy was very fast. Of course, he could use a throwing weapon, but that would result in punishment. The villain thought he had shaken off his pursuers, but when he turned around, he saw the Golden Knight behind him. Yu Sang-woon drew his sword and said that the villain had been caught. The villain realized it was time to flee to the dungeon. The criminal shouted that now he would definitely not be caught and rushed to the portal leading inside. Yu Sang-woon shouted that he would not let that happen and attacked the fleeing man. The knight noted that he had expected the escape into the dungeon, as it was the safest option. That was why he was here. After examining the criminal's smartphone, the hero realized that a demon worshipper was behind the trash collectors. The metal golem reported that the enemy had been captured. The villain in the golem's hands screamed, demanding to be released and calling for help. Yu Sang-woon was disconcerted. Had the metal golem been flying through the sky in plain sight all this time? Som Mayol brought another criminal and said she had completed her mission. Photos of the protagonist's assistants participating in the chase quickly spread across the internet. Yu Sang-woon thought he needed to leave quickly. Som Mayol and Akalan received orders to get rid of the villains and announced that they were going to carry them out. To carry out the command, the assistants rose into the sky with their victims. The young man thought that they were back to their old ways. Then he decided to use magic and employed the legendary skill Spatial Gate to the Knight's Sanctuary. A spatial gate opened before him. Yu Sang-woon told his assistants that he would call them later. They were not needed for the time being, and could spend their time in the sanctuary as they wished. They confirmed receipt of the command and said they would begin to carry it out. Leisure time then. In the morning, the alarm clock rang. The young man woke up in his bed and wondered what time it was. The girl said that a knight should get up early and start the day with training. Yu Sang-woon was surprised. How did Som Mayol end up here? The girl replied that any knight under the master's command could freely enter and leave the sanctuary. Yu Sang-woon reminded her that he had told her to stay there because she might be noticed. Som Mayol said that was why she didn't take her equipment and wore regular clothes. Yu Sang-woon asked where she got these clothes. Som Mayol replied that Akalan made them especially for her. He has many talents and is the only one stronger than her. Akalan was currently staying in the sanctuary. Yu Sang-woon went into the kitchen and was surprised. Had Som Mayol already made breakfast? The girl replied that Akalan had done that too. Akalan said that supplies were extremely important, and even cleaned up the commander's house. The protagonist was curious about how the food would taste. It turned out that he had never eaten anything like it before. Som Mayol said that Akalan didn't know his boss's taste preferences, so he made the dish milder and more neutral. He also got everything ready for going out into the city. Yu Sang-woon thought that Akalan looked like a killing machine, and at the same time was very thoughtful. Som Mayol said that she should accompany her master. Yu Sang-woon replied that she should stay in the sanctuary and be ready for anything. The girl assured him that she would be ready if her master suddenly needed her. Before leaving, our hero checked the status window. He had only risen 2 levels, but all his stats were already beyond the S rank. Yu Sang-woon thought it was too early to rejoice, as he still had many unresolved issues. He would only be able to call himself a true S-rank awakened one when he had sufficient experience, abilities, and wisdom. The student asked how yesterday had gone. Yu Sang-woon replied that it hadn't been too bad. When asked about her classes, the girl said that martial arts lessons weren't very interesting. Besides, meetings with her personal trainer were just part of her job. Yu Sang-woon asked if she had any assignments for today. The girl suggested that they go together to the Midday Sun Guild to report on the dungeon. Their office was located in the academy anyway. The young people approached the Midday Sun Guild office. The sun was at its zenith at that moment. Our hero was surprised to see the knights of this guild training in the air. The girl added that they did this every day. Young people nearby noticed our heroes. Yu Sang-woon asked who they were. The people stopped and bowed low. The student got angry. She had told them not to do that. Yu Sang-woon thought that these people looked like members of a mafia clan. One of those present told the girl that she was the only awakened heavenly class among them. The student replied that the awakened heavenly class were also people. A young man was waiting for the student inside the room. The young man said he was waiting for Lady Ayeon. It was Go Seon-jun, the son of the head of the Blue Dragon Guild. Ayeon said that if Seong-jun had come about the proposal, her answer remained the same. Because of the constellation, she could not change guilds. Sun-jun replied that in that case, Lady Ayeon could join them while remaining in her guild. It pained him to see someone so talented wasting away here. Lady Ayeon was aware of their guild, wasn't she? The Blue Dragon Guild is one of the 3 strongest in the country, but its power and fame are known even in neighboring lands. The Blue Dragon is the dream of any awakened person. It is also one of the most aggressive guilds due to its Blue Dragon of Battle constellation. Rumor has it that they plan to take first place among all the guilds in the country in the near future. Ayeon said that she does not recall any rules requiring all awakened ones of the heavenly class to be in the top 3 guilds in the country. Sun-jun stated that the girl possesses the unique abilities of the Circle of Justice and the Hand of Justice. She already has the 45th level and the status of an awakened B rank. They can provide her with everything she needs for further development. Sun-jun added that she would soon need to visit C-rank dungeons to level up. Can the Midday Sun Guild afford such raids? The girl promised to assemble her own team, so it's best not to interfere with her, and Sun-jun can get lost. Sun-jun said that their guild's constellation is the embodiment of battle. They will spare no expense in developing Lady Ayeon. Yu Sang-woon thought this guy was talking nonsense. 2 constellations cannot exist at the same time. Proud and possessive entities will not share their apostles. Ayeon told Sun-jun to take a look at himself. Her personal trainer had worked at the academy for 9 years, and judging by everything, thought that his interlocutor was talking complete nonsense. Yu Sang-woon was surprised. What was that look Sun-jun was giving him? He hadn't even said a word. Ayeon told Sun-jun to leave immediately. She had more important things to do. Young praised our hero and said it was excellent work. Yu Sang-woon was surprised. Was it really necessary to redirect all attention to him? Ayeon explained that otherwise Sun-jun wouldn't listen to her. She couldn't just ignore him since they were in the same class. Besides, close combat fighters were very valuable. Yu Sang-woon thought that it was no secret that awakened melee fighters were the ones who most often died in battle. Because of this, there were never many of them. Ayeon repeated once again that she was going to become stronger. Yu Sang-woon reminded her that she was already at level 45, and it was time to go to the C-rank dungeon. Yu Sang-woon thought that it was because of things like this that the Blue Dragon Guild had started to hate him. Ayeon admitted that Song-jun really did have a strange face. Yu Sang-woon said that he was heading to the dungeon. In the Blue Dragon Guild office, Song-jun reminded his subordinate that he was supposed to find out everything about this girl's surroundings. Sun-jun couldn't control himself and punched his subordinate in the jaw. He said that recruiting talented people was a battle between guilds. How many more times did he need to repeat that Shin A-young was simply indispensable to them? Sun-jun said that this assistant deserved another punch, and he delivered it. The head said that the girl's destiny was to wear their emblem and become part of the Blue Dragon Guild. Was that clear to everyone? Those present unanimously answered in the affirmative. Sun-jun asked what they knew about this employee. The assistant replied that he was Shin A-young's personal trainer, Yu Sang-woon. He is the head of the technical maintenance department at the academy, and currently serves as her personal mentor. Sun-jun was surprised. Why would a student of the heavenly class need the help of someone like him? The assistant replied that she was planning to assemble her own team in the near future. There was no point in such actions. Sun-jun noted that Shin A-young still had 2 years left before graduation. But she could just recruit a team from the members of Midday Sun. Why take on an employee like him? The assistant suggested that perhaps it was because this employee was himself an awakened one. Surveillance cameras recorded the battle between them. Shin A-young even used the Circle of Justice. The guild leader was surprised. Did the girl really have to use all that against some employee? This means that Yu Sang-woon is at least C rank, maybe even higher. The assistant said that after that, he applied to pass the E-rank dungeon. Sun-jun said that with such potential, he could easily join one of the top guilds in the country instead of being an ordinary employee. Why is he hiding it? The head of the Blue Dragon Guild suggested that this guy might have awakened very recently. Or maybe he's just afraid of being awakened. Judging by his reaction, he is well informed about the hunter industry. Shin A-young could find out everything, and he, realizing that he could no longer hide his powers, agreed to work with her. Sun-jun thought that at this rate, in the next few years, the Midday Sun Guild would have 2 awakened members, and would be able to defend higher-ranked dungeons. One of those present was surprised. Was that a bad thing? Sun-jun said that it was, of course, a bad thing. After all, They had lost a potentially valuable member, and now they would have competitors. Sun Jun asked if this guy was going to the dungeon. The assistant confirmed that the Awakened One had applied for the E-rank dungeon. He would be there soon. Sun Jun said that in that case, Yong-su should go there immediately. He knows what to do. The protagonist arrived by taxi at the forest near the trial. This time, there was another E-rank dungeon here. The young man looked around. He realized he was being followed. Could it be the trash collectors again? Our hero used his stealth skill and, increasing his speed, tried to break away from his pursuers. Jong-su was forced to speed up as well in order to keep up with his target. In the middle of the clearing, Jong-su stopped and looked around. Where had that guy gone? Our hero, hiding nearby behind a tree, thought that the newcomer was following him. Why didn't he run away when he realized he had been spotted? He's not a scavenger. That means he's following someone's orders. The only person who came to mind was Sun Jun. Could he be the one who ordered this? Perhaps Sun Jun already knew that he was awakened. But it would be extremely foolish to fight the Blue Dragon Guild, which loves battle and never stops. Yu Sang-woon went to the other end of the clearing and thought that this should work. Jong-su saw the target and noted with surprise, why isn't this guy going to the dungeon, the slums in the north of the city? That was where the portal had been spotted, the entrance to the dungeon. Jong-su reported via internal communication that the Awakened One was heading to the dungeon. Jong-su assumed that he had been spotted while fiddling with his phone. But if he complained about it, he would be beaten up and kicked out of the guild. However, there shouldn't be any problems. He was just an awakened C rank. There were 2 other people of the same rank with him. Jong-su noticed the people and asked in surprise who they were. The knight got out of the SUV and asked his colleague if this was the right place. His colleague showed him photos on his smartphone of Yu Sang-woon entering the dungeon. Then, all they had to do was wait. Someone asked in surprise, "Where is Jong-su? Shouldn't he be following the Awakened One?" His colleague suggested that Jong-su might be hiding somewhere from the garbage collectors. He was just a D-class pawn. It was natural for him to be afraid of the garbage collectors. He knew his limits, and that was why people like him lived longer. The knight looked at the gate and thought that something was wrong here. Why couldn't he see a single garbage collector? The leader of the garbage collectors emerged from the darkness, accompanied by his henchmen. The knight realized that the leader was clearly stronger than the others. The knight asked if they were really scavengers. The leader smiled. He was just a boy. That was probably why he had sent such a weakling on the mission. The leader said that this pursuer had strayed into their territory, and now they had to take care of his unfortunate soul. The man crushed the smartphone with his hand and said that there was no longer any need for it. The knight was discouraged. He didn't even know that this was the territory of the scavengers. The knight asked why these people had decided that they had come for their souls. The leader replied that it was obvious. They knew that knights hunted garbage collectors, baiting them in this way. The knight was surprised. Where did they get the idea that they were being hunted? This was some kind of misunderstanding. The leader said that there were only E-rank dungeons here, and even D-rank awakened ones were rarely found here. The knight thought that it would be easy to become prey to scavengers if he wandered around the dungeons alone. The knight realized that he had been lured into a trap. He told his opponents that he had come here for the first time and had never hunted anyone here before. The leader of the scavengers said that no one believed this guy and they weren't going to let him go, even if it was his first time here. Apparently, he was a student at the academy who had never tasted the life of a hunter before. So, they were in luck today. The knight thought that everything had gone wrong. Besides, all his equipment was now in his inventory, and there was no time to get ready. The only equipment available to him is a heroic-level weapon, the Blue Dragon's Fang. The leader ordered his henchmen to show what a real hunter was capable of. The knight activated his heroic-level weapon, the Blue Dragon's Fang, and tried to attack the leader of the gang of scavengers. However, the leader didn't even bother to dodge. The knight felt his legs being pulled into some kind of abyss. It turned out that his opponent was absorbing his energy. If he didn't free himself quickly, he would soon die. The knight tried to break free from the energy absorber, but to no avail. The villain said, "Who would have thought that someone like this knight would be from the Blue Dragon Guild?" However, he is not the only one under the constellation. In this, they are similar to each other. The knight realized that he was facing a true demon worshipper. The man admitted that this was indeed what they were called. His name was Jin Minsu, the Flesh Hunter, servant of the King of Carnage. The knight was frightened to hear that the King of Slaughter was involved. The most dangerous constellation for this country is the King of Slaughter. It is a constellation of demons that wreak havoc here and in the north of the neighboring country. People who have betrayed their people and received the blessing of this constellation are called demon worshippers. Jin Minsu said that this knight was completely useless. What was the point of his rank if he still lacked experience? He was no different from monsters. Jin Min-soo added that today was definitely their day. B-rank cannon fodder blessed by the Blue Dragon constellation. What reward would he receive for such prey? The golem said that satisfying hunger is one of the most important human needs. It is also an extremely important factor in maintaining the morale of the army. That is why they, the metal golems, improve their cooking skills every day. Some mole asked the commander when they would move on. The young man replied, "As late as possible. The situation outside is more important right now." Our hero was curious to see who would win. The guy had to bring at least a few awakened C ranks with him. The trash collectors would attack them with all their might. The golem offered the master a cup of aromatic coffee. Yu Sang-woon said that coffee in the dungeons was just what he needed. The system reported that the player had done a good job of pitting the enemies against each other. But fighting without honor, thereby strengthening the forces of evil, was not the way of a knight. Yu Sang-woon thought, judging by the fact that evil was gaining the upper hand, the trash collectors should have won. As expected, the rank of the awakened does not decide anything yet. Yu Sang-woon said he was ready to begin and activated his golden armor. A huge monster dog was ready to fight our hero. The young man was surprised. Why was this monster so big? The Golden Knight said that today he would bring justice to evil. This spawn of evil was coming to an end. Samyeol announced that she was following the commander's orders. Evil must be destroyed. The golem said that the order had been processed, and Akalan attacked. Everyone attacked the red monster dog at the same time. The golem noted that Lady Somnol's abilities were definitely up to par. The girl with wings said that Sir Akalan was as good as ever. The Golden Knight thought that these two worked extremely well together. The monster continued to stand on its paws and remained aggressive towards the knights. Yu Sang-woon decided that in that case, he would sneak up and strike the monster in the back. The knight thought he was aiming for the tendon, and did not expect the monster's leg to simply explode. The golem grabbed the monster by the mouth and began to tear it apart. At that moment, Samyeol also used her magical abilities and launched an energy attack directly at the monster's chest. The system reported that the player had done an excellent job of dealing with the spawn of evil. The player reached level 19. Now the protagonist decided to check the situation outside. The Golden Knight left the dungeon and stepped out onto the road of the settlement. It was nighttime in the city, so the streets were deserted. Yu Sang-woon said that there was no one on the minimap. Akalan noticed that the enemy detection system was not responding. The Golden Knight saw the voice recorder and approached it. Fortunately, it was still working. Our hero had thrown this device out of his inventory before entering the portal. It would be useful to find out what happened here. Yu Sang-woon suggested returning to listen to the recording. Akalan was the first to return to the sanctuary. He stood out too much. Blue Dragon Guild base. The master of the Blue Dragon Guild, Go Jong-soo, was surprised. Had Song Jun really disappeared? The assistant reported that they had lost contact with the young master. He had not shown up at the academy or the guild office either. Go Jong-soo assumed that he had taken on another mission, or was having fun somewhere. The secretary noted that he had always reported to the guild first before. The master had left yesterday, and there had been no word from him since. The guildmaster asked if they had managed to track his location. And what about the investigation? The secretary replied that the last place his signal was detected was in the E-rank dungeon in the north. Considering the young master's carefree nature, and the fact that he did not go alone, she believed that they had been overtaken by demon worshippers. Go Jong-soo said that the demon worshippers in those lands only serve the King of Carnage from the north. The guildmaster ordered that everything be investigated as thoroughly as possible. Go Jong-soo said that they would clearly demonstrate their guild's motto to their enemies. The secretary said that their mission was to fight and win, and they would definitely find their enemy. The Midday Sun Guild office at the academy. A report on the E-rank dungeon was presented. The young man added that he had obtained some materials, magic stones and white dog fangs. Aeyun said that white dog fangs were quite rare. The girl asked if Yu Sang-woon had had any run-ins with the Blue Dragon Guild the day before. The protagonist asked what had happened. Aeon explained that Go Seon-jun had been reported missing earlier. Yu Sang-woon replied that he knew nothing about it. This was quite expected. Yu Sang-woon added that in any case, he needed to go to the dungeon now. Could they spar tomorrow? The protagonist thought, gathering more information about the Blue Dragon before going to the dungeon would definitely not be superfluous. The young man was sure that rumors about the young master's disappearance must already be spreading. They said that the next few days would be turbulent. It was hard to believe that something like this had happened in the Blue Dragon Guild. Yu Sang-woon thought that he would be the first suspect. It was definitely dangerous to go to the dungeon today. The association's equipment repair room. Swords that needed repair were fixed using autonomous mechanisms. Yu Sang-woon thought that the repair room was completely different from all the others. The repair specialist returned our hero's sword and said that the repair was complete. Yu Sang-woon was surprised. Was it really that fast? Yu Sang-woon decided that he was now ready to go to the dungeon. Yu Sang-woon wanted to see what else the association had to offer. Someone called out to him. The young man asked if they were from the Blue Dragon Guild. He was their loyal fan and wanted to get their autographs and take a photo with them. The girl said they had to ask a few questions. Yu Sang-woon replied that he couldn't refuse, since they were from the Blue Dragon. They showed the young man their business card and said his name was Nam-guk Jin. He was the leader of the Blue Dragon Guild Search and Reconnaissance Team number 11. Nam-guk asked what the young man knew about Song-jun. Yu Sang-woon replied that he knew only one thing. This student of the heavenly class had shown interest in Shin A-young from his guild. Nam-guk asked what connected the young man to Shin A-young. Yu Sang-woon replied that Shin A-young had recently hired him as her personal assistant. She is very kind, and to repay her kindness, he plans to train in the dungeon again. The young people said that in that case, they had no more questions and were leaving. Yu Sang-woon asked about the promised photo and autograph. Nam-guk said he would send a special gift from the guild. It would be nicer than just an autograph. Yu Sang-woon asked if he could get the Blue Dragon's halberd as a souvenir. After the two left, our hero thought that his behavior had paid off. Now no one would think badly of him. In any case, he had an alibi, so there was no need to worry. The girl asked Nam-guk if he really thought the garbage collectors had caught the young master when he was following that guy. Nam-guk said the cameras confirmed it. He also recently met with Shin A-young from Midday Sun. He wanted to get rid of this employee because he thought he would interfere with his plans. Nam-guk didn't understand why Song-jun went there dressed as a simple hunter. He had a full set of armor blessed by Hephaestus. Most people would be lucky to even see such a thing, let alone get their hands on it. The girl suggested that he was trying to hide his identity. This guy's target was a personal employee of the Midday Sun Guild. Nam-guk said that in the end, it all comes down to trash collectors and demon worshippers. In the dungeon, the Golden Knight was in the midst of a battle with another monster. Samyeol had to admit that today the gentleman fought with honor. The golem said nothing, he just hummed a song. Yu Sang-woon said that it was just an E-rank dungeon, so there was nothing to be particularly surprised about. The young man asked the golem how he knew this song. The golem replied that he had saved it in his car when he was gathering information on NeoTube. In the information window, our hero chose Knight's Call, ready to help him. Who would it be this time? Croakbane, the Dragon Knight, appeared before the protagonist. Croakbane told the man to take an oath and give him food. Yu Sang-woon replied that he fully agreed to these conditions. Croakbane swore allegiance to his master as a knight. Yu Sang-woon thought that this knight was very large and powerful. He would be very useful. Yu Sang-woon decided that now that he had another knight, he could train even more effectively. Samyeol asked the commander what their next steps would be. Yu Sang-woon replied that they were going to the next dungeon. From now on, they would not only clear dungeons, but also train and test themselves. A month passed. Blue Dragon Guild conference room. Nam-guk said that as a result of their investigation, they had discovered that the young master had been killed by Jin Minsu, the Flesh Hunter, an awakened C-rank demon worshipper who served King Boini. The guildmaster asked how Jin Minsu had found his son. Nam-guk replied that the day before the incident, someone had destroyed several of his trash collectors. This caused a great commotion among them. They even lost the opportunity to hire demon worshippers. The young master entered their territory in his usual hunter's gear. After that, a battle broke out. The guildmaster said that he had warned his son not to underestimate low-level awakened ones. Jin Minsu must be caught. But who destroyed those garbage collectors? Nam-guk replied that they did not know. The trash collectors still haven't found him. There is some possibility that Yu Sang-woon did it. There are records that he was clearing the E-rank dungeon in that area on the day the trash collectors were destroyed. In other words, this guy lured him in. So, if the demon worshippers destroyed the young master, did they also take his belongings? And thus, a new A-rank demon worshipper came into being. Nam-guk said that he is gathering strength, uniting the scavengers, demon worshippers, and monsters under the leadership of King Boini. The guy is preparing for something. We need to get rid of him as soon as possible. The master said he would immediately contact the other guilds and the association. The employee asked what they should do with Yu Sang-woon. After all, he is an employee of the Midday Sun Guild. The guildmaster said that this guy should be left alone. If rumors spread about this, everyone will think his son is stupid. It's better to let him fight the demon worshippers and die with honor. The Blue Dragon Guildmaster said that everyone should prepare for a sweep. The protagonist was working in the E-rank dungeon. At that moment, training was underway, practicing strikes. Croakbane tried to show his best side and didn't give his master a break. Croakbane said that the master was training hard and deserved praise. The metal golem recommended that the master drink some water. The suggestion was timely. The golem said that the master's abilities were improving every day. Today he managed to inflict damage, even taking into account Croakbane's armor. Croakbane said again that the master was impressive. Yu Sang-woon said that they were going to the dungeon, and that words could wait until later. Bloodthirsty monsters awaited our hero in the dungeon. Croakbane proved himself well in this battle. He urged all his comrades to attack. The golem told Sir Croakbane to follow orders and not cause confusion. Some all noticed that Croakbane wanted to take all the glory for himself. The monster declared that the meat had come to him on its own. The system reported that the dungeon had been cleared, and the player had reached level 28. Yu Sang-woon said that the characteristics of this level were simply unimaginable. If only the association knew about this. Yu Sang-woon saw a missed call from Shin A-young and contacted her himself. The young man said he had just been released. The girl said it was very urgent. Her mother knew everything. The territory of the Midday Sun Guild. The administrator asked how she could help the young man. The young man replied that Shin A-young had invited him. His name was Yu Sang-woon, and he was her employee. She said it had nothing to do with money or anything like that. Why did she need him in that case? Our hero was led to the office of Shin So-mi, the head of the Midday Sun Guild. Yu Sang-woon understood that this woman was definitely an important person, so it was better to be cautious. Shin So-mi acknowledged that this young man had good manners. Our hero said that the guild leader was too kind to him. Shin So-mi said that she needed someone like him, considering that her daughter was not very talkative. Yu Sang-woon was frightened. Could this woman, who resembled a queen, really be A-yeon's mother? Shin So-mi said she was surprised. The young man seemed much more adequate than she had expected. She had assumed that this guy would turn out to be a parasite who would lead A-yeon astray. A-yeon reminded her mother that she had already said that this guy was completely normal. The guild leader said that she had been informed about joint sparring sessions, but the young man did not look like a martial arts master at all. What use was he as her personal assistant? Yu Sang-woon thought that this woman did not waste time. The protagonist replied that, to be honest, he was of no use. A-yeon wanted to intervene, but the woman told her daughter not to interrupt the adult's conversation. The guild leader snapped her fingers, and Shin A-yeon was immediately immobilized. Her mouth was also taped shut. The woman asked if this could be taken as an admission that his goals were questionable, and that he had no desire to contribute anything to her daughter. Yu Sang-woon replied that it was Shin A-yeon who had proposed the contract. Why would he refuse double the salary and a reduced working day to a third of what it used to be? Shin So-mi was surprised. Did the young man agree to such nonsense just for the money? The young man replied that anyone who lives a normal life depends on money, so he would do anything as long as it brought him a tangible income. The guild leader said that made sense, but it made the situation even more suspicious. Besides, as far as she knew, men were guided more by instinct than by brains. Our hero thought that this woman was directly implying that he was a dubious character. Yu Sang-woon replied that from the outside, it might indeed seem that way. But he still prefers mature, dignified, and wise women, not children. Saying this, our hero approached the guild leader and added that he liked women like her. At that moment, Shin A-young, bound hand and foot and unable to speak, almost choked with rage. The protagonist thought, he did it. But such a statement seems completely unsuspicious. The young man reasoned that saying such things to a married woman would be quite rude. His dismissal was now only a matter of time. The guild leader said she could understand the young man's lack of interest in children. Yu Sang-woon was surprised. Did it really work? Shin So-mi said that every parent worries about their child. But it was time for her to go. She had an important meeting coming up. Shin A-young freed herself from the ropes and asked, "What was that? Has Yu Sang-woon gone mad?" That was exactly the reaction he had expected. The girl asked how he had even come up with such an idea. Our hero replied that he was going to resolve the situation with a tactical slap in the face. Shin A-yeon asked why he had to flirt with her mother. The protagonist said he wasn't flirting. On the contrary, he was trying to dispel suspicions that he was a pervert who liked girls 14 years younger than him. A-yeon said she was no longer a child, and that she didn't have a father. The girl noted that she had not had a father since the day she was born. She tried to find out something, but her mother did not want to talk about it. She thought that Yu Sang-woon knew this if he decided to take such a step. Yu Sang-woon said he didn't know. He only now realized that they were from the same guild. A-yeon was surprised. Did he decide to act blindly? Or was he a gigolo before? The young man asked what A-yeon meant by the word gigolo. After that, he said goodbye and left. A-yeon looked after him and said, "Father, that doesn't sound bad." The young man replied that she shouldn't even think about it. A-yeon declared that Yu Sang-woon was the first man to put her in such a position. After all, her mother was a high-ranking hunter, and many men, from hunters to celebrities, had tried their luck with her. Yu Sang-woon said he wanted to end the conversation. Aeon waved her hand and said she and Dad would see each other later. A live video conference was taking place in the Hunters Association conference room. An employee reported that the reconnaissance team had been destroyed, but they had managed to gather information. Jin Minsu, who was believed to be an S-rank demon worshipper, turned out to be only an A rank. In the conference room, everyone saw Minsu holding the employee by the head while participating in the video call. All the guild leaders witnessed the incident. Minsu greeted everyone and thanked them for the cannon fodder. Thanks to them, he was able to make a good impression on his constellation. He also thanked the Blue Dragon Guild for their generous donation. The employee said that, as everyone had just witnessed, Jin Minsu was a demon worshipper of the S-rank Slaughter King. They urgently needed to organize a squad to suppress the threat. Soul Guild Master Kang Dong-hu asked if the speaker was suggesting using S-rank hunters from other guilds to clean up after the Blue Dragon Guild. His colleague said that Kang Dong-hu was behaving inappropriately. Perhaps he should show a little more restraint and respect? Kang Dong-hu stated that he was not being disrespectful. If his city were attacked right now, the response would be immediate. The master said that the Soul Guild is within its repertoire. My bald colleague added that there is nothing unusual about this. The master of the Olympus Guild said that they needed to contact their superiors before making any decisions. As always, permission from above was required. Someone noted that the Olympus Guild was backtracking again, even though they had 12 constellations on their side. The head of the Blue Dragon Guild said that at least 3 S-rank hunters and 10 A-rank hunters were needed to resolve the situation with the demon worshippers. They were hoping for any help from other guilds. Would there be any volunteers? Shin So-mi, the head of the guild, said that it was obvious that no one would voluntarily want to participate in such a thing. The head of the Blue Dragon Guild again expressed his hope for help from other guilds. This situation cannot be ignored. There is no choice but to declare a state of emergency and inform the government. The Blue Dragon Guild leader added that their guild would assign 1 S-rank hunter and 5 A-rank hunters to the operation. They needed at least 5 more. On behalf of the government and the association, he ordered his colleagues to assign hunters to assist in the upcoming operation against the demon worshippers. Shin So-mi thought that she was the only A-rank hunter in the Midday Sun Guild. Shin So-mi realized that it was too risky to mobilize under such circumstances. If something happened, the guild would fall apart. The head of the Blue Dragon said that everyone in this world had many problems. In any case, he hoped for the power of the Eye of Justice class. The Blue Dragon leader told his assistant not to worry. They would lose nothing. He would warn Ji-yeon in case they had to flee. They would not abandon the weak anyway. Shin So-mi would pay for allowing her daughter to flirt with his son. Even if the demon worshippers win, Power and Olympus will take action. They won't lend a hand now, but later they will have no choice. The Blue Dragon leader said that everything would be fine if all went well. But even if it didn't, they would lose nothing. The Golden Knight destroyed the monster, the boss of the White Dogs, Veloka. The dungeon has been cleared. Level 30 has been reached. As a reward, Yu Sang-woon decided to choose an additional servant this time. The system announced that a knight was being summoned for help. Yu Sang-woon thought that he already had Akalon, Som Miol, and Croakbane. This one would be the 4th. Now his team would be complete. Gavulf, the Knight of the Abyss, took a deep breath and said that he hadn't breathed the air of the material world in a long time. Did his master summon him? Yu Sang-woon thought that this knight was a little different from the others. Could this man be? Gavulf said that he liked the master's appearance and that he was going to follow him. Yu Sang-woon was surprised. So soon? The knight asked. Did the master doubt Gavulf's skills? Yu Sang-woon replied that it wasn't that. He was curious if the knight wanted something in return. Gavulf said that just coming to the material world was enough for a contract. The abyss was very tiring. Samael congratulated the master. He had finally finished forming the squad. Croakbane reminded him that he was hungry. Gavulf was surprised. How did the gentleman conclude a contract with this guy? It's amazing. He looks like a piece of iron. The goblin said that the assignment of the ally code to Sir Gavulf was complete. The protagonist thought that this knight looked strong, but the whole squad was a class of knights with swords. He would like to have a mage or a healer. The Midday Sun Guild, a branch of the academy. The sun was at its zenith, as always. Shin A-young was surprised. Yu Sang-woon was already at level 30. In that case, they should head to the D-rank dungeon. Yu Sang-woon said that in that case, he would leave the paperwork to Shin A-young. The girl noted that solo training was impossible for such a rank. She would make the documents for a fake group. Would 3 members be enough? A fake group literally meant filling out paperwork for non-existent people. Dead souls. And sending a request to the dungeon with such a group. Ayan warned that each informant takes 5% of the profits from the dungeon. Yu Sang-woon said that wasn't bad. Ayan also warned that she would not be able to participate in the next battle. Yu Sang-woon was surprised. Why so suddenly? The girl explained that a mobilization order had been issued. They were asked to participate in the battle against the S-rank demon worshippers, and she needed to prepare. There wasn't much work to do, but the entire headquarters was in turmoil. Yu Sang-woon asked who sent the S-rank demon worshipper. Constellation of Eternal Fury. Ayoung explained that it was the same demon worshipper who had recently appeared in the news, who had dealt with Go Seon-jun. Yu Sang-woon was surprised. Wasn't he an A-rank? Ayeon suggested that he became an S-rank after destroying the A-rank Sun-jun. Yu Sang-woon thought that was very unexpected. The girl added that they had decided to gather 5 awakened A-ranks before they became stronger. Her mother was also affected by this. Yu Sang-woon said that in that case, he would focus on leveling up in the dungeon. Ayeon asked him to stay for a moment. The young man thought that the girl would ask him for a favor. Subjugating demon worshippers was a dangerous business. Shin Ayeon changed her mind and said it didn't matter. The protagonist tossed and turned in bed and couldn't sleep. He didn't understand why he was thinking about the battle at all. Wouldn't 10 A-rank hunters and 1 S-rank be able to handle it? Yu Sang-woon thought that even though he was S-rank, he had no experience in battle and knew nothing about the enemies. Our hero decided not to think about it anymore. They would figure it out themselves. But what if Shin Ayoung and her mother were involved in this because of him? Yu Sang-woon took his smartphone and asked Ayoung in a chat if there was a place for a full-time employee. The answer came immediately and was positive. The young man thought that the answer came quickly, as if the girl had been waiting for him. Yu Sang-woon realized that he would have to reveal himself if he planned to join the team. It would be better to go as a temporary employee. Kesan City, Central Hotel. The leader gathered his minions and sympathizers around him. Jin Minsu said he enjoyed the meal, but dealing with the consequences would be problematic. When would these punitive forces be called in? The henchman said it would be in 4 days. Minsu was surprised. Why so soon? Jin Minsu thought, if it were a normal guild, someone would just lie low somewhere for a while. But this is the Blue Dragon Guild. They pursue their enemy until they destroy them. Jin Minsu wondered, even if someone disappears, can these people just leave an S-rank demon worshipper alone? In the north is Frozen Death, in the west is Emperor Shai, and in the east, there could be either the Japanese or demons. Plus, there's Endless Fury in the Pacific Ocean. In any case, the Blue Dragon remains the most serious enemy. The assistant said that, based on the information received, 10 A-rank and 1 S-rank awakened are going against Jin Minsu. 5 Blue Dragon associations have joined forces. In total, there will be more than 1,000 of them. They can use tanks and artillery with engines powered by magic stones brought from the capital. Jin Minsu said that they knew he would not run away, and this made them even more agitated. The henchman said that war is 1,000 times better than fighting demon worshippers or monsters from other constellations. Jin Minsu would not have called them to such a place if the chances of victory were 0. Jin Minsu laughed and said that it was good that those present were not stupid. These guys were trying to turn everything to their advantage. One of those present, a man in a hood, said he had a bad feeling. They needed to get out of there immediately. However, his premonition came too late, and he did not have time to escape. An arrow pierced his chest. Jin Minsu, holding a crossbow in his hands, said he wasn't done talking yet. It's better to contact those you can trust than those you can't handle. Those present were frightened. What kind of creatures were these? 2 monsters did indeed appear near Jin Minsu. They were the demons of King Boini. But why were they here? Jin Minsu said that his rank had risen after he offered these fools to the king. Later, he was able to hire them using points. The only downside was that he had to provide them with food. It was just about time for these guys to eat. The monsters took these words as an attack and pounced on those present. Some managed to escape and cursed Jin Minsu for setting up the trap. However, in the end, no one survived. The monsters tore everyone apart. Jin Minsu said it was the first time he had ever seen anything like it. The villain declared that he could earn points from absorption without even lifting a finger. Thus, he was not far from reaching SS rank. 4 days passed, northern border of the capital. The protagonist knew that the guild was stronger than the army, but he didn't expect it to be that strong. The soldier asked what the reserve was doing. The young man should not be idle but working. Yu Sang-woon apologized. It was his first time here, and everything was new to him. The soldier said that the guildmaster was calling the reserve to him. He had some problems with the contract. Yu Sang-woon thought that Shin Ayan had written the contract, so there shouldn't be any problems. She was an expert in paperwork and law. Yu Sang-woon entered the leadership tent and inquired what problems there could be with the documents. Guild leader Shin So-mi said it was just an excuse. Didn't the young man understand that right away? Yu Sang-woon asked why the guild master had called in the reserve in that case. He didn't want to attract attention. Shin So-mi asked why the young man had joined the squad. Her daughter told her not to worry, but she didn't understand Yu Sang-woon's true intentions. Shin So-mi said that Aeon couldn't share this with her because of the contract. Yu Sang-woon said that it was nothing serious. He is awakened, so he is simply making excuses not to register as an official hunter. He can earn money here, so he decided to join. He also needs to eat, and he wants to start a family in the future, so he is definitely here for the money. Yu Sang-woon thought it was convincing, but would it work this time? The guild leader said that in that case, he would ask him another question. Why doesn't he want to be a hunter? He is at least a D-rank hunter if Aeon signed a contract with him. Is the young man sure he deserves to be treated like a regular hunter? Yu Sang-woon suggested looking at it from another angle. He was 32 years old, had been working at the academy for 9 years, and lived a quiet life. Was it worth taking a risk now that he had awakened? He knows he will be treated well, but the work of a hunter is still dangerous and risky. However, he is now more concerned about safety than money. The young man expressed his hope that the guild master would understand him. Shin So-mi said she understood everything. Yu Sang-woon thanked her and said that in that case, he would return to work. The soldier asked if the reserve was scared. The protagonist replied that he was not scared. The soldier did not believe him, because the reserve was trembling with fear. The soldier said that if the young man was scared, someone could just hold on to him. Yu Sang-woon thanked him for his concern. The soldier said that he had already destroyed more than 100 monsters. Yu Sang-woon thought that these soldiers would not tell anyone if he disappeared later. Since all the guild members were present, Shin So-mi suggested starting a strategic video conference. Ko Chong-yong, an S-rank hunter and fighter class member of the Blue Dragon Guild, is in charge of the battle. The goal of the battle is to pursue and capture Jin Min-soo, an S-rank demon worshipper. Ko Cheon-yong said that the S-rank long-range hunter uses hidden attacks and traps. From this, it is clear that he has set up an ambush in the forest on the way to Kaesong. Ko Cheon-yong told all participants in the video conference to be prepared for any tricks. It is especially important to be cautious at night. The enemy often uses ambushes at this time of day. The knight asked if he could escape. Ko Cheon-yong acknowledged that Jin Min-soo might try to escape, but he would not leave King Boini's territory. Otherwise, the demon worshippers and scavengers from other territories would not sit quietly. It was better for him to face this team than them. The knight asked why they couldn't just drop a bomb on the city where he was. The conference participant replied that if that worked, they wouldn't have to engage in open combat. The soldier asked how Ko Jong-yeon planned to fight the main target. Ko Jong-yeon replied that there was no need to worry. Despite his S rank, he was still just a guy who quietly set traps. The head of the Soul Guild asked what would happen if a high-level monster or demon appeared. Their appearance is very likely if this guy is an S-rank demon worshipper. Ko Jong-yeon replied that in that case he would fight Jin Min-soo, and the others would take care of the demon. In the worst case, they would have to fight monsters around B rank. Shin So-mi thought that they would have to survive somehow. But what did Aeon mean when she told her that earlier? Aeon said that if her mother needed help, she should stay close to Yu Sang-woon. Aeon added that she couldn't reveal the details, but that this guy was much more reliable than the other guild members. Shin So-mi didn't understand why she should rely on someone who couldn't even become an official hunter. 10 hours passed. The forest near the city of Kaesong. The young man asked why they had set up camp here instead of heading to Kaesong. The soldier said that the reserve had been trembling with fear just a moment ago. Wouldn't it be better for him to stay here? The soldier said that the reserve knew nothing, as it was his first time here. Outside the capital, the roads were too open. The forest was denser, and there were dungeons all around. They would not be able to get there safely. It's not visible from here, but they are most likely clearing the way with heavy equipment equipped with magic stones. The scavengers are lying in ambush and aiming in all directions. The path will not be safe in any case. They must move carefully, even if it means reaching their goal later. The protagonist received a message from Akalon from the sanctuary. What could have happened? Akalon warned that the master should add another spoonful of salt and sugar and fry the vegetables in oil so that they do not burn. When frying them, you need to use force, as if scraping them from the bottom. Yu Sang-woon got angry. He thought it was something serious, but it was just cooking advice. Akalon noted that sleep and food greatly affect the morale of the army. Delicious food reduces stress. Yu Sang-woon told the goblin to stop nitpicking. He would take care of it. The soldier was surprised. Why was the reserve making noise? Yu Sang-woon replied that he had a habit of talking to himself when he cooked. Jin Min-soo said that the armor was better than he thought. But good protection is not everything. Jin Minsu said that he would now defeat the monsters in the dungeon and show his true power to the guys who mistakenly consider him S rank. The monsters from all over the area, led by Jin Minsu, moved towards the human squad. The soldier saw a cluster of red dots on the map and said that there was a group of about 2,000 monsters 2 kilometers to the west. They were heading towards the military base. The commander told the radio operator to launch a signal flare and report what type of monsters had been detected. The operator reported that they were E-rank life snatchers, beast hounds, D-rank bloodsuckers, and flesh eaters. Firearms could handle them. The commander shouted that in that case they would turn all the monsters into mincemeat. On the command's orders, automatic fire was opened, and the monsters were attacked by hunters and soldiers. Ko Cheon-young announced that they would be moving out soon. If anyone couldn't keep up, they should get on the flying blue dragon in advance. The hunter said she had found him. As expected, this demon worshipper had released the monsters and was watching from the forest. He was a kilometer to the west. Ko Cheon-young determined that Jin Minsu had come alone, and in that case, they would advance in that direction. The monsters and armed hunters were rapidly approaching each other. Battle was now inevitable. Shin Somi thought something was wrong. Could Jin Minsu have been discovered so quickly? It would be better if a few people stayed here. The head of the Soul Guild said it was too late. Ko Cheon-young would not allow the main forces to split up. She needed to tell the others to be careful. Shin Somi saw the distinctive arrows. The commander said there was no reason to worry. Only Jin Minsu could use these blood-red arrows. It was definitely him. The A-rank mage activated the lightning strike skill. The warrior with a hammer in his hand dealt a devastating blow to the monster, sending it flying far back. Ko Cheon-young also showed his skills. Wielding his sword, he cut the monsters to pieces. Cheon-young thought that it was necessary to finish this quickly and go on vacation. What would these monsters do when they saw that their opponents were full of strength? The hunters noticed that Jin Minsu had turned around and was running away. Jin Minsu decided that he would not allow the Blue Dragon Guild's flying machine to land. The mage shouted that the vision trap had been activated. Caution was necessary. Traps were set everywhere. Ko Cheon-young used his sprinting abilities and caught up with the fugitive. The hunter shouted that Jin Minsu was practically in his hands. However, at that very moment, the villain disappeared, and Ko Cheon-young was left with nothing. It was obvious that the villain had used his magical skills. Ko Cheon-young received information that an A-rank monster, the Dragon King Butcher, had appeared in the middle of the camp. Jin Minsu, peeking out from behind cover, said that the hunters were so stupid that everything was becoming much easier. The villain activated the skill Bloody Puppet. Minsu thought that high-level skills were simply amazing. The puppet looked exactly like him. The monster Dragon King declared that it was time to eat. Jin Minsu came here and opened a portal while the hunters were chasing his clone. The hunters did not understand where this monster came from, and it was necessary to report this to Ko Cheon-young. Jin Minsu said that everything was going according to plan. He was getting bodies for King Boini, money, and a level up. He was not far from becoming an apostle. The military, under the command of their officers, fired automatic weapons at the huge monster. However, these shots did not cause the monster any discomfort. The military decided not to retreat and to wait for the guildmaster to arrive. He would definitely help them. The soldier told the employees to close the trailer from the inside and not to go out, as it could be extremely dangerous outside. The soldier noticed that the monster could easily destroy the trailer. Would they be left here to die? At that moment, the protagonist faced a dilemma. Should he call the knights? Our hero came to the conclusion that it might be too risky. Croakbane and Gavulf were knights of the abyss, and they could easily be mistaken for monsters or enemies. Some Merle and Accolon had already been spotted earlier, so caution was necessary. Yu Sung-woon thought that first of all, he needed to save Ayeon's mother, but she was nowhere to be seen. What to do? The protagonist opened the trailer from the inside. The soldier was surprised. Where was the reserve going? It was dangerous to go out. Yu Sang-woon saw a bloodthirsty monster in front of him, carefully chewing on a hunter. The young man wondered if he should run away. The system informed him that thoughts of escape were only the beginning of a battle that would bring dishonor to a knight. He had to make the right decision. Yu Sang-woon thought about what to do. Perhaps he needed to find the one who summoned these monsters. If so many monsters had suddenly appeared here, it meant that someone had opened a portal. He needed to find that someone. Yu Sang-woon thought about which of them could be a demon worshipper. He had already increased his chances of victory, but this guy was unusual. A report came in that there was a wounded person near the truck, hoping for timely assistance. The protagonist thought that amid the chaos, the villain would surely collect the bodies of the awakened and offer them to King Boini's constellation. Yu Sang-woon realized that the demon worshipper would definitely come for the wounded. Jin Minsu was indeed looking for the wounded and finishing them off with his crossbow. The protagonist found the wounded man and offered him a restorative potion. Jin Minsu saw our hero treating the B-rank hunter with the potion and regretted being late. Other hunters joined Ko Chong-yeon. Jin Minsu couldn't believe they were already back. Ko Chong-yeon ordered a check to see how many people were left. Jin Minsu regretted missing out on such a hunter, but safety was more important now. The villain saw the wounded hunter walking alone and decided that he was a good catch. However, the protagonist approached the wounded man and told the soldier to drink a restorative potion. Jin Minsu thought that this medical personnel had already intervened twice. The villain aimed his crossbow at the protagonist and pulled the trigger. The arrow flew into our hero's back. Jin Minsu thought that this guy would no longer interfere with him. However, the Golden Knight appeared behind Jin Minsu and saying, "Gotcha," pierced the villain through with his sword. The Golden Knight said that he had guessed the villain's presence thanks to his shot. The unique combat talent of the Knight of Omniscience, Grandel, was activated. With the help of this skill, the enemy ambush was detected. The system warned that the honor of those who fight treacherously from ambushes should not be respected. It is necessary to get rid of them and feed their remains to wild animals. Yu Sang-woon said that it was not easy for him to find Minsu in the ambush. The villain said, "Unity of bloody dots." As expected, the protagonist did not understand anything. What did this guy just say? Suddenly, Jin Minsu disappeared, leaving a red mist in his place. The wound on Jin Minsu's body quickly healed. He said that this golden armor would regret it. The Golden Knight spotted his opponent standing on a tree branch. Our hero wondered if Minsu had used the explosion to take off. Minsu said that he had spent all the points he had saved up for 20 years on this technique. Does this kid even understand how hard it was to collect them? Jin Minsu said that he even used a regeneration scroll and an elixir. Victory would definitely be his. Minsu said he would destroy this golden armor. Our hero thought that his opponent was scared, since he was talking so much. He needed to deal with him quickly. Minsu didn't understand who this guy was. He was different from the others and wasn't afraid at all. Yu Sang-woon swung his sword and struck his opponent. Minsu managed to dodge and jump back. The distance between the opponents increased. Minsu said that 10 meters was a completely different matter. Yu Sang-woon struck again with his sword, but the S-rank demon worshipper managed to jump even further back. Minsu decided that the golden armor had given up. The villain said that he had survived this way for 20 years, and the golden armor would not catch up with him. Jin Minsu said that he would now offer the bodies in his inventory to King Boini, and get rid of this man as soon as he gained an additional level. Yu Sang-woon thought that he too was prepared for a long-range battle. A long-range sword glinted in the Golden Knight's hands. 3 days before the expedition, the protagonist was given a skill point for eliminating the trash collectors who were wreaking havoc in the city. Yu Sang-woon said that the heavens should accept his sword, which had achieved supremacy. This blow should prove that he was a star standing on Earth. The Supreme Imperial Sword technique, Earth Star Flash, was activated. Minsu was hit by the attack and, exposed to electricity, screamed loudly in pain. The wounded Jin Minsu stood right in front of the Golden Knight. The villain did not understand where this guy came from. Jin Minsu tried to activate the recovery skill to heal his arm. The Golden Knight raised his sword and said that this opponent was indeed a strong demon worshipper. Minsu begged for mercy. Yu Sang-woon thought that after this guy's death, the summoned A-rank monsters would disappear, and soon everyone would notice. They had to leave quickly. All that was left was to collect the reward. Ko Chong-yeon did not understand what was happening. They had already been deceived by the demon worshipper, and now a strange explosion had appeared from somewhere. The explosion was powerful. Judging by the sound, the hunter was closer to S rank. One of the hunters shouted that he had found a destroyed body and the remains of equipment. Ko Chong-yeon realized that they were too late. They needed to search the entire area carefully. Among the belongings of the dead demon worshipper were the young master's disguise and armor. These were real clues. More than a third of the group had been destroyed after clashing with monsters at the main camp. The same number had been wounded. The compensation they would have received for fighting the demon worshipper had just been taken away. Ko Cheon-young was beside himself with rage. Who could have done this? Shinsomi asked our hero. So he was still alive? The young man replied that it was all thanks to the advantageous position where he could hide and not fight. The protagonist asked if they could talk in private. The guild leader said that the loss of awakened employees and staff was quite painful. The labor resources of the main classes are not so easy to replace. Yu Sang-woon suggested that the constellations provided by the Midday Sun Guild were not good at selecting talented people. Shinsomi said that there was a limit to how long one could wait for the constellations to choose. Also, many run away or hide, like some of those present. Yu Sang-woon did not know that everything was so complicated, because the fate of the survivors was important now. The young man laid out the fragments in front of the guild leader. Shin So-mi asked how he did it. Did he really deal with Jin Minsu himself? Yu Sang-woon said that he couldn't have dealt with an S-rank demon worshipper on his own. He pretended to be an employee, but secretly got rid of several trash collectors who were investigating him. Shin So-mi should use this to make up for the losses. The guild leader asked again, could she really take it? It looked like about 1 billion. Yu Sang-woon said it was enough to help each other. Shin So-mi asked, is that all? Doesn't he have any other motives? Yu Sang-woon replied that Shin So-mi could treat him to a meal sometime. He had never eaten homemade food. Yu Sang-woon thought it was a little strange, but if she could be of use to him, so be it. The soldier saw Yu Sang-woon and was glad that the reserve was still alive. Yu Sang-woon said he was just returning from a briefing. The soldier said he didn't understand anything, but he heard that Jin Minsu had died. They needed to get out of there before the other trash collectors arrived. So they had to hurry. Yu Sang-woon decided to activate the status window and check the updated information. The young man saw that he had gained 8 levels at once. Normally, this would require completing 30 D-rank dungeons. One of the soldiers said that the Blue Dragon's decree had not been carried out because of the stranger who had destroyed Jin Minsu. Ko Jongyan's loud cry cursing the unknown person could be heard throughout the entire area. Yu Sang-woon thought that he had created additional problems for this guy. It was not worth confronting him. Several hours passed. The head of the Blue Dragon Guild received a detailed report. The guild leader said that he had not sent the squad for such a result. Ko Jongyan said he was very sorry, but that was all he could do. The guild leader believed that they would not be able to deal with the damage. It was his fault because he had rushed the preparations out of resentment. But it would be wonderful if they could overcome this test from the Blue Dragon, or at least let the guild master of the Midday Sun die at the hands of the trash collectors and worsen their situation. Ko Chongyang apologized again. The head of the Blue Dragon Guild couldn't believe that some guy had appeared who was able to deal with an S-rank demon worshipper on his own. Ko Chongyang provided an image of the Golden Knight destroying Jin Minsu. The warrior said they got it by combining photos from recording devices, drones, and satellites. It's golden armor. Ko Chongyang noted that, judging by the time the photo was taken, this was the only suspect. The guild leader asked, is the designer of this armor from Olympus? Ko Chongyang replied that their style is different. They usually leave parts of the body exposed in the Greek and Roman styles, and the armor does not cover the entire body. He is also not from the Soul Guild. The master said that this is a trump card hidden by one of the guilds: Blade, Sky Peak, Iron Will, Patient Avenger, and Noon Sun. There are only 5 guilds. Only Blade and Iron Will can have a Knight-class hunter. We need to find him. The head of the Blue Dragon Guild said that they cannot allow the 11th S-rank hunter to hide like this. We need to find out who he is and keep him in check. The master added that the aftermath of the battle with Jin Minsu is now a priority. On the other hand, it is worth taking care of the golden armor. Yu Sang-woon woke up in the middle of the night and wondered why these guys were here. The goblin wondered why the master fought alone when he had a squad of knights ready. Som Mayol asked why the master didn't call them during the battle. Did he not trust them? Croakbane was also dissatisfied. He wanted to fight too. Yu Sang-woon thought that his assistants did not understand why he had not called them. Yu Sang-woon said that this guy had followed him, so it was a test. He attacked him from ambush, and he had to repay the debt himself. He couldn't trample him with superior numbers. Yu Sang-woon thought that his assistants didn't like this answer. It seemed that he had managed to explain everything from the point of view of chivalry. The goblin said that this answer was acceptable. Gewulf noted that in that case, there was nothing to be done. But next time, he shouldn't go out alone. Samael said that the master was a magnificent knight. Even on the battlefield, he awaited his sworn rival. Yu Sang-woon realized that his assistants were satisfied. The young man felt relieved. Yesterday, our hero was so busy that he couldn't check everything properly. Now he could do that. The young man's eyes fell on a notebook. What were these notes? Samael asked the commander what had happened. After studying the information in the notebook, our hero thought that there was no place with which he was not connected. It turns out that garbage collectors are not enemies of humanity, but business partners. In the Academy government, the territory of the King of Slaughter is this Earth after the end of the world. But in reality, it is a chaotic picture of human society. The notes also mentioned Pastor Lee, who was tasked with obtaining 100 slaves for the Human Research Institute. Who is this Pastor Lee? This world has gone completely mad. The goblin reported to his master that the pizza was ready. It would be very tasty, as it was baked with pineapple and bacon bits on top. The goblin added that he made it for the master and offered him a taste. While eating the pizza, our hero thought that Pastor Lee and the Human Research Institute gave him a bad feeling. At the academy, Sang-a Young honed her martial arts skills. showing excellent results. Shin A-young asked her opponent who he was and why he fought with a new fighting technique every time. Before that, it was Taekwondo, and before that, it was Muay Thai. The young man was surprised. Was there something wrong with that? Shin A-young said that it looked very strange. After all, even one art is difficult to learn. Why something completely new every time? Yu Sung-woon understood that it was all because of his fighting talent as the Knight of Omniscience, Grandel. After 3 days of studying Taekwondo, he excelled at a 540-degree spin kick, and after only 2 days of learning judo, he won the national championship. No matter what martial art he studied, the protagonist quickly absorbed everything and got used to it. Yu Sung-woon asked if the girls didn't like it, they could leave. Shin A-young replied that wasn't the case at all. Yu Sung-woon needed to be more serious. She wanted him to attack with full force. Yu Sung-woon said he was ready to do so as soon as she broke through his defense. At that moment, the shadows of his assistants appeared behind the hero. The girl was frightened and turned her head. What was that? After that, the shadows disappeared. Shin A-young decided she had gone too far and suggested taking a break. Yu Sang-woon decided he needed to drink some water too. Shin A-young couldn't recover and didn't understand what it was. She knew that this guy was an unusual awakened one, but this was too much. Yu Sang-woon asked A-yeon why he had to walk with her. Didn't she have any friends? The girl asked what kind of friends a student of the heavenly class could have. Was Yu Sang-woon really an employee of the academy? The class had long since turned into a battlefield for guilds. Yu Sang-woon asked where they were going. Shin A-yeon asked what he usually did to relax. As an employee, he had to hang out every weekend. The young man replied that he spent most of his time in the dormitory. If he went out, it was for corporate dinners. A-yeon said that sounded pretty boring. Didn't Yu Sang-woon think about doing something else when he was a teenager? The young man replied that his parents had died, so he stayed in a shelter until high school. When he came of age, he was kicked out. After the army, he applied for an academic position and was accepted. A-young said that wouldn't work. The girl thought that everything changes after reaching adulthood. Something seemed strange to our hero. The young man noticed someone following them. It was a student from the academy. She had been following them for some time. Yu Sung-woon thought, could the Blue Dragon have sent her? He might be under suspicion because of his participation in the recent expedition. Shin A-young approached the shop window and saw a new product from Beowulf. A-yeon said, wave motion attack, continuous shooting, and voice-activated storage. And also, increased strength and endurance. The girl really wanted it. A-yeon asked what Yu Sung-woon wears when he goes to the dungeon. The young man replied that he uses an association set, cheap, reliable, and suitable for new hunters up to D rank. A-yeon noted that if you wear it incorrectly, you can become a target for trash collectors. The young man added that he had a regular iron sword as a weapon. A-young pointed out that a D rank player could buy new weapons. Medium and large monsters appear, so it's important. Yu Sung-woon thought that gold armor would be enough for him. He said aloud that he would buy it sooner or later. He couldn't do it yet because he was helping Ion's mother. Shin A-yeon suggested that her companion take a look at the store. Maybe they would do some shopping. Glancing at the display cases, our hero decided that there was a lot of equipment here. The girl said that even those who are not hunters should carry about 3 types of weapons. Yu Sung-woon replied that his class cannot use throwing weapons or any other weapons designed for long distances. A-yeon noted that in that case, he needs a spear, a sword, and a blunt weapon, as well as a shield to top it all off. Shin A-yeon asked which manufacturer the young man preferred. She recommended Hephaestus's workshop. Yu Sang-woon said that until recently, the girl preferred items from Beowulf. A-yeon said that it was a new product, so she wanted to take a look. It was on the 8th floor. Hephaestus is the name of the god of fire and blacksmiths in Greek mythology. Hephaestus is one of the largest weapons manufacturers, run by apostles and masters. It is one of the 12 constellations of the Olympus Guild. An employee welcomed the young people to the Hephaestus store and said that they only sell luxury goods. Only one product can be purchased. A-yeon told her companion that the artisans of the constellations make weapons with individual characteristics. Any product purchased here will be unique and one of a kind. Yu Sang-woon thought that his own weapon was just a dream for an awakened person. Excellent marketing. A-yeon listed all the types of weapons a young man should take. The shield would be the 7th. Yu Sang-woon said that in that case, he would have money problems. The store employee said that everything except the heroic and legendary ranks was cheaper than young people thought. Moreover, there were weapons that could not be purchased even with money. Heroic and legendary weapons are made in Hephaestus's workshop, recognized by the constellation, and choose their own owner. If the player is not suitable, they will not be able to use it, even if they pay for it. Yu Sang-woon was surprised. Is this profitable? It must be difficult to find the right person for the weapon. On the other hand, will they force him to buy the weapon if it chooses its owner itself? The store clerk asked, Miss Aeon, do you want to try choosing a heroic weapon again? The girl confirmed that she would try. Her companion also decided to participate. I wonder if any of the weapons will choose him. Yu Sang-woon was surprised. What was the girl getting him into? If he received a legendary weapon, all the top guilds would immediately find out about him. The young man said he refused. Aeon was surprised. Why? A good weapon is an awakened person's dream. Yu Sang-woon replied that he preferred to improve his skills rather than rely on weapons. Aeon said that they were just having fun. What if the young man chose a legendary weapon? The salesman noted that the young man had the mindset of a true warrior. Yu Sang-woon decided that these two were definitely making fun of him. When did Aeon become an employee of the Olympus Guild? Some of the weapons did catch our hero's interest. The salesman said that it was not for sale and should not be touched. It was a legendary titanium stake. Hephaestus created it to fight the Titans. Even S-rank strength was barely enough to hold it. At least SS rank strength was required to use it. Yu Sang-woon was surprised. Why was such an item left here? The young man knew that he had SS rank. So if he took out this stake, it could end badly. The store clerk said that there were many things here that might suit the young man. He needed to look around carefully. A man watched the store visitors from behind the half-open door. The titanium stake said that he had met someone who could become his master for the first time. It was a pity that he was simply chased away. The man stopped our hero and said he wanted to distract him for a few seconds. He had a good offer that would be hard to refuse. The man suggested entering the VIP room, where complete secrecy was guaranteed. It wouldn't be a bad offer. He suggested that the protagonist not ignore the assessment of the master under the protection of Hephaestus. This weapon recognized the young man and knew everything about his abilities. The employee told the young man to lift the stake very carefully. If he falls, it will pierce a hole through to the first floor. Yu Sang-woon thought that his abilities had been calculated because this weapon was of legendary rank. Could he really lift it? It was definitely worth a try. Yu Sang-woon took the weapon and lifted it above his head with one hand. The store employee was extremely surprised. The man said that the stake now belonged to the young man. It was made of god steel, so it was quite heavy and magically resistant. It had been used against titans. Yu Sang-woon assumed that the price for a legendary weapon would be extremely high. The employee said he would simply give the item to the young man. They could keep it a secret. No one would notice if he simply replaced it with something similar. Yu Sang-woon was surprised. Wasn't this stake worth several billion? Yu Sang-woon thanked him for the opportunity to use the weapon and asked him to keep it a secret. The employee agreed, because every hero has their own story. He swore by the name of Hephaestus. The young people entered a public dining establishment. Aeon tried the food and was surprised. What kind of place is this? Why is everything so delicious here? Yu Sang-woon told the girl not to make noise and to eat quietly. Aeon agreed and ordered another plate of assorted sushi. Yu Sang-woon was surprised. Was she really going to eat more? It looked as if she hadn't eaten for a whole week. After studying the minimap, the protagonist came to the conclusion that 4 more stalkers had appeared. Who were they, and why were they following him? It was starting to get tiresome and stressful, because their skills were rather clumsy. The spy was frightened. Had her cover been blown? The girl who was following the protagonist thought that now she would be able to use her detection magic. However, the target had strong protection, or was using protective artifact skills. She was unable to obtain any information. The girl was surprised. Did an ordinary employee have a defensive skill? Usually they don't reach that level. Could he be a golden knight? After eating, Aeon asked where they were going next. Yu Sang-woon suggested going to the academy. Yu Sang-woon said that they needed to raise their level. What else could they be planning? Aeon was surprised because the young man was not working as a hunter. Why did he need to raise his level? The spy decided to follow him. She needed more evidence. Yu Sang-woon thought that these flies never ceased to annoy him. They were only getting more and more. Now there were about 10 of them. The protagonist didn't understand where he had made a mistake this time, because he thought he was acting cautiously. Passers-by were discussing the fact that the Golden Knight had not yet been caught. Yu Sang-woon took his smartphone and studied the information on the internet. It turned out that there had been a corresponding article all along. Yu Sang-woon thought he should show them that he was not the Golden Knight. Our hero assumed that his pursuers would not make any sudden moves, as they were still trying to understand the situation. In that case, there was only one way forward. With a decisive step, the protagonist went to the headquarters of the Midday Sun Guild. From the doorway, he greeted the guild leader, Shin Somi. The The guild leader asked what had brought this man here at such a time. Yu Sang-woon put his finger to his lips and told her to be quiet. They could be overheard. Shin So-mi said there was no need to worry. The guild not only had good security, but also spells to counter and block magic. Yu Sang-woon felt relieved. Shin So-mi asked again why he was here. Their new awakened S-rank, Mr. Golden Knight. The guild leader added that she should have realized this when he handed over a huge amount of magic stones. She simply believed his words like a little child. Yu Sang-woon said that in that case, the guild leader understood that he needed her help. Shin So-mi said that she didn't want to lose the golden goose, so she would help him. Yu Sang-woon noted that they had also begun to suspect him. The fact that an employee had joined the team so abruptly was already suspicious. They couldn't read his skills, which aroused even more suspicion. What should he do? The guild leader asked why he wouldn't become a hunter and become famous. Only his victory over the demon worshipper proves that he has talent in battle. Yu Sang-woon explained once again that he wants to live a quiet life. If Shin So-mi continues to talk to him like this, he will leave the capital. The guild leader said she understood. Apparently, the armor was connected to him, and its protective mechanism was still activated. Why not turn it off? Yu Sang-woon replied that in that case, his skills would be instantly revealed. The woman said he was right. If all the suspicions were due to the magic block, she could deal with it. She could tell them that she had used the skill. Her eye of justice specialized in gathering and detecting information. She knew how to use the magic block. Shin So-mi noted that they only needed a reason why she used the skill on him. What was his class? Yu Sang-woon thought that all awakened people had classes. How did it happen that he didn't have a specific one? The young man explained that it was something like a class related to knighthood. He specializes in close combat defense. The guild leader said that in order to hide something, you have to leave something in plain sight. Yu Sang-woon was surprised. Why was she suddenly talking about this? The woman noted that starting today the young man would be responsible for tracking the Golden Knight from their guild. Yu Sang-woon thought, so it turns out that a Golden Knight will be chasing a Golden Knight. The protagonist said he would never have thought of that. The guildmaster was truly a genius. Yu Sang-woon decided that now that everything had been discussed, he could begin his hunt. The girl, possibly a representative of the academy, continued to follow him, unaware that she had long been discovered. Yu Sang-woon decided to use his stealth skills and increased his speed. His pursuer was forced to speed up as well, but lost sight of him. The girl looked around, not noticing that the young man had hooked himself onto the wall and was hanging above her. Seizing the moment, the young man jumped to the ground and finding himself in front of the frightened girl, swung his fist to scare her. He said that she had been annoying him since the moment he weighed her near the cafe. Our hero added that the newcomer had been exposed. The girl, of course, was frightened and asked where she had made a mistake. Yu Sang-woon replied that it was obvious. She was one of them, and it would be strange if he hadn't noticed them. The girl asked what he wanted from her. Yu Sang-woon replied that he was interested in information, because she had been talking to others while stalking him. The frightened girl said she knew nothing. The protagonist became angry and warned that this was the last time he would ask. Otherwise, she would go straight to hell. The girl became even more frightened, but continued to insist that she knew nothing. Yu Sang-woon was surprised. Was she really willing to sacrifice her life so selflessly for the guild? Our hero declared that there were still many people left to whom he could ask this question, so they could say goodbye. At the same time, the guy relaxed his fists. The girl realized that things could end very badly for her, so she handed him her smartphone and told him to read their group chat. After reading the information, the young man realized that everything was much worse than he had thought. The chat included information about the madman, Pastor Lee. Yu Sang-woon let the girl go and returned her smartphone. In the same way, he tracked down another stalker and questioned him. After certain procedures, our hero gained access to this young man's smartphone. Yu Sang-woon decided that this was the best move to spread his legend and remove all suspicion from himself. A week later, a speaker addressed the Hunters Association in the main conference hall. He announced that after the victory over Jin Min-soo, the search for the Golden Knight was intensifying. The speaker was Hwang Soo-hwan, president of the Hunters Association. He said that preparations were necessary, as Pastor Lee was beginning to close in on Keeson. The head of the Blue Dragon Guild noted that this was not on the agenda and should not be included in the discussion. Hwang Soo-hwan stated that the audience was blocking topics that were not beneficial to them. He said that in that case, he was ready to move on to the main topic, announcing the decision of the association and the state regarding the Golden Knight. The president added that the Golden Knight was a demon worshipper who had stolen an S-rank demon worshipper and had been placed on the wanted list. Hwang Soo-hwan added that the announcement would be made within the week. If anyone continues to hide the Golden Knight, they should think twice about it. Shin So-mi thought that they couldn't get him, so they decided to destroy him. How cruel they are. D-rank dungeon, slaughter hall. The Golden Knight fought the monsters effectively. This time, our hero decided to use a new weapon, a stake. The weapon proved so effective that the monsters were destroyed much faster. The Golden Knight said, "Excellent. 1 strike, 1 kill." Croakbane told the master that he also wanted to participate. Sommel congratulated the gentleman on finally finding his weapon. Gewolf said he was ready to call him the knight who found his weapon. Now, if the gentleman took the oath, his contractor would become a true knight. Yu Sang-woon was surprised. Did one really need to take an oath to become a true knight? Now it was clear why there was no class in his status window. The goblin asked if the gentleman thought that bandits were knights just because they were armed. A knight is someone who keeps his oaths and promises. Samael told the commander to only say what he really wanted. They would be his sword until the end, whatever his oath was. Yu Sang-woon was surprised. Why were they so upset? He didn't want to live bound by such an obligation. Yu Sang-woon found himself in a very strange place. A temple filled with demons. This was a D-rank dungeon, a slaughterhouse. The boss was a cruel demon. The boss declared that the prey had come to him. Yu Sang-woon held out his stake and told the demons that today would be their last day. Justice would prevail in the name of chivalry, and this flag. The cruel demon told his followers that they would enjoy the feast and began a demonic spell. The demons reported that they could feel his energy everywhere. Croakbane warned his master to be careful with magic. The cruel demon ordered the warriors to capture the strangers. Yu Sang-woon told his assistants to do their best as well. The cruel demon declared that the meat party was beginning. Yu Sang-woon stepped forward and prepared to face the monsters. Croakbane appeared before the hero and told him to take care of himself. Yu Sang-woon replied that they looked the same, the only difference being that their bodies had become a little stronger. The cruel demon said he was impressed and ready to show his opponents his signature move. The Golden Knight declared that he would finish off the monster quickly and struck a devastating blow with his spear. The cruel demon said he wasn't done yet, but it was too late. Information came in that the Golden Knight had cleared the D-rank dungeon, the slaughter hall. The exit will open immediately after receiving the reward. The reward will be the hero's equipment, a random chest. Yu Sang-woon said he didn't need it right now and put the chest in his inventory. Kisan Hotel, rooftop party hall. Pleasant, lively music was playing. Pastor Lee, a demon worshipper from the King of Slaughter constellation, thanked the guests for accepting his invitation and announced the start of the main course of the day. In front of the pastor on the table lay a huge, appetizingly prepared piece of meat. One of the monsters present noted that this was Pastor Lee's new work, and that the spectacle was simply magnificent. Pastor Lee explained that the dish had been prepared with all his heart for the archdemon beasts guarding the King of Carnage's hall. The monster added that it looked delicious, and that one should eat slowly to enjoy it. Pastor Lee's culinary skills are simply amazing. The bird-like monster said that the food was filling and contained no preservatives. Pastor Lee thought that everything was going according to plan. When the dish was eaten, Pastor Lee thanked everyone present at the grand opening of the Human Research Institute No. 2 and expressed his desire to make a proposal. The institute conducts research and duplicates the awakened, turning them into elite members of the monster team. But now it is difficult to provide for them, as supplies have deteriorated. The monsters were outraged. How could Pastor Lee come to such a conclusion? The pastor said that the quickest way to solve the problem was to hunt. The monster asked if the pastor really needed their help. It sounded arrogant. The pastor said that under no circumstances would he ask the apostles for help. Rather, they had prepared hunting competitions for their own entertainment, a privilege of rulers. To add excitement, a prize would be awarded. The monsters were surprised. What did that mean? Pastor Lee stated that the first prize was a potion that increased stats. All stats would increase by 1 rank for an hour when used. Another prize was an evolution potion. The pastor assured them that this potion would help them rise to the rank of SSS rank apostle. The monster was surprised. 5 years of experience in one go? The pastor said that the evolution potion would go to the person who caught the most prey, and the enhancement potions would go to the 2nd and 3rd place winners. The contest will last exactly 1 week. Everyone present expressed their desire to participate, as they had not used their powers in a long time. After the guests left, the pastor ordered his assistants to tidy up the room. He also instructed them to prepare everyone to receive the awakened ones, who would be hunted by archdemon monsters. At the headquarters of the Midday Sun Guild, the protagonist was indignant. Were they really going to brand him a demon worshipper? Shinsomi confirmed this. The association and the guild wanted the S-rank awakened one on their side. Yu Sang-woon couldn't believe it. How could the guild leader treat him like this after he saved her from an S-rank demon worshipper? Shinsomi replied that there was nothing surprising about it. The guild leader noted that in the future, it would be better for the young man not to wear golden armor if he was not in danger. Yu Sang-woon turned around and said that in that case, he was leaving. He understood that the guild and the association were serious. but he didn't expect things to be so bad. Yu Sang-woon thought that in a week he might be declared a demon worshipper, and he needed to come up with a plan to counteract this. Shin Aeon said that while she was sweeping away monsters, she needed to be warned about enemies attacking from afar. The hunter noted that they should listen to the heavenly class, and his colleagues supported this idea. Aeon said that they needed to double-check the items they had brought with them, and that her guild members would protect them. The hunter said he felt more confident just looking at this girl. His colleague admitted that he was nervous, as this was his first experience in the dungeons. A little earlier, the dean of the academy, Baek Ga-yeon, announced that the main virtue of the academy this year was harmony. The vacation assignment had changed. Now each student had to go to the dungeon on their own. The students were surprised. How could they assemble a team under such conditions? Baek Ga-yeon explained that a quota system had been introduced. Each party must consist of 1 heavenly representative, 2 earthly classes, and 3 ordinary classes to ensure that the team was balanced. Yu Sang-woon thought it was tedious. Shin A-young had a heavenly class, which meant she would be the leader. The employee reported that they were approaching the dungeon and would defend it, wishing Miss A-yeon good luck. The girl thought that these employees were treating her like a child, and she wanted to finish the academy quickly so she could go to the dungeon in peace. The car arrived at its destination, and the students, led by Shin A-yeon, headed for the dungeon. Before entering the portal, the girl checked the team's readiness once more and ordered them to follow her. The employee reported an alarm that the radar was detecting something. Why had the alarm gone off? He announced over the radio that an S-rank monster had appeared and was increasing in speed. They needed to run immediately and call the guildmaster. In the conference room of the Hunters Association, the president announced that he would explain the situation. 7 S-rank monsters and several A-rank monsters, previously unregistered, appeared on the upper border of the capital. All of them are archdemons in the form of beasts. The head of the Olympus Guild noted that the apostles of the King of Carnage had already gone mad. A military representative asked, "Can 7 terrible creatures gather at the same time? To win, you need at least 3 awakened S-rank monsters, if not more. Why didn't they catch this gang earlier?" The head of the Soul Guild wondered why this was happening after they had defeated Jin Minsu. The head of the Blue Dragon Guild said that technically, they hadn't destroyed him. The Golden Knight had done that. The head of the Soul Guild was surprised that his colleague could say such a thing. His colleague was also indignant. The Minister of National Defense demanded that the two stop. Now was not the time for such arguments. A national threat was looming. They had gathered to figure out what measures needed to be taken. The Ministry of Defense had already issued an emergency order and begun building a line of defense around the capital. The Army, Navy, and Air Force had also been deployed. But would all this work against such monsters? The guild leader said that the most important resource under threat from the archdemons is the Awakened. If the army manages to buy some time, the Awakened will be ready to attack the archdemons. The military commander was surprised. Were the guilds really going to use the army as bait? At least one more Awakened one had to be sent from the army to minimize losses. The next morning arrived. The protagonist left his room and, stretching, said that he had slept well. The goblin, as expected, offered his master coffee, reminding him that the boss had worked late the night before and had not slept until 3 in the morning. Yu Sang-woon said that he had been writing a report on the dungeons, so he could afford to relax a little today. Our hero thought that morning coffee was, as always, the best. There was a knock at the door. Yu Sang-woon apologized and asked Goblin to step outside for a moment. Goblin promised to return in the evening. Guildmaster Shin Somi appeared at the door. The young man politely asked what was wrong. The woman asked why he wasn't answering his phone. Shin Somi asked if Yu Sang-woon had seen the news. The young man replied that he had just woken up. The guildmaster said that now was not the time to be yawning. A national threat had been declared. Yu Sang-woon thanked the guild leader for coming all this way to inform him personally. Yu Sang-woon suggested that he would now have to move to the academy shelter or the South District. With that, the young man began to pack his suitcase. The woman was surprised. Was Yu Sang-woon really going to run away right now? He admitted that he was going to move out. He had nowhere else to go anyway. Yu Sang-woon was upset. Why was Shin Somi waiting for him? He had only just begun to explore the D-rank dungeons. The young man packed his things and said he was leaving. Shin Somi confessed that her daughter had entered the dungeon and found herself in the epicenter of danger. The S-rank monsters that had appeared throughout North Seoul, 7 archdemon monsters, were moving south. Shin A-yeon went to the northern dungeon to do her homework. After that, contact with her was lost. Yu Sang-woon asked what the association had to say about this. The guild leader replied that they cannot make a decision at this time. The situation is so sudden that they do not know where to send people. Shin Somi added that she was very sorry, but she asked the young man to save her daughter. Yu Sang-woon said he had no choice but to leave. Shinsomi said that this child means everything to her and she has high hopes for the young man. Yu Sang-woon told the guild leader not to blame him if he was late. He had never dealt with S-rank monsters before, so she shouldn't expect too much from him. By this point, the protagonist was already in his golden armor. At the border of the capital, military equipment with a full combat kit was in its starting position. Binoculars revealed that the archdemons were approaching. The observer reported to the commander that the S-rank monster, the archdemon beast Iberico, had appeared 2,000 meters ahead. The commander ordered all units to open fire to kill. The monsters laughed. Had the humans gathered themselves and saved them the trouble of hunting? The archdemons, observing the weapons, wondered what their rivals were going to do with these toys. Iberico, the beast archdemon, said it was time to hunt. They could do whatever they wanted with the humans, but everyone had to give him the strong, awakened ones. King Boini was watching them. The military opened fire with all their weapons in order to destroy the archdemons. However, this did not lead to the desired result. After the fruitless battle, the officer noticed a huge vehicle approaching from afar. The soldier saw the emblem and realized that it was the Blue Dragon Guild. That meant they had to hold out a little longer. Salvation was approaching. After all, this guild was the best. Ko Chong-yeon told his boss that the Seoul Guild was having a hard time. They claimed that the defense of Seoul rested solely on them, but now it was clear that they were unable to cope. The head of the Blue Dragon Guild replied that there was no need to worry too much. Their opponents would have to learn the hard way. Ko Cheon-yong asked if breaking through the defenses meant the fall of Seoul. The guild leader replied that the enemy's goal was not to take Seoul, but to loot and hunt for the awakened. This would continue for about a week. That was how long they needed to hold out. The master said that they should pretend to be trying hard and not get blacklisted. They should focus on clearing S-rank monsters. Leveling up is also important. Ko Chong-yeon said that his boss should become the first SS rank hunter in the country. It would be problematic if the Seoul Guildmaster beat him to it. The support group's vehicles arrived at their destination. The bodies of destroyed soldiers and monsters lay around. Shin A-young, accompanied by the students, crossed the portal and left the dungeon. One of the students said that the leader had done an excellent job. There had been many monsters there from the very beginning. Shin A-yeon said that they had done a great job. The girl looked around and asked in surprise where the trailer had gone. They needed to try to contact him. It would take them a very long time to walk there. A-yeon warned that they needed to be careful. Something strange was going on. The trailer hadn't just disappeared for no reason. They needed to drink a potion for prevention and remain alert. One of the students was frightened. "Don't tell me monsters have appeared here." Shin A-yeon tried to call her friend, but there was no answer. After a while, she managed to reach her mother. The guild leader asked if A-yeon had cleared the dungeon. The girl confirmed this, but added that the trailer had disappeared. Her mother said there was no time to explain. They had to get out of there quickly. It would be better to stay in the dungeon and hide somewhere inside. The students were alarmed. They didn't understand what was going on. A-yeon said that she didn't like it either, but they had to evacuate. They had to hide in the nearest dungeon. The archdemon beast Leghorn said that there was a group of awakened ones here. A-yeon saw him and said that he looked scary. The students asked what it was. A-yeon said it was an archdemon beast. She had read about them in class. It was a subject of King Boini. Its power was comparable to that of an S-rank dungeon boss. A-yeon realized that escape was impossible. The only option was to fight. Leghorn noted that even monkeys run away when they see an enemy they cannot defeat. Did these people really want to fight? A-yeon told the students to run away and not look back. She would take care of this chicken-headed monster herself. Shin A-young gathered her strength and activated the Ring of Justice. Leghorn was surprised. Could this girl really be an apostle of some constellation? But to him, she was nothing more than dust. He didn't expect her to use it. It was impossible to destroy such power just like that. It was like the absolute law. Leghorn assumed he was right if the girl remained silent. He had to deactivate the spellcaster so that the Ring of Justice would disappear. Leghorn added that he had to find out her name so that the constellation would not be tarnished. The archdemon said that he was Leghorn, one of the archdemonic beasts, an apostle of King Boini, the guardian of his hell. A person must give their name. A-yeon thought she had gained enough time for the students to escape. The girl gave her name, Shin A-yeon. She was an apostle of the constellation Balance. Immediately after that, A-yeon was attacked by the monster. She was thrown far back, but remained standing. The girl said the blow was too strong. Shin A-yeon lost consciousness and fell to the ground. Leghorn lifted her up and said she was alive. Archdemon said that they would pay more for her than for an ordinary person if she could use such a skill. Suddenly, the Golden Knight appeared nearby and asked why this bird monster wouldn't let the girl go and leave. Leghorn asked who he was and why he was wearing golden armor. Where did he get such tasteless style? Yu Sung-woon said that the monster had no right to judge anyone with such a disgusting appearance. Leghorn said that was very rude. However, the knight looked much more expensive than this woman. He would pay for his insolence. Yu Sang-woon thought that this monster was frightening him. He was definitely very strong. Was it even possible to get out of here alive? Leghorn wondered why the Golden Knight did not run away. In that case, he could give his name. Yu Sang-woon replied that he would not introduce himself to a beast that had wounded a small child. To this monster, he was just a knight. Leghorn threw Shin Ayan to the ground and said that he was, in that case, the nameless Golden Knight. Yu Sang-woon became angry and declared that this bird monster was a real scoundrel. You don't treat girls like that. The protagonist attacked the archdemon with a weapon from the manufacturer, Hephaestus, and noted with satisfaction that he had hit his target. Yu Sang-woon picked up the girl and asked if she was okay. Leghorn declared that he would never forgive the man for this and ordered his minions to attack. The next moment, his assistants appeared behind the hero and said they had come at his call. Yu Sang-woon ordered Som Myol to take Shin A-young to a safe place and the rest to follow him to deal with the enemies. Yu Sang-woon prepared for the attack and rushed at the monsters with acceleration. The hero was surprised. He gave it his all, but the archdemon still blocked his attack. Yu Sang-woon told his assistants that it was time for a collective attack. Gavolf said that the contractor had finally allowed him to fight a worthy opponent. The goblin added that his master had made a wise decision. Croakbane said that he loved chicken mince. The ring was closing in, and Leghorn had nowhere to retreat. However, the archdemon had no intention of surrendering. The hero acknowledged that the enemy had called his servants. He was truly cunning. Leghorn said he wanted to see what this man was capable of. The protagonist thought that this archdemon was very different from the other monsters. If it weren't for this weapon, he would have had a very difficult time. Thanks to the weapon from Hephaestus, the hero was able to repel the chicken-headed monster's attack. Leghorn was surprised. Was this even a human being standing before him? Yu Sang-woon noticed that he had activated an additional skill as a bonus. Leghorn couldn't believe that an ordinary man had managed to push him away. Yu Sang-woon said he wanted to finally end this. Leghorn asked the man to stop. They could discuss everything. Behind the protagonist, the archdemonic beast Przewalski appeared. He never thought he would see such a thing. Yu Sang-woon realized that the archdemon was not alone. He couldn't delay. Otherwise, he would find himself at a disadvantage. Leghorn told Przewalski to stop staring at him so intently. Przewalski replied that they were from the same constellation. Since when did they help each other? Leghorn had been beaten by an ordinary man. It must be very embarrassing. The hero doubted that he could handle both of them. Leghorn declared that the man had been honored to see this. Usually, only those who have earned the right to enter King Boini's hall and fight him can see the Phoenix's rebirth. Yu Sang-woon was amazed. The archdemon was getting stronger. The young man raised his sword and said that the heavens should behold this blade, which had reached perfection. This blow would prove that he was a star on this earth. Leghorn asked the man to wait, for he was still transforming. Przewalski said that no one would wait for his transformation to end. The hero activated the Supreme Imperial Heavenly Method. The skill Earth Star Flash was used. Leghorn was attacked while still in the process of transformation. The Golden Knight thought he had landed a critical blow, but his opponent managed to complete his transformation. Would he be able to defeat him now? Yu Sang-woon said he was glad Leghorn had survived. The chick would have died from a single blow. Leghorn declared that he would show the man the power of the Phoenix reborn, and attacked the hero. Yu Sang-woon couldn't stay on his feet. He thought that if this continued, he would definitely not survive. Przewalski was surprised. Was that all Leghorn was capable of? They had to take this knight away if they managed to subdue him. Leghorn told Przewalski to shut up. This knight hadn't gotten enough yet. Leghorn took the helmet off Yu Sang-woon's head and said that first he would eat his eyes. Then he would cut off his arms and legs and then swallow him whole while he was still alive. But first, he had to get rid of that helmet. The system reported that the young man had reached level 39. Yu Sang-woon grabbed Leghorn by the beak and asked who gave him permission to peck. In the next moment, the beak was destroyed and shattered into small pieces. Yu Sang-woon got to his feet and thanked the knights. Thanks to their victories, he had raised his level. Croakbane said he was happy to help. Gavolf said he felt relieved, and Goblin remarked that the gentleman had relaxed too soon. Yu Sang-woon used a potion to restore his stamina. Our hero gathered his strength and rushed at the chicken-headed creature again. Yu Sang-woon declared that he had won, but that it was not over yet. The young man asked Przewalski if he would also fight. The archdemon replied that he could, but he could see that the knight did not want to. Yu Sang-woon admitted that he did not want to. It was just that the chicken-headed man did not understand. Przewalski said that he were not alike. Leghorn forgot his duties. He sought entertainment and died. Yu Sang-woon said he would take his word for it and was going to return. He would take his things and leave. Przewalski said he would eat all the chickens that were left without an owner. Archdemon released his brothers, who defeated all of Leghorn's allies. Meanwhile, the number of monsters was increasing on the northern border of the capital. The archdemonic beast, Tosadok, ordered his minions to destroy all humans. The dogs barked and said they would carry out the order. Shinsomi realized that the archdemons were approaching. She needed to activate her abilities. It's a good thing they don't know about the Eye of Justice. Shinsomi said that there are two monsters on the left. One is a Hindu, the other is a Chihuahua. The sheepdog is on the right. A group of demons is digging a tunnel in the west. This information must be passed on. The commander declared full combat readiness for military equipment. Ko Cheon-yang ordered to fire only on his command. Shinsomi expressed hope that everything would be fine. Tosadok received a message that Leghorn had died in the line of duty. Tosadok shouted that they were going to hunt down Leghorn's followers, otherwise Przewalski would eat everything himself. The military recorded the retreat of the archdemon and his minions. The head of the Soul Guild was surprised. Was the battle already over? The hunters shouted joyfully that they were saved. Shinsomi also realized that the monsters had retreated. Could it be that her daughter had done it? At the Hunters Association, the president wondered why they had retreated. The military commander suggested that the monsters might have encountered problems. In any case, they should prepare for another attack. The president of the association said he had checked many sources. The archdemons were fighting to kidnap the awakened ones at the suggestion of Pastor Lee. The military representative asked how they had gathered the archdemonic beasts. Regardless of the reasons, they could attack without restraint. The guild leader noted that too many lives are at stake. The public will demand that troops be sent to rescue the abductees. The president of the association said that this time, 7 S-rank monsters had gathered. At least 21 S-class hunters would be needed to defeat them. The head of the Blue Dragon Guild clarified, 6 S-rank monsters. He is ready to present a video of their guild fighting the archdemonic beast, Remrem. The archdemonic beast, Remrem, said that Leghorn had been deceived. They cannot lose. They must retreat. Those present began to ask questions. How could this have happened? The head of the Blue Dragon Guild said that when he was collecting data about the battlefield from a satellite, he found this. A photo of an explosion appeared on the screen. He thought he had seen it somewhere before. It was the Golden Knight. He used the same skill as in the battle with Jin Minsu. The military, seeing the footage, concluded that it did indeed look similar. It turns out that the Golden Knight destroyed Leghorn. The head of the Blue Dragon said that he had been drawn into a battle where he defeated the beast. The only question was whether it was a solo hunt or not. The military suggested that it could have been a group hunt. But even in this case, everything becomes only more mysterious. The head of the Olympus Guild said that chaos could ensue. The head of the Soul Guild noted that it was necessary to keep this a secret. The president of the association suggested the opposite, to spread the word. It is necessary to shift public attention away from the topic of rescuing the kidnapped people. There will be discontent, but there is nothing that can be done about it. The head of the Blue Dragon Guild said that the president was indeed clever. This would calm the people and put pressure on the Golden Knight. At the Midday Sun Guild headquarters, the protagonist said that it was difficult to rescue Shina Young. She is now in the hospital. Shinsomi said she would examine the young man for injuries. There is no point in resisting. The guild leader explained that she had been a doctor for a long time. The young man's condition cannot be described in words. Yu Sang-woon was forced to take off his shirt, but it was still unexpected for him. Shinsomi ordered him to lie down for an examination, purely for medical purposes. After examining him, the woman said that he had fractures, bruises, and bleeding. There were many problems, but no surgical intervention would be necessary. He could just rest and continue drinking the potion. Yu Sang-woon said he felt relieved. He was worried about his injuries. Shinsomi replied that he couldn't die with 900 endurance points. Yu Sang-woon was surprised. Didn't he have 1,800 points? Now it was clear why his stats had decreased. Shinsomi told the young man not to look at her like that. Unlike ordinary people, the treatment of awakened individuals depended on their skills and stats, so she had simply checked. The guild leader added that he shouldn't worry. She had deleted all the data. Shinsomi said she wanted to ask something. Yu Sang-woon was ready to answer. The guild leader asked if he had destroyed the S-rank monster. Leghorn's death stopped the advance of the archdemonic beasts. He wanted to believe that it had nothing to do with Ayan's rescue, but perhaps it was the Golden Knight who had dealt with the archdemon. Yu Sang-woon really hoped to avoid this question. The young man replied that he was indeed lucky. He immediately warned that he would definitely run away if it happened again. Shinsomi said she understood, but was sincerely grateful for saving her daughter. Yu Sang-woon said he needed to rest and went to sleep. Yu Sang-woon asked how long he would need to stay in the hospital. The guild leader explained that his endurance was beyond common sense, so he would recover quickly, but advised him to rest for a few days. Yu Sang-woon said that in that case, he would take the potion and rest at home. Staying here was too suspicious. Shinsomi noted that the young man was indeed very cautious. The guy pointed out that there was nothing wrong with that. The woman said she would erase all his medical records so he could rest easy. Yu Sang-woon, sitting on the sofa, thought that his body still hurt. The armor should repair itself. The protagonist realized that he had forgotten something important. Were his knights okay? Yu Sang-woon took out some potions and said they were for the knights to recover and recharge. The goblin reported that some of the equipment was damaged but could be repaired by the self-repair system. Som Miol said she had enough mana, so everything was fine. Gawolf noted that he only needed alcohol, and Krokbane added that meat was enough for him. Yu Sang-woon replied to the knights that today he would do whatever they wanted. Gawolf asked the boss if he would regret what he had said. After a while, the plates on the table were empty. Gawolf thanked the contractor for the food. The protagonist was glad that the knights had eaten their fill. The young man thought that he had spent 2.5 million today. Supporting an entire team is no joke. It's good that there is a reward for the quest. After assessing the situation, the hero said that level 43 was serious business. However, his skills were only half developed, as he was not using the power of Sinsu. At this rate, he would not be able to use the titanium stake. With these stats, he could only be a healer. Gawolf told the contractor that this was not the best idea. He added that he was not pointing out what skills the contractor had acquired, but that he had already proven the uselessness of such skills by defeating Leghorn, an S-rank monster. The goblin said he agreed with his colleague. One strong skill is better than many useless ones. The master could put everything into strength, and next time it would be much easier to defeat a monster. Yu Sang-woon thought that this was not the case with these knights. He just wanted to become a healer. Som Miol also disagreed that the leader needed healing skills. It would be better to add a professional healer to the team. Yu Sang-woon decided that made sense and asked what they wanted to choose. Some mole asked what the gentleman thought of Sunshin's knight skills. Given his lightning speed, he would be perfect for fighting demons. Gawolf said that the contractor was unsure of himself, and therefore plunged himself into the abyss so as not to reveal himself to the world. So the skills of the abyss would suit him. The goblin disagreed, saying that it would be better to learn the skills of a galactic knight. They were very powerful. Krokbane added that Yonen's sword art was also very useful. Yu Sang-woon thought that these guys were just imposing their ideas on him. He himself wanted to learn horse riding. After all, it was strange for a knight not to ride a horse. Yu Sang-woon said he would like to ride a dragon and asked if there were any recommendations. Gawolf replied that dragons are too temperamental and their trust must be earned. The goblin added that they are also very vulnerable in cold places and eat a lot, so they are expensive to maintain. Yu Sang-woon realized that dragons were more trouble than he had anticipated. Some Mayal said there was one option. He would need the summoning skill, which would allow him to make a contract with a dragon, but he would be bound to it. Although it was difficult to earn the respect of such a creature, all of the problems listed above would disappear. Yu Sang-woon realized that he needed the summoning skill, and after using it, the riding skill. Samael noted that it would be better to learn riding skills with multiple slots. That way, the gentleman would be able to make contracts with different summoned beasts. Yu Sang-woon acquired the legendary riding skill, the skill to summon the Night Mage Kaeleda. Seeing a possible candidate, a dragon, the protagonist thought that summoning it here would be problematic. Yu Sang-woon decided that physical improvement gave combat abilities, and wisdom gave the knowledge possessed by the archdemonic beast. The young man chose an item that increased respect and enhanced the knight's abilities. It also strengthened his armor and gave him the essence of the phoenix. Some Miol warned the commander that the appearance of the armor was changing. The hero was surprised to see that it had indeed become completely different. Yu Sang-woon said he didn't like it very much. Everyone would immediately understand that he was the one who had dealt with Leghorn. The goblin noted that this armor emphasized the lord's nobility and strengthened him at the same time. Gawolf admitted that the contractor looked great. Som Mol said that the armor was perfect for the commander. Yu Sang-woon decided to study the new functions of the armor. The hero thought that it was really cool. He would become stronger with each new leader skill. The next morning, the protagonist asked Akalon what was for breakfast today. However, Shin Ayan was in the kitchen. The girl said, "Finally, Mr. Sang-woon is awake." Yu Sang-woon was surprised. Was Ayan really making breakfast? Had she already been discharged from the hospital? The young man acknowledged that thanks to Shin A-yeon, he was able to defeat the S-rank monster. This monster was indeed frightening. A-young apologized, saying that it was because of her that Yu Sang-woon was in danger. The young man admitted that he would not have gone so far if he had known the monster's level. Shin A-yeon pointed out that, in any case, he had caught the monster. He was a true brave knight. The protagonist thought that this girl was quite quick-witted. Yu Sang-woon said that he should have been sent to the hospital, but he decided to stay at home so as not to reveal his identity. A-yeon asked if the young man was okay. The protagonist replied that he was not okay, so she should not make him worry, or his blood pressure would rise. Shin A-yeon said that in that case, she would prepare a healthy breakfast for him. On the television news, the anchor wondered why the Golden Knight had not appeared since defeating Leghorn. Yu Sang-woon was surprised. How did they know that it was him who defeated him? Shin A-yeon explained that with the introduction of combat operations, satellites began to be used for surveillance. One of them apparently spotted the Golden Knight. The expert reported that the government and the Hunters Association had admitted that it was the Golden Knight. But even after defeating the monster, he continues to hide and refuses to cooperate. In addition, many guilds hire Golden Knights and ask for their help. Yu Sang-woon said that he had always wondered why people spoke so confidently about him. A-yeon asked, "Isn't it unnatural to fear enormous power?" Yu Sang-woon thought that the association was probably afraid of his S-rank. Besides, he doesn't even belong to any guild. Yu Sang-woon asked what Shin A-yeon planned to do. A-yeon said that they would let her go if she wrote a report about what had happened. But the problem was that all her colleagues had disappeared. Yu Sang-woon suggested that they might have fallen into Pastor Lee's hands. How many people were in the advanced team? Shin A-yeon replied that it was just her. She wanted to quickly go to a low-level dungeon. All the talented ones had already left for another team. All that was left were the assistants. Yu Sang-woon suggested that the suspicious guy was kidnapping people to experiment on them. Yu Sang-woon thought that after Jin Min-soo was destroyed, Pastor Lee expanded his influence over the country. If this continued, it would be difficult to organize a rescue team. A-yeon was surprised. Why did Yu Sang-woon say that? They had an S-rank hunter. Yu Sang-woon said that the guilds didn't want to lose their S-rank hunters. There were only 2 in the Soul Guild and 3 in the Blue Dragon Guild. If the Blue Dragon lost one, it would immediately lose its place among the top guilds. A-yeon understood why they were sending so many hunters to catch one S-rank hunter. The young man said that because of this, it was not worth expecting much from the rescue team. Most likely, because of the SS rank, they would abandon the idea. A-yeon asked if it was impossible to save the others. Yu Sang-woon replied that unless all the A-rank and S-rank hunters in the country were mobilized, but that was too risky, so it wouldn't happen. Yu Sang-woon thought that A-yeon shouldn't count on him. He didn't plan to reveal his identity. The girl burst into tears. The young man was surprised. What was going on? He didn't know how to calm her down. There was nothing he could do. In the academy archives, the young man decided to look at his awards. There were quite a few awards. He couldn't get rid of them right away. Yu Sang-woon thought that these gloves would be perfect for A-yeon. But he had sacrificed his life to get them, so he should save them for later. The sword looked very useful. It was the legendary sword of Boini. It could easily cut through thin skin and hard bones. It could handle all monsters that did not wear armor. Next was a ring blessed by King Boini. The ring could also come in handy, so he had to keep it for himself. Our hero was worried about summoning. Since he was in the archive, it made sense to look at the data on summoned creatures. The guy found the relevant literature and familiarized himself with the available information on proper summoning methods. Now he knew a lot about mediums. The only phoenix material for summoning appeared after Leghorn's death. Wouldn't it attract evil creatures? Yu Sang-woon chose a ring that should suit the medium. The description mentioned the privileges of King Boini. Maybe he could buy another medium if he used this ring? The young man thought, if he sold phoenix-type materials or other S-rank stones, he would surely be exposed quickly. But what if he sold things using King Boini's privileges? Mafogu Hunter Management Office. Yu Sang-woon thought that reconstruction was in full swing in the northern part of the city. It was still quiet here. Our hero put on the legendary ring blessed by King Boini. Now he can use his privileges and summon the apostle in charge of trade. A magic circle appeared under our hero's feet. Lightning bolts danced across its surface. At that moment, our hero found himself in another location, in front of some building. Yu Sang-woon entered the building. The girl greeted the customer. She said her name was Foxy, and that she conducted auctions on behalf of King Boini. Our hero assumed that a demon might appear, but it was a completely different matter here. The girl was surprised. She had a legendary buyer in front of her. She was ready to help. Yu Sang-woon said he wanted to sell and exchange items. Foxy said she understood that right away, but asked what the young man wanted to sell. Yu Sang-woon replied that he wanted to sell magic stones and other materials first. The girl asked what type of materials they were: meat, bones, or blood. Their constellation did not value magic stones, so they bought them at a low price. Yu Sang-woon showed the girl the items he wanted to sell. Foxy said that these things smelled like Leghorn, the king of Boyne. So did this young man defeat the Orchid Man? Yu Sang-woon asked if that meant he wouldn't be able to make the exchange. Foxy replied that it didn't matter. She was willing to exchange the phoenix feather for 1,000 points and the phoenix bones for 2,000 points. The young man asked if Foxy would not purchase the burning sunstone. The girl replied that they did not trade in such items. It would be better to sell it to other constellations. Yu Sang-woon was surprised. As a merchant, shouldn't she buy something expensive at a low price and resell it at a higher price? Foxy said that their constellation was not looking for profit. Phoenix feathers and bones could not be sold anywhere else at a higher price. Yu Sang-woon said that in that case he was ready to make a deal. Foxy said she would buy it right away. After the money was transferred to the young man's account, the girl asked if he would open the exchange window. Yu Sang-woon checked the information in the exchange window and said that all the items offered were stolen. Foxy confirmed this. They get meat, bones, blood, and sell the leftovers. How could it be otherwise? They have craftsmen, just like other constellations. The protagonist understood why their prices were so high. They only value destruction, while demon worshippers hope to buy armor at wholesale prices. Yu Sang-woon asked if there was anything dragon-like. Foxy asked if the young man wanted to hunt dragons. Then he definitely needed treasure. Shiny gold coins and jewels piled high. There was nothing better. Yu Sang-woon wasn't sure if he had enough points. He couldn't remain indebted to this auction house. Foxy said there was a set of jewels for dragon bait. There were many good things in it, and it only cost 10,000 points. Our hero was presented with a set of jewelry for dragon bait. It was all in a chest. Yu Sang-woon was surprised. Wasn't it worth at least 1 billion? The young man thought that the economy here was completely different. It was good that he could buy it cheaply. Foxy asked if the young man didn't like it. Yu Sang-woon asked for 2 such items. Foxy noted that it would cost 20,000 points. Gawolf asked if the contractor had finally decided to summon a dragon. Samael noted that if it was a contract summoning, there should be no problems. Golem said that they were unfulfilled dreams, and that was also a virtue of knights. Yu Sang-woon was surprised. Maybe it was time to stop trying to dissuade him. Yu Sang-woon asked for some time to be quiet, as he needed to concentrate and focus. After a while, Gawolf said that the contractor had succeeded. Samael admitted that this creature was quite enormous. The dragon had been summoned. Gawolf stated that judging by its shape, it was definitely a Western dragon. The goblin informed his master that this dragon was golden. The dragon asked the protagonist if he had summoned it. Yu Sang-woon admitted this candidly. Yu Sang-woon was surprised. Why was the dragon approaching him so closely? Should he be afraid of it? The dragon asked the young man how much he had prepared. Yu Sang-woon was surprised. What was he talking about? The dragon clarified how much money he had prepared to pay for the contract before his call. Yu Sang-woon was surprised. If it was about the cost of the contract, was there such a thing? He needed an explanation. The dragon saw a chest with jewels purchased at an auction house. The dragon declared that this was what he wanted. Yu Sang-woon thought that no one was listening to him here. The dragon admitted that he liked such things, especially Renaissance paintings. Very beautiful and rich in color. Yu Sang-woon asked his knights, "Are all dragons like this?" The dragon asked our hero how long he had been thinking about the contract. Did the young man want to be a partner or a dragon knight? Did he want to fly through the sky on his back? Yu Sang-woon was surprised. Was this an interrogation? The dragon said that he needed to leave the option of riding open for each summon. Or was the young man ready to take the ally package? How long would the contract last? The magic was already included, but the breath had to be purchased separately. The discount applied depending on the level. Yu Sang-woon wondered why Mr. Dragon was using this method. What was this separate dragon breath function? This summoning was more like a business run by a dragon. The dragon asked why the young man thought so. "It's all for the treasure. It's problematic to just sign a contract." The dragon admitted that it's not bad to follow heroes, but such people are often very modest. On the other hand, when heroes get rich, they become lazy and don't even think about going on missions. The dragon admitted that he would stay until the contract ended. The dragon said he had tested the young man's skills. He had the skill of a horseman. Had he taken an oath? Had the young man served other knights? Yu Sang-woon replied that he had not taken an oath and had not served. The dragon said that was fine. He needed other contracts for the oath. For how long was the young man willing to sign a contract? He recommended 10 years. It would be paid annually and include additional services. There was also a bonus for renewal. Yu Sang-woon said that he would like to calculate the exact payment first. He also wants the dragon's breath. The protagonist thought that no matter what anyone said, a dragon without breath was not a dragon. The dragon confirmed. A 10-year contract with annual payment. Services include riding, magic, and dragon breath. He will follow orders in battle, giving advice along the way. There is a penalty for terminating the contract for reasons other than death. Yu Sang-woon asked again how much it would cost. The dragon replied that since the young man had summoned him with sufficient payment, another chest like this would pay for 1 year. It turned out to be cheaper than our hero had thought. Even including the rewards from the S-rank monster, it was still too cheap. The dragon warned that he could already make a partial prepayment. Yu Sang-woon said he was ready to pay for the whole year at once. The dragon was pleased that the knight paid for everything today. However, the knights around him were also amazing. Would the young man purchase any additional services? Yu Sang-woon replied that he did not intend to do so. The dragon suggested that he think about it. He also needed to put his fingerprint at the bottom of the contract. To summon him, he needed to fill the bracelet with mana and call his name. Yu Sang-woon said he understood everything and asked what the dragon's name was. The dragon replied that his name was Eldrin. Now, it was necessary to sign the contract. The protagonist thought that this dragon was a very tiresome creature. Perhaps it would be better to summon a wyvern or a slime. Gawolf asked the contractor why they couldn't fly back. Yu Sang-woon noted that in that case, they might have a problem with air defense. Gawolf was surprised. Why did the contractor need a contract in that case? Yu Sang-woon explained that if he needed a dragon, he would summon it. Gawolf said that they also had servants. Yu Sang-woon was surprised that no one had told him about this before. Gawolf said that no one had asked them about it before. They don't need servants in battle, and they wouldn't be useful in the dungeons either. Yu Sang-woon said he really wanted to see them. Gawolf whistled loudly, and a horse appeared. Gawolf said it was the Abyss of Nightmares. He highly recommended it. Samael said that she had a heavenly holy bird. It was the wings of the Holy Sky Knight and a companion of the heavens. Croakbane said that his servant was a basilisk. These guys are strong and use breath of numbness, but he is slow. Yu Sang-woon thought he had deceived himself by summoning a dragon. The goblin said that it was no match for a dragon, but it was his assistant device, Georges. It used a top-class engine. Yu Sang-woon was very upset. What should he do now? Would he really have to fly on a greedy dragon? Yu Sang-woon turned to the guild leader. Shin So-mi asked if he really wanted to sell it. Where did he get all this stuff anyway? Yu Sang-woon poured out a mountain of precious stones. He said that all of it had been legally acquired through various exchanges. The guild leader asked how many magic stones there were. Yu Sang-woon gave the exact number. His interlocutor was surprised. Wouldn't that cause a lot of problems? Yu Sang-woon said there shouldn't be any problems. After all, Shin So-mi had formed several large teams in the guild, hadn't she? Shin So-mi suggested that the young man take a look at it. The screen showed the monthly expenses. Shin So-mi said that the Midday Sun Guild collected an average of up to 300 stones for clearing dungeons. The protagonist assumed that the dungeon would bring in more. The guild leader said that D-rank hunters hunt in D-rank dungeons, and also how Yu Sang-woon fought an S-rank monster. Yu Sang-woon said that he only understood this now. Shin So-mi explained that in order to stabilize the guild's finances, they exchanged stones under the pretext of selling supplies. Yu Sang-woon had to find another use for the remaining stones. Yu Sang-woon asked how much 300 D-rank stones and 500 E-rank stones would cost together. Shin So-mi replied that if calculated at market value, it would be around 3 billion. This poses a significant tax issue. Yu Sang-woon said that in that case, he would take 1 billion. If the guild leader sold the stones on behalf of the Midday Sun Guild, the overall prices would rise and they would receive more fees. Shin So-mi thanked him for his understanding. The woman asked if Yu Sang-woon still did not want to register as a hunter. With an official rank, they would be able to pay the young man fairly. Yu Sang-woon replied that he did not like that idea. The guild leader replied that in that case, he would become a good villain. Yu Sang-woon thought he liked the expression, good villain. Yu Sang-woon thought that he might need a group if he stopped sneaking into the dungeon secretly. The knight riding in the car thought that the north was blocked, so Gangnam would be the best option. It would be better to go with people he didn't know. The driver said they had strict rules. If they were unlucky, they would have to stay. The knight was surprised. What did that mean? The traffic inspector was interested in the taxi and decided to stop the car. The traffic inspector told the awakened man to present his documents. The young man handed the inspector his ID card. The inspector asked what the awakened E-rank was doing here. Yu Sang-woon replied that he wanted to clear out the dungeon and was on his way to the hunter's management office. The inspector said that if he let people like this knight pass every time, traffic jams would start. They should drive around the outskirts of the city. Yu Sang-woon thought that the rumors were true. The new Kana fortress is not only the base of the Seoul Guild, it is listed among the top Korean investors, politicians, and aristocrats. When peace in the country was disrupted after the Grand Master incident, the country's upper classes, together with hunters from the Seoul Guild, built this place. Others know it as the Seoul Guild's base. But in reality, it is a fortress built for the safety of the privileged. The new hunter management office is called Kanam. Yu Sang-woon was upset because he had to pay 13,000 just for the detour. Many did not make it to the North Dungeon, so they came here. The young man set out to find his teammates. As he thought, it was difficult for an E-rank hunter to squeeze into a D-rank dungeon. In that case, he decided to act differently. The hunter asked his colleague, the mage Doha, what to do with that guy. They hadn't seen him before. They were talking about our hero. Doha asked the young man if he had checked the guy out. The young man replied that he couldn't check. The knight was using an item or skill to hide his information. The young man said he had looked at his phone. It seemed he was trying to get into a D-rank dungeon. He looked worried. Apparently, he had a high E rank or a low D rank. Doha said that he was in good shape, but too old and might suspect something. At a time like this, it was necessary to be cautious. The young man agreed. For safety's sake, it was better if the team remained incomplete. Another girl approached and said that they needed to find someone else. She would deal with this knight herself. He was definitely not their equal, because they were S rank after all. The girl approached our hero and greeted him. Yu Sang-woon asked how he could help. The girl asked what kind of team the knight was looking for. They wanted to form a group, but they didn't have enough people. Yu Sang-woon replied that he was looking for a team in a D-rank dungeon. Yu Sang-woon said that he was a knight. The girl noticed that they were looking for someone in the vanguard. Would he like to join them? Yu Sang-woon approached the team and said hello. The team was also happy to meet him. Finally, they could go to the dungeon. The team leader introduced himself and said his name was Bank Jong-shin. He was a D-rank sniper of level 44. The leader said his weapon was the rune Kaltiksa, a rare rifle. He used bullets made exclusively from magic stones. The knight with the axe said it was a cool rifle. Jong-shin admitted that the rifle was powerful, but a little loud. With it, he could take down a medium-sized monster in a second. The girl said her name was Do-hee, and she was a priestess chosen by the constellation. Next to her was Cho Sopgil, who had been working with them for some time. He was a tracker and was at her level. The hunter with the axe said his name was Pei Yoon-hoon. He is a D-rank hunter of the 38th level. Class: Warrior. His weapon is a goblin axe, and he is pleased to meet them. The protagonist also introduced himself and said that he is level 43, an E-rank hunter, class Knight. He fights with a sword and shield. Choi Sopkil said that if everyone had introduced themselves and no one had any questions, they could head to the dungeon. Yu Sang-woon thought that they should have done this earlier. He had wasted a lot of time for nothing. The group of hunters approached the forest cave, at the entrance to which was a portal to the dungeon. Do-hee said that it was difficult to find anyone in the vanguard right now. They leave as soon as they receive more lucrative offers. The leader of the squad agreed, but that's why hunters level up. Yu Sang-woon thought that these two were the leaders. Pa Yong-hoon and Cho Sopkil seemed to be blocking the retreat. Do-hee asked Yu Sang-woon if something was wrong. The young man replied that everything was fine, he was just a little nervous. Bang Jong-shin said that he had a good skill level, so he wanted to join the Seoul Guild. They had very good privileges. Yu Sang-woon thought that these hunters would soon get down to business, but unfortunately, he couldn't wear the golden armor. Bang Jong-shin said that they had arrived at their destination, the D-rank monster's cave. Now they needed to warm up a little, so they got started. The leader ordered all the hunters to stand on the front line. The monsters would soon attack. The monsters did indeed line up on their front line and prepared to attack the hunters. Bank Jong-shin told everyone to stay alert. It was only just beginning. Yu Sang-woon covered the left flank with his shield, while Yoon-hoon worked on the right. Yu Sang-woon thought that these hunters were acting as usual. Very standard. The commander told Yu Sang-woon to hold out as long as possible. The monsters attacked the group of hunters, and the circle kept getting smaller. There was nowhere to retreat. Pai Yoon-hoon was frightened, and said that for some reason there were a lot of these monsters. How could they deal with them? Jong-shin told Yoon-hong not to leave his position under any circumstances. Yoon-hoon held his axe forward and decided he would not take a step back. The monster continued to approach. Jong-shin fired a shot and the monster fell. Yoon-hong breathed a sigh of relief. Yoon-hong said that in that case, he was ready to trust the commander. Yu Sang-woon held his shield forward and held back the onslaught of the advancing monsters. The young man thought that he would have figured it out long ago. it was very difficult to pretend. Choi Sopkil plunged his blade into another monster, and the monster's attack weakened. The protagonist noticed that arrows had stuck into the ground near him. Who could be shooting them? Humanoid monsters emerged from their hiding places and also attacked the brave hunters. Yanshin told Do-hee to leave the magic to them. She just had to defend the front line. It was important to trust each other. They had to put resistance on the monsters. Do-hee agreed and said she would put a buff on them. Yoon-hoon and Yoo Sang-woon were delighted with the priestess's magical abilities. The humanoids continued to shoot, forcing our hero to go on the defensive and put up a shield in front of him. Yoon-hoon and Yoo Sang-woon had to admit that fighting with a buff was much easier. Yoo Sang-woon thought that Yoon-hoon was performing much better in joint combat than previously expected. The hunters saw strange images in front of them. It seemed to be a sign. Yanshin shouted for everyone to be careful. These are signs of a trap. We'll have to retreat. Yoon-hoon and Yoo Sang-woon looked up and saw a huge axe above them. The hunters managed to jump aside, and the trap did not work on them. The axe continued to hang above the ground. Do-hee said she would heal Yoo Sang-woon. Our hero replied that the potion was enough for him, and besides, his armor had protected him. He needed to conserve his magic. The hunters came to a huge gate. Could this be the boss's room? Do-hee said that they had done a good job. The order was given to rest a little, and the hunters decided to start eating. Jung-shin asked Yoo Sang-woon, "Is this really the food they give out at the association? Is it really tasty?" Yoo Sang-woon replied that it was edible. The leader suggested that the protagonist try some other food. He had heard that the food from the association wasn't very tasty. Yoo Sang-woon thought that Jung-shin had added something to the food. It was definitely suspicious. Do-hee also offered the young man some ginger tea. It goes well with food. Yoo Sang-woon flatly refused, adding that he was allergic to certain foods. He thought they wanted to get rid of him before he entered the boss's room. Choi Sopkil said that he could offer a different selection of food if the young man didn't like it. Jung-shin asked why Yoo Sang-woon wouldn't try the food offered to him. Yoo Sang-woon decided it was time to intervene. The group leader said that they were being kind to the young man, and that he shouldn't behave like that. Yoo Sang-woon kept a dagger at the ready behind his back. The protagonist didn't want to violate the code of chivalry, but apparently he had no choice. Yoo Sang-woon drew his dagger and wounded Choi Sopkil. The hunter fell. Jung-shin was surprised by what was happening and asked Sopkil how he was feeling. Do-hee was also wounded, and her leg began to bleed. Yoon-hoon held his axe forward and thanked his colleagues for distracting the hunter. This made his job easier. Yoo Sang-woon wondered if Yoon-hoon was really not a hunter. Was no one going to clear the dungeon properly today? Yoon-hoon struck the group leader, and he fell. Yoo Sang-woon told Yoon-hoon to stop doing stupid things. Yoon-hoon, with a noose in his hand, said that if the young man didn't resist, he would spare him. Yoon-hoon tied up the three hunters. Yoo Sang-woon asked Yoon-hoon who he really was. The young man with the axe replied that it was none of his business. Yoon-hoon told Yoo Sang-woon to watch the prisoners, or he would have to kill him. Jung-shin shouted for Yoo Sang-woon to help them escape, but Yoon-hoon immediately struck the group leader with his axe. Yoo Sang-woon gagged the commander and asked Yoon-hoon if he was a garbage hunter. Yoon-hoon confirmed this and asked if Yoo Sang-woon knew that they were also garbage hunters. The protagonist replied that he suspected as much. Yoo Sang-woon said that the young men had keen eyes. This trio of scavengers had thousands of victims to their credit. The priestess was particularly distinguished. She pretends to be innocent, but she stabs people in the back. She alone has 10 million victims to her name. Yoon-hoon said he would deal with the monster boss and told Yoo Sang-woon to keep an eye on them, and not to do anything stupid. Our hero wondered why this guy was talking down to him like that. On the television news, the announcer wondered why the Golden Knight had not appeared since defeating Leghorn. Yoo Sang-woon was surprised. How did they know that it was him who defeated him? Shin A-young explained that with the introduction of combat operations, satellites began to be used for surveillance. One of them apparently spotted the Golden Knight. The expert reported that the government and the Hunters Association had admitted that it was the Golden Knight. But even after defeating the monster, he continues to hide and refuses to cooperate. In addition, many guilds hire Golden Knights and ask for their help. Yoo Sang-woon said that he had always wondered why people spoke so confidently about him. Ayan asked, "Isn't it unnatural to fear enormous power?" Yoo Sang-woon thought that the association was probably afraid of his S rank. Besides, he doesn't even belong to any guild. Yoo Sang-woon asked what Shin Ayan planned to do. Ayan said that they would let her go if she wrote a report about what had happened. But the problem was that all her colleagues had disappeared. Yoo Sang-woon suggested that they might have fallen into Pastor Lee's hands. How many people were in the advance team? Shin Ayan replied that it was just her. She wanted to quickly go to a low-level dungeon. All the talented ones had already left for another team. All that was left were the assistants. Yu Sang-woon suggested that the suspicious guy was kidnapping people to experiment on them. Yu Sang-woon thought that after Jin Minsu was destroyed, Pastor Lee expanded his influence over the country. If this continued, it would be difficult to organize a rescue team. Aeon was surprised. Why did Yu Sang-woon say that? They had an S-rank hunter. Yu Sang-woon said that the guilds didn't want to lose their S-rank hunters. There were only 2 in the Soul Guild and 3 in the Blue Dragon Guild. If the Blue Dragon lost one, it would immediately lose its place among the top guilds. A young understood why they were sending so many hunters to catch one S-rank hunter. The young man said that, in light of this, there was little to expect from the rescue team. Most likely, because of their SS rank, they would abandon the idea. A young asked if it was impossible to save the others. Yu Sang-woon replied that unless all the A-rank and S-rank hunters in the country were mobilized, but that was too risky, so it wouldn't happen. Yu Sang-woon thought that A-young shouldn't count on him. He had no plans to reveal his identity. The girl burst into tears. The young man was surprised. What was going on? He didn't know how to calm her down. There was nothing he could do. In the academy archives, the young man decided to look at his awards. There were quite a few awards. He couldn't get rid of them right away. Yu Sang-woon thought that these gloves would be perfect for Aeon, but he had sacrificed his life to get them, so he should save them for later. The sword looked very useful. It was the legendary sword of Boini. It could easily cut through thin skin and hard bones. It could handle all monsters that did not wear armor. Next was a ring blessed by King Boini. The ring could also come in handy, so he had to keep it for himself. Our hero was worried about summoning. Since he was in the archive, it made sense to look at the data on summoned creatures. The guy found the relevant literature and familiarized himself with the available information on proper summoning methods. Now he knew a lot about mediums. The only phoenix material for summoning appeared after Leghorn's death. Wouldn't it attract evil creatures? Yu Sang-woon chose a ring that should suit the medium. The description mentioned the privileges of King Boini. Maybe he could buy another medium if he used this ring. The young man thought, if he sold phoenix-type materials or other S-rank stones, he would surely be exposed quickly. But what if he sold things using King Boini's privileges? Mafo's Hunter Management Office. Yu Sang-woon thought that reconstruction was in full swing in the northern part of the city. It was still quiet here. Our hero put on the legendary ring blessed by King Boini. Now he can use his privileges and summon the apostle in charge of trade. A magic circle appeared under our hero's feet. Lightning bolts danced across its surface. At that moment, our hero found himself in another location, in front of some building. Yu Sang-woon entered the building. A girl greeted the customer. She said her name was Foxy, and that she held auctions on behalf of King Boini. Our hero assumed that a demon might appear, but this was a completely different matter. The girl was surprised. She had a legendary buyer in front of her. She was ready to help. Yu Sang-woon said he wanted to sell and exchange items. Foxy said she understood that right away, but asked what the young man wanted to sell. Yu Sang-woon replied that he wanted to sell magic stones and other materials first. The girl asked what type of materials they were: meat, bones, or blood. Their constellation did not value magic stones, so they bought them at a low price. Yu Sang-woon showed the girl the items he wanted to sell. Foxy said that these things smelled like Leghorn, the king of Boini. So, did this young man defeat the Orchid Man? Yu Sang-woon asked if that meant he wouldn't be able to make the exchange. Foxy replied that it didn't matter. She was willing to exchange the phoenix feather for 1,000 points and the phoenix bones for 2,000 points. The young man asked if Foxy would not purchase the burning sunstone. The girl replied that they did not trade in such items. It would be better to sell it to other constellations. Yu Sang-woon was surprised. As a merchant, shouldn't she buy something expensive at a low price and resell it at a higher price? Foxy said that their constellation was not looking for profit. Phoenix feathers and bones could not be sold anywhere else at a higher price. Yu Sang-woon said that in that case, he was ready to make a deal. Foxy said she would buy it right away. After the money was transferred to the young man's account, the girl asked if he would open the exchange window. Yu Sang-woon checked the information in the exchange window and said that all the items offered were stolen. Foxy confirmed this. They get meat, bones, blood, and sell the leftovers. How could it be otherwise? They have craftsmen, just like other constellations. The protagonist understood why their prices were so high. They only value destruction, while demon worshippers hope to buy armor at wholesale prices. Yu Sang-woon asked if there was anything dragon-like. Foxy asked if the young man wanted to hunt dragons. Then he definitely needed treasure, shiny gold coins and jewels piled high. There was nothing better. Yu Sang-woon wasn't sure if he had enough points. He couldn't remain indebted to this auction house. Foxy said there was a set of jewels for dragon bait. There were many good things in it, and it only cost 10,000 points. Our hero was presented with a set of jewelry for dragon bait. It was all in a chest. Yu Sang-woon was surprised. Wasn't it worth at least $1 billion? The young man thought that the economy here was completely different. It was good that he could buy it cheaply. Foxy asked if the young man didn't like it. Yu Sang-woon asked for 2 such items. Foxy noted that it would cost 20,000 points. Gawolf asked if the contractor had finally decided to summon a dragon. Samael noted that if it was a contract summoning, there should be no problems. Golem said that they were unfulfilled dreams, and that was also a virtue of knights. Yu Sang-woon was surprised. Maybe it was time to stop trying to dissuade him? Yu Sang-woon asked for some time to be quiet, as he needed to concentrate and focus. After a while, Gawolf said that the contractor had succeeded. Samael admitted that this creature was quite enormous. The dragon had been summoned. Gawolf stated that judging by its shape, it was definitely a Western dragon. The goblin informed his master that this dragon was golden. The dragon asked the protagonist if he had summoned it. Yu Sang-woon admitted this candidly. Yu Sang-woon was surprised. Why was the dragon approaching him so closely? Should he be afraid of it? The dragon asked the young man how much he had prepared. Yu Sang-woon was surprised. What was he talking about? The dragon clarified how much money he had prepared to pay for the contract before his call. Yu Sang-woon was surprised. If it was about the cost of the contract, was there such a thing? He needed an explanation. The dragon saw a chest with jewels purchased at an auction house. The dragon declared that this was what he wanted. Yu Sang-woon thought that no one was listening to him here. The dragon admitted that he liked it, especially the Renaissance painting. The colors were very beautiful and rich. Yu Sang-woon asked his knights, "Are all dragons like this?" The dragon asked our hero how long he had been thinking about the contract. Did the young man want to be a partner or a dragon knight? Did he want to fly through the sky on his back? Yu Sang-woon was surprised. Was this an interrogation? The dragon said that he needed to leave the option of riding open for each summon. Or was the young man ready to take the ally package? How long would the contract last? The magic was already included, but the breath had to be purchased separately. The discount applied depending on the level. Yu Sang-woon wondered why Mr. Dragon was using this method. What was this separate dragon breath function? This summoning was more like a business run by a dragon. The dragon asked why the young man thought so. It's all for the treasure. It's problematic to just sign a contract. The dragon admitted that it's not bad to follow heroes, but such people are often very modest. On the other hand, when heroes become rich, they become lazy and don't even think about going on missions. The dragon acknowledged that he would stay until the contract came to an end. The dragon said he had tested the young man's skills. He had the skill of a rider. Did he take an oath? Did the young man serve other knights? Yu Sang-woon replied that he had not taken an oath and had not served. The dragon said that was fine. He needed other contracts for the oath. For how long was the young man willing to sign a contract? He recommended 10 years. It would be paid annually and include additional services. There was also a bonus for renewal. Yu Sang-woon said that he would like to calculate the exact payment first. He also wants the dragon's breath. The protagonist thought that no matter what anyone said, a dragon without breath was not a dragon. The dragon confirmed. A 10-year contract with annual payment. Services include riding, magic, and dragon breath. He will follow orders in battle, giving advice along the way. There is a penalty for terminating the contract for reasons other than death. Yu Sang-woon asked again how much it would cost. The dragon replied that since the young man had summoned him with sufficient payment, another chest like this would pay for 1 year. It turned out to be cheaper than our hero had thought. Even including the rewards from the S-rank monster, it was still too cheap. The dragon warned that he could already make a partial prepayment. Yu Sang-woon said he was ready to pay for the whole year at once. The dragon was pleased that the knight paid everything today. However, the knights around him were also amazing. Would the young man purchase any additional services? Yu Sang-woon replied that he did not intend to do so. The dragon suggested that he think about it. He also needed to put his fingerprint at the bottom of the contract. To summon him, he needed to fill the bracelet with mana and call his name. Yu Sang-woon said he understood everything and asked what the dragon's name was. The dragon replied that his name was Eldrin. Now it was necessary to sign the contract. The protagonist thought that this dragon was a very tiresome creature. Perhaps it would be better to summon a wyvern or a slime. Gawolf asked the contractor why they couldn't fly back. Yu Sang-woon noted that in that case, they might have a problem with air defense. Gawolf was surprised. Why did the contractor need a contract in that case? Yu Sang-woon explained that if he needed a dragon, he would summon it. Gawolf said that they also had servants. Yu Sang-woon was surprised that no one had told him about this before. Gawolf said that no one had asked them about it before. They didn't need servants in battle, and they wouldn't be useful in the dungeons either. Yu Sang-woon said he really wanted to see them. Ga-Wolf whistled loudly and a horse appeared. Ga-Wolf said it was the Abyss of Nightmares. He highly recommended it. Samael said that she had a heavenly holy bird. It was the winged knight of the holy sky and a companion of the heavens. Crocbane said that his servant was a basilisk. These guys are strong and use breath of paralysis, but he is slow. Yu Sang-woon thought he had deceived himself by summoning a dragon. The goblin said that it was no match for a dragon, but it was his assistant device, Georgius. It used a top-class engine. Yu Sang-woon was very upset. What should he do now? Would he really have to fly on a greedy dragon? Yu Sang-woon turned to the guild leader. Shin So-mi asked if he really wanted to sell it. Where did he get all this stuff anyway? Yu Sang-woon poured out a mountain of precious stones. He said that all of it had been legally acquired through various exchanges. The guild leader asked how many magic stones there were. Yu Sang-woon gave the exact number. His interlocutor was surprised. Wouldn't this cause a lot of problems? Yu Sang-woon said that there shouldn't be any problems. After all, Shin So-mi had formed several large teams in the guild, hadn't she? Shin So-mi suggested that the young man take a look at it. The screen showed the monthly expenses. Shin So-mi said that the Midday Sun Guild collected an average of up to 300 stones for clearing dungeons. The protagonist assumed that the dungeon would bring in more. The guild leader said that D-rank hunters hunt in D-rank dungeons, and also how Yu Sang-woon fought an S-rank monster. Yu Sang-woon said that he only understood this now. Shin So-mi explained that in order to stabilize the guild's finances, they exchanged stones under the pretext of selling supplies. Yu Sang-woon had to find another use for the remaining stones. Yu Sang-woon asked how much 300 D-rank stones and 500 E-rank stones would cost together. Shin So-mi replied that if calculated at market value, it would be around 3 billion. This poses a significant tax issue. Yu Sang-woon said that in that case, he would take 1 billion. If the guild leader sold the stones on behalf of the Midday Sun Guild, the overall prices would rise, and they would receive more fees. Shin So-mi thanked him for his understanding. The woman asked if Yu Sang-woon still did not want to register as a hunter. With an official rank, they would be able to pay the young man fairly. Yu Sang-woon replied that he did not like that. The guild leader replied that in that case, he would become a good villain. Yu Sang-woon thought he liked the expression, good villain. Yu Sang-woon thought that he might need a group if he stopped sneaking into the dungeon secretly. The knight riding in the car thought that the north was blocked, so Gangnam would be the best option. It would be better to go with people he didn't know. The driver said they had strict rules. If they were unlucky, they would have to stay. The knight was surprised. What did that mean? The traffic inspector was interested in the taxi and decided to stop the car. The traffic inspector told the awakened man to present his documents. The young man handed the inspector his ID. The inspector asked what the awakened E-rank was doing here. Yu Sang-woon replied that he wanted to clear out the dungeon and was on his way to the hunter's management office. The inspector said that if he let people like this knight pass every time, traffic jams would start. They should drive around the outskirts of the city. Yu Sang-woon thought that the rumors were true. The new Kana Fortress is not only the base of the Seoul Guild. It is listed among the top Korean investors, politicians, and aristocrats. When peace in the country was disrupted after the Grand Master incident, the country's upper classes, together with hunters from the Seoul Guild, built this place. Others know it as the Seoul Guild's base, but in reality, it is a fortress built for the safety of the privileged. The new hunter management office is called Kanam. Yu Sang-woon was upset because he had to pay 13,000 just for the detour. Many did not make it to the North Dungeon, so they came here. The young man set out to find his teammates. As he thought, it was difficult for an E-rank hunter to squeeze into a D-rank dungeon. In that case, he decided to act differently. The hunter asked his colleague, the mage Doha, what to do with that guy. They hadn't seen him before. They were talking about our hero. Doha asked the young man if he had checked the guy. The interlocutor replied that he couldn't check. That knight uses an item or skill to hide his information. The young man said he had looked at his phone. It seems he is trying to get into the D-rank dungeon. He looks worried. Apparently, he has a high E rank or a low D rank. Doha said that he was in good shape, but too old and might suspect something. At a time like this, it was necessary to be cautious. The young man agreed. For safety's sake, it was better if the team remained incomplete. Another girl approached and said that they needed to find someone else. She would deal with this knight herself. He was definitely not their equal, because they were S rank after all. The girl approached our hero and greeted him. Yu Sang-woon asked how he could help. The girl asked what kind of team the knight was looking for. They wanted to form a group, but they didn't have enough people. Yu Sang-woon replied that he was looking for a team in a D-rank dungeon. Yu Sang-woon said that he was a knight. The girl noticed that they were looking for someone in the vanguard. Would he like to join them? Yu Sang-woon approached the team and said hello. The team was also happy to meet him. Finally, they could go to the dungeon. The team leader introduced himself and said his name was Bang Jong-shin. He was a D-rank sniper of level 44. The leader said his weapon was the Rune Kaltiksa, a rare rifle. He used bullets made exclusively from magic stones. The knight with the axe said it was a cool rifle. Jianxing admitted that the rifle was powerful but a little loud. With it, he could take down a medium-sized monster in a second. The girl said her name was Do-hee, and she was a priestess chosen by the constellation. Next to her was Cho Sop-gil, who had been working with them for some time. He was a tracker and was at her level. The hunter with the axe said his name was Pai Yun-hoon. He is a D-rank hunter of the 38th level. Class: Warrior. His weapon is a goblin axe, and he is pleased to meet them. The protagonist also introduced himself and said that he is level 43, an E-rank hunter, class Knight. He fights with a sword and shield. Choi Sop-gil said that if everyone had introduced themselves and no one had any questions, they could head to the dungeon. Yu Sang-woon thought that they should have done this earlier. He had wasted a lot of time for nothing. The group of hunters approached the forest cave, at the entrance to which was a portal to the dungeon. Do-hee said that it was difficult to find anyone in the vanguard right now. They leave as soon as they receive more lucrative offers. The leader of the squad agreed, but that's why hunters level up. Yu Sang-woon thought that these two were the leaders. Pa Yong-hoon and Choi Sop-gil seemed to be blocking the retreat. Do-hee asked Yu Sang-woon if something was wrong. The young man replied that everything was fine, he was just a little nervous. Bang Jong-shin said that he had a good skill level, so he wanted to join the Soul Guild. They had very good privileges. Yu Sang-woon thought that these hunters would soon get down to business, but unfortunately, he couldn't wear the golden armor. Bang Jong-shin said that they had arrived at their destination, the D-rank monster cave. Now they needed to warm up a little, so they were getting started. The leader ordered all the hunters to stand on the front line. The monsters would soon attack. The monsters did indeed line up on their front line and prepared to attack the hunters. Bang Jong-shin told everyone to stay alert. It was only just beginning. Yu Sang-woon covered the left flank with his shield, while Yun-hoon worked on the right. Yu Sang-woon thought that these hunters were acting as usual, very standard. The commander told Yu Sang-woon to hold out as long as possible. The monsters attacked the group of hunters, and the circle kept getting smaller. There was nowhere to retreat. Pai Yun-hoon was frightened and said that for some reason there were a lot of these monsters. How could they deal with them? Jianxin told Yun-hong not to leave his position under any circumstances. Yun-hoon held his axe forward and decided he would not take a step back. The monster continued to approach. Jianxin fired a shot and the monster fell. Yun-hong breathed a sigh of relief. Yun-hong said that in that case, he was ready to trust the commander. Yu Sang-woon held his shield forward and held back the onslaught of the advancing monsters. The young man thought that he would have figured it out long ago. It was very difficult to pretend. Choi Sop-gil plunged his blade into another monster, and the monster's attack weakened. The protagonist noticed that arrows had stuck into the ground near him. Who could be shooting them? Humanoid monsters emerged from their hiding place and also attacked the brave hunters. Jianxin told Do-hee to leave the magic to them. She just had to defend the front line. It was important to trust each other. They had to put resistance on the monsters. Do-hee agreed and said she would put on a buff. Yun-hoon and Yu Sang-woon were delighted with the priestess's magical abilities. The humanoids continued to shoot, forcing our hero to go on the defensive and put up a shield in front of him. Yun-hoon and Yu Sang-woon had to admit that fighting with a buff was much easier. Yu Sang-woon thought that Yun-hoon was performing much better in joint combat than previously expected. The hunters saw strange images in front of them. It seemed to be a sign. Jianxin shouted for everyone to be careful. These were signs of a trap. They would have to retreat. Yun-hoon and Yu Sang-woon looked up and saw a huge axe above them. The hunters managed to jump aside, and the trap did not work on them. The axe continued to hang above the ground. Do-hee said she would heal Yu Sang-woon. Our hero replied that the potion was enough for him, and besides, his armor had protected him. He needed to conserve his magic. The hunters came to a huge gate. Could this be the boss's room? Do-hee said that they had done a good job. The order was given to rest a little, and the hunters decided to start eating. Jianxin asked Yu Sang-woon, "Is this really the food they give out at the association? Is it really tasty?" Yu Sang-woon replied that it was edible. The leader suggested that the protagonist try some other food. He had heard that the food from the association wasn't very tasty. Yu Sang-woon thought that Jianxin had added something to the food. It was definitely suspicious. Do-hee also offered the young man some ginger tea. It goes well with food. Yu Sang-woon flatly refused, adding that he was allergic to certain foods. He thought they wanted to get rid of him before he entered the boss's room. Choi Sop-gil said that he could offer a different selection of food if the young man didn't like it. Zhang Xin asked why Yu Sang-woon wouldn't try the food offered to him. Yu Sang-woon decided it was time to intervene. The group leader said that they were being kind to the young man, and that he shouldn't behave like that. Yu Sang-woon kept a dagger at the ready behind his back. The protagonist didn't want to violate the code of chivalry, but apparently he had no choice. Yu Sang-woon drew his dagger and wounded Choi Sop-kil. The hunter fell. Zhang Xin was surprised by what was happening and asked Sop-kil how he was feeling. Do-hee was also wounded, and her leg began to bleed. Yoon-hoon held his axe forward and thanked his colleagues for distracting the hunter. This made his job easier. Yu Sang-woon wondered if Yoon-hoon was really not a hunter. Was no one going to clear the dungeon properly today? Yoon-hoon struck the group leader, and he fell. Yu Sang-woon told Yoon-hoon to stop doing stupid things. Yoon-hoon, with a noose in his hand, said that if the young man didn't resist, he would spare him. Yoon-hoon tied up the 3 hunters. Yu Sang-woon asked Yoon-hoon who he really was. The young man with the axe replied that it was none of his business. Yoon-hoon told Yu Sang-woon to keep an eye on the prisoners, or he would have to be eliminated. Zhang Xin yelled at Yu Sang-woon to help them escape, but Yoon-hoon immediately struck the group leader with an axe. Yu Sang-woon gagged the commander and asked Yoon-hoon if he was a garbage hunter. Yoon-hoon confirmed this, and asked if Yu Sang-woon knew that they were also garbage hunters. The protagonist replied that he suspected as much. Yu Sang-woon said that the young men had keen eyes. This trio of scavengers had thousands of victims to their credit. The priestess was particularly distinguished. She pretends to be innocent, but she stabs people in the back. She alone has 10 million victims to her name. Yoon-hoon said he would deal with the monster boss and told Yu Sang-woon to keep an eye on them, and not to do anything stupid. Our hero wondered why this guy was talking down to him like that. Ko Jung-yeon said, even if they knew who he was, what could they do? He was able to destroy even the expensive barrier. A TV reporter showed that part of the barrier collapsed because the Golden Dragon was attacking the wall from the inside. The Ministry of Defense considers the use of helicopters or fighter jets too dangerous, so they plan to deploy hunters. If the wall is destroyed, the place will become vulnerable to attack by vultures. In this regard, the shares of companies associated with the Seoul Guild and Shinganam are falling rapidly. The guild leader turned off the TV. The guild leader said that they couldn't just sit and watch this happen. They needed to send several units out on reconnaissance and gather information. They had to find out the identity of the Golden Knight by any means necessary. Ko Cheon-young said he understood. The assistant told the guild leader that the battle was not yet lost. She had additional information in her hands. A TV reporter at the scene said that he had finally appeared. The second S-rank hunter, Shim Kang-hoon. The head of the Seoul Guild went to the front line. Now the Golden Knight, the devil worshipper, would face the guild leader. The reporter said that the head of the Seoul Guild had just drawn his sword to restore his damaged honor. Ko Cheon-young noted that the news was reporting on the deaths of people, but it looked like a sports broadcast. His assistant said that reporters always did that. The guild leader said that it was necessary to record the fight between the two. Some of the guys from the reconnaissance unit should be sent to record everything. High-quality video was needed. The assistant said they would do as the guild leader ordered. The master thought that S-rank hunters rarely encounter each other. This fight would be excellent material. The knight addressed the Golden Dragon, saying that he was the head of the Seoul Guild, and challenged him to a fight. Judging by his attire and reaction to his skill, the Golden Knight also belonged to the knight class. He had to respond. The protagonist said that he had no reason to respond. The Steel Goblin noted that his master was the strongest, and would certainly accept the challenge. Gawolf added that they couldn't miss a duel between knights. Yu Sang-woon thought that most of his assistants did not support him. The Golden Knight said that in that case, he would fight this knight from the trash heap. After all, only a knight from the trash would defend rats like Chairman Bay. Besides, even though his opponent is called the Knight Defender of Seoul, he himself only cares about the sponsors of Shinganam. The guild leader said that the Golden Knight had no right to treat him, the Pillar of Seoul, in such an inappropriate manner. Yu Sang-woon said that if his opponent didn't like the word trash, he could say Manure Knight or Sewer Defender. The guild leader declared that he would not tolerate such insults and rushed into attack. The Golden Knight blocked his opponent's attack. The guild leader thought that his opponent was different from a typical S-rank hunter. The guild leader said that he had a buff from Shim Kang-hoon, and they were fighting on equal terms. Who was this guy anyway? The battle continued evenly for some time, with neither opponent showing a clear advantage. The Golden Knight thought that even if they were on the same level, the guild leader would not defeat him with a single blow. The guild leader noted that he had an advantage in terms of experience and martial arts skills. He was not injured even when his sword hit the Titan's stake. Could it be that he was created by Hephaestus? The guild leader decided to prepare for the next attack. The 9 Superior Strikes skill was activated. The shockwave spread in all directions. When the smoke cleared, the guild leader was surprised. Had his opponent blocked such a powerful blow? The Golden Dragon said that he was facing a typical S-rank hunter. His stats were good, but he clearly lacked strength. Yu Sang-woon asked the guild leader, who was kneeling on the ground, if he was tired. Where had that cocky guy gone? The guild leader told the Golden Knight not to press the attack and give him a chance to catch his breath. Yu Sang-woon said he had no intention of doing so and delivered a devastating blow. At the same time, the protagonist noted that he would take the life of the servant of evil. However, the head of the Soul Guild was able to jump up and leave the battlefield. The Golden Knight was surprised. Could such a person really call himself the head of the guild? The protagonist thought that in any case, it would be a pity to leave without leaving a few pleasant memories of himself. Our hero said, "The horizon, which is the boundary between heaven and earth, must see his sword, which cuts through the sun and the moon." The skill, second type Heavenly Lord's Sword Flow, Horizon Slash, was activated. Everything around was illuminated by a bright flame. Shin A-young heard conversations around her. Everyone was discussing the battle between the Golden Knight and the head of the Soul Guild, who had fled in disgrace. The girl sent a message to our hero, saying that she would come to his aid soon. The head of the Soul Guild found himself near a trash can somewhere in a doorway. He was surprised. How did he end up here? The guild leader realized that fortunately, he was not in Shinganam. He must have been thrown here by teleportation magic. The head decided that he should return to his guild first. The knight saw the destroyed Soul Guild building from afar and was outraged. Who dared to do this? The head had 2 unread messages on his smartphone. Could someone be looking for him? They were system messages saying that the knight had fled the battlefield, desecrating the path of a knight. Now, it was impossible to communicate with him as a knight until he apologized to the Golden Knight, who had honorably responded to the duel. Now, this player was temporarily classified as a soul fugitive. The guild leader thought that the Golden Knight was responsible for all this. How could he fix it? The guild leader did not understand where he would look for the Golden Knight to apologize to him. Kim Kang-hoon appeared behind him. The leader was surprised. How did he manage to sneak up on him? The knight replied that he had been there from the beginning and called his opponent a soul fugitive. The soul runaway understood that it was all because he had been defeated by that scoundrel, the Golden Knight. Due to the penalty associated with knighthood, most of his skills were now blocked. Shim Kang-hoon asked how the soul runaway planned to solve this problem. The guild leader said he had a solution, but he couldn't talk about it. In any case, he didn't know what to do now. Shim Kang-hoon said that one issue needed to be dealt with first, and handed over a document resigning from his position as guild leader. The soul runaway asked who would take on this responsibility. After receiving the autograph, Shim Kang-hoon declared that it was all over. This meant that the soul fugitive could rest. Through the guild leader's status window, he could check the buffs he and others had received. The countryside fugitive wondered what to do next. Shim Kang-hoon said that it was not worth announcing that one S-rank member of their guild was missing. They had plans for closed training. Shim Kang-hoon said that the soul fugitive would be well hidden so that no one would see him wandering around. Shim Kang-hoon deactivated the soul fugitive and ordered him to be frozen immediately. Security personnel began to carry out the order and place the soul fugitive in the appropriate sarcophagus. An employee took out a remote control and carried out the order. The sarcophagus lid closed, and the soul fugitive was isolated. He must remain alive and await his fate in this state. In the future, if his skills are unlocked, he may be put to use. The sarcophagus was placed in a truck for further transportation to the storage facility. Yu Sang-woon, as always, woke up to the sound of an incoming message. The young man looked at his smartphone screen and saw many messages from A-yeon and her mother. The guy decided that he needed to calm them down first by explaining that he was alive, well, and safe. Yu Sang-woon put his smartphone on the nightstand and decided to sleep a little longer. The young man thought that A-yeon was planning to rescue him. But why? The phone rang from the country's Hunters Association. It was a member of the group investigating the incident in Shinganam. Yu Sang-woon said he had nothing to say about it. Yu Sang-woon added that he had almost been killed by Chairman Bei and had been saved by the Golden Knight. Was that really what the caller wanted to hear? Hadn't they already talked to the guards? Yu Sang-woon said that the sponsors and the Soul Guild would surely want to take revenge on him. He was scared, so he was going to hide somewhere in the wilderness. Our hero interrupted the conversation. The young man thought that the calls were very annoying and unsettling. The protagonist thought that he was the only witness to Chairman Bei's death and couldn't just give up. Someday they would come here too, so he would have to leave. The young man walked over to the window. The protagonist looked out the window and saw Shin A-young and Shin So-mi below. The girl waved at him. Yu Sang-woon asked A-yeon how they found him. Aeon replied that when she came to his house, she installed an app for couples on her smartphone to help if necessary. Aeon said that this time, Yu Sang-woon was definitely in serious trouble. The girl noted that in any case it was very cool. An incredible force that swept away everything in its path. Shin Aeon noted that when she became awakened, she wanted to be the same. How did Yu Sang-woon feel when he was invincible? It was a pity that the young man did not see the faces of the people associated with the Soul Guild. It was incomparable. Yu Sang-woon noted that he was not invincible, he just won the fight. Yu Sang-woon wondered if the story would have been different if the Soul Guild had used guerrilla tactics, or if they had surrounded him and started shooting indiscriminately. Shinsomi said that unlike the Golden Knight, victory alone was not important to the Soul Guild. They had fought in front of everyone in their sponsor's house, so they had a duty to find and defeat their enemy. In any case, what was Yu Sang-woon going to do now? The young man replied that he had to remain inconspicuous for a while. He was going to go to the S-rank dungeon to level up, but apparently that was no longer possible. Shinsomi said she would try to explain the situation to the young man. Currently, the members of the Soul Guild are divided into two groups. One is combat-oriented, and the other is peaceful. The current situation arose solely because of Chairman Yue's personal interests. Even if everything is shaking, the losses already incurred must be taken into account. The combat group is going to simply leave Shinganam and support the other guild. Yu Sang-woon thought that it would not be so easy to destroy them. Shinsomi suggested that the peaceful faction would win. Disbanding the rural guild would not do any good. This means that the wall will be rebuilt. The woman added that Shinganam would be re-equipped in this way. The problem was with the association. Yu Sang-woon said that they had already called in the morning and were trying to reach him. Shinsomi noted that her guild had also been contacted. They were told to report to the association if he got in touch. Yu Sang-woon asked if anyone had seen them. Shinsomi admitted that someone could have followed their trailer. The guild leader added that the young man should not worry. She had already prepared everything. First, they would record a request for help, and then sell the eyewitness information to the association. They would record his testimony on video, and then pass the recording on to the association. The protagonist thought that they were now going to manipulate the situation. The woman continued. This way, they would show that they did not have a very good relationship. They could say that they had locked the young man up to extract information. Yu Sang-woon noted that he wouldn't be able to go to the dungeon for a while anyway. It was probably a good idea. Shinsomi added that it would be best to say that they had locked him up in the mountains. The woman asked her daughter if she could skip classes for a few days. Was she ready to become a B-rank supervisor? The girl agreed. Yu Sang-woon thought that these women were ready to do anything. He asked what the plan would be. Shinsomi said that first, they needed to reveal some significant information so that everything wouldn't look too suspicious. Yu Sang-woon reminded her that they had met the Knight of the Abyss, Gawolf. The guild leader set up video cameras and said they didn't have time. They needed to decide quickly and start filming. The young man said on camera that it was terribly annoying, but he couldn't hide for the rest of his life. So he decided to tell everything. He was very angry. As long as only some people were being captured and destroyed, no one cared. But when Chairman Bei died, it caused a big stir. If he notices anything suspicious, he should immediately contact the vultures. Everyone should know this. At that moment, Shin Aeon appeared in the cell and immediately subdued the young man in order to capture him and subsequently bring him to justice. The young man shouted that they had set him up. Aeon ordered him to shut up if he wanted to live. Shinsomi said that it was well shot, especially the last scene. Yu Sang-woon said that now was the time to lie low. Did he need to go somewhere with Shin Aeon? Shinsomi assured him that she would take care of all the negotiations. The young people got out of the trailer in the middle of the road and decided to walk part of the way to cover their tracks. Yu Sang-woon hoped that nothing bad would happen. He said that in the future, he would have to repay her somehow for all this. Yu Sang-woon asked if the girl would laugh at him for hanging on her. A young pointed out that in any case, an E-rank hunter cannot challenge a B-rank. Yu Sang-woon said that they were going to the mountains to train, because if they lived near people, they could get into trouble again. A young pointed out that there must be many wild monsters in the mountains, and there was no owner. But what kind of place was this? Shin Aeon wondered. What if this place was a conflict zone, the former territory of the northern part of a once united country? Yu Sang-woon was curious. Is his companion really a genius? The girl replied that she was an honor student at the academy from the Heaven class. Aeon told Yu Sang-woon to stay nearby. She would go and buy something to eat. Left alone, Yu Sang-woon wondered. What was going on with Chairman Bei? There were no articles related to this incident on the internet. The young man thought that this world was not changing. The man lying in a hospital bed loudly asked for water. He was in pain, but there was no one around. The man continued to call for help, saying that his arms and legs hurt. A child appeared in the hallway with medicine on a tray. The woman told Sun Won not to worry about him and just do his job. Sun Won silently and emotionlessly walked down the hallway with the medicine on the tray. The child walked past the reception desk. The nurses, talking to each other, said that the patient in room 302 was strong. He had not been given any food or water for 2 days. It must be hard. His wife and children had abandoned him, and he didn't even know it. He cried and said he wanted to go home. It was just awful. 4 more people will arrive tomorrow. How can we make room? What should we do? The nurse told Yu Sang-woon to take it and put it in storage. Yu Sang-woon remembered the prisoner behind the glass partition who was eating rice greedily. The protagonist thought that he couldn't leave things as they were. There was nothing to think about. The Golden Knight had to appear again. After a while, Shin A-young appeared on the forest road with a large shopping bag. The girl announced that she had returned. Yu Sang-woon asked, "Does A-yeon happen to know who will be the successor after Chairman Bae's death?" A-yeon replied that the acting chairman was now his younger brother, Bae Jun-soo. He was probably in the funeral hall. Yu Sang-woon said he was going to intervene a little. Baek Jun-soo was indeed in the funeral hall in front of his late brother's portrait. Baek Jun-soo said that he did not know what had gone wrong, but Yoon-hoon had died. So if the funeral went smoothly, he would become the next chairman without any problems. At that moment, the doors flew open and someone burst in, knocking over the security guards. The Golden Knight appeared in the funeral hall. At that moment, he was holding one of the security guards by the throat. The man screamed for mercy and to be set free, saying he was just doing his job. Baek Jun-soo thought anxiously, where did the Golden Knight, the devil worshipper, come from? The Golden Knight was furious. He approached the successor and asked, "Is this man the younger brother of Chairman Bae?" The Golden Knight asked when Bae Jun-soo would take his older brother's place, saying he would pay for his brother's disgusting hobby. Baek Jun-soo was frightened, knelt down and said he was wrong. He would take responsibility, take care of the victims' families, and pay them substantial compensation. The Golden Knight agreed and expressed hope that the successor did not have the same disgusting hobby as his older brother. Bae Jun-soo stated that he was definitely a different person. The association's interrogation room. Shin So-mi, head of the Midday Sun Guild, asks the questions. The men were outraged. Did Shin So-mi really say 1 billion? Is she out of her mind? Even though the Golden Knight is an SS-ranked devil worshipper, this is too much. Shin So-mi said that if they didn't like it, they could refuse. Then she would sell the information to the 3 largest guilds. The guild leader thought that if she continued to negotiate like this, she would no longer have to bother Yu Sang-woon, because the association would definitely buy everything. The woman decided to provoke a little more hatred in them. She said, "Are the people who couldn't object to Chairman Bae's words now objecting to the hunter? She is also the guild leader and an apostle of the constellation." Shin So-mi rose from the table and said that this deal would not suit them. They are civil servants after all, and all they think about is how to keep everything quiet, then retire and receive their pensions. The opponents objected. That's not true, it's just that the amount is very large. After all, they also have a certain budget. Shin So-mi suggested putting more effort into the negotiations. Or did they not want to know about the Golden Knight's goals? Shin So-mi pointed out that the 3 of them were negotiating right in front of her. A counteroffer was made, to halve the amount. Shin So-mi stated that bargaining was inappropriate here, and added that she agreed to 800 million. The deal was agreed upon, and the civil servants showed the guild leader a suitcase filled with money. Shin So-mi warned that Mr. Yu Sang-woon had a strong dislike for the association. He was also emotionally unstable because Chairman Bae had nearly destroyed him. The woman noted that many unflattering words would be said about the association, but she hoped that they would be able to watch the video to the end. In the video, the young man said that when they appeared in the secret room, they saved him and killed everyone else. A knight named Gawolf said that he and the Golden Knight fought together against evil and sought glory. Yu Sang-woon added that in any case, for people like him, at the bottom of society, the Golden Knight is a good person. The man was surprised. Was the Golden Knight really Don Quixote? It turns out that he fights evil and seeks glory. At that moment, the video showed a scene where Shin A-young captures Yu Sang-woon and threatens to hurt him. Shin So-mi said that for safety reasons, her daughter, a B rank holder, was watching over this guy. The woman said that in any case, she would not reveal this information to anyone else and swore by the constellation. Shin So-mi thanked everyone for their attention and added that that was all. An assistant entered the office and said they had a problem. The Golden Knight had appeared at Bae's funeral. The employees were surprised. How did this happen? The assistant said that the Golden Knight disappeared as soon as he was promised that Chairman Bae's victims would receive substantial compensation. The employees realized that the information presented to them in the video was accurate. Several days passed. Construction equipment was working in the area of the destroyed barrier. One of the workers said that caution was needed. He had heard that a monster had recently been seen there. Military equipment was also present nearby. The monster watched the barrier being rebuilt from behind cover. The monster sneaked up on the military equipment and lifted an armored personnel carrier above its head to throw it at the soldiers and workers. At the same time, the monster screamed loudly. The military commander ordered an attack. They were under attack. It was Gurmak. The monster acted swiftly, and there were casualties among the people. The commander said that it was necessary to request support. The workers ran to the noise and saw that a monster was rampaging in their area of responsibility. Suddenly, a man with a sword in his hands appeared. The workers were surprised. Who was he? The man said that these guys had to go with him. The head of the Soul Guild, Shim Kang-hoon, was in his office, deep in thought. A television announcer reported breaking news. Apostle Sang Go-jong, Gurmak, and the monster A-rang are moving towards the center. Reinforcements are needed. A mysterious group of vultures kidnapped workers from a construction site in Shinganam. An assistant entered the office and addressed the guild leader. A support group was needed immediately. Shim Kang-hoon asked, "Has the association and other guilds responded?" The assistant said there was no news. What will they do with Gurmak? The guild leader asked if there was any guild that could handle him. The assistant replied in the negative. Shim Kang-hoon was furious. Where was the Golden Knight when he was so badly needed? On the beach of the East Coast, Yu Sang-woon was fishing successfully and enjoying his leisure time. Shin Ayan was surprised. Had Yu Sang-woon really caught so much? She had thought that the sea was better than the mountains. It was good that they had come here. After attending Chairman Bei's funeral, they tried to live in the mountains as planned. However, due to surveillance by the association and the Soul Guild, they decided to move to a deserted beach on the East Coast. At the moment, the protagonist was living for his own pleasure. Krokbane told the girl that they would start training today. Ayan replied that she didn't mind. During training, Ayan attacked Krokbane and said that he would now receive her fist of justice. Her opponent blocked her punch and said that her fist was too weak. Shin Ayan got angry and started hitting her opponent from different angles. Krokbane went into a tight defense, and the girl couldn't break through it. Yu Sang-woon thought that Ayan had lost 30 times, but she did not give up. She was more suited to being a knight than he was. In the end, the girl said she was giving up. Krokbane acknowledged that Ayan had grown a lot recently. That was enough to become his soldier. Yu Sang-woon waved his hand and said it was time for lunch. Ayan replied that she would be right there. Krokbane recommended that the owner also practice. Yu Sang-woon was surprised. "Isn't fishing exercise, it's exercise in patience." Yu Sang-woon asked his assistant what he thought of Shin A-young. Does she look promising, or does she need to improve her level? The assistant said that the girl is capable of unlocking her potential herself, but the price for this will be efficiency. To become stronger, she needs to improve her level and characteristics. Krokbane said that Ayan is straightforward and does not turn a blind eye to dishonor. It's a pity that her strength is small in comparison. Yu Sang-woon suggested that the girl read the book The Dance of the Phoenix. The young man said that it was a legendary skill called the Dance of the Phoenix. This book dropped from the S-rank monster Leghorn. Shin Ayan was surprised. Would Yu Sang-woon really give her this book? The girl asked why Yu Sang-woon was giving her this skill. Yu Sang-woon said that A-young was different from all the awakened people he had seen. She did not have useless envy, and she did not use others. The girl replied that she didn't think so. When she saw Yu Sang-woon, she felt envy. Our hero said that his knights also speak well of her. That is why he is giving her this skill, so that she can grow. Ayan replied that it was like a union. Ayan said she felt happy. Good weather, warm sea, lots of fish, and a great skill to boot. Yu Sang-woon told Ayan not to worry about him. He still had many other skills. Shin Ayan suggested that the skills he has are much better than the one he gave her. The girl said she was using it right now and activated the status window. Shin Ayan was elated. She said that she had A+ rank characteristics. In addition to this, her dexterity stats would continue to grow. That's what a legendary rank skill means. Ayan added that she was currently at level 45 and rank A, even though she had never even been to a C-rank dungeon. The girl turned around and ran away, shouting as she ran that she was going to use her skills and would be back. Gawolf told the counter-contractor that she wanted to make sure she had become stronger. She should be left alone for now. In the beach house, the protagonist was cooking and waiting for Shin Ayan to return. A phone call came from the guild leader, Shin Somi. The woman said she had received information that A-young had become an A rank. Yu Sang-woon confirmed this. The guild leader said that a sudden promotion was not a good thing. Yu Sang-woon said that he also had to quietly enter the C-rank dungeon, so he thought, why not make the White Knight Guild stronger? He gave the girl the skill book he had left, and she used it immediately. Shin Somi said that her daughter already had potential. In any case, They could leave now. She had settled everything with the association. Yu Sang-woon said that in that case, they needed to find a house somewhere on the outskirts. The guild leader said that there was a problem. Had Yu Sang-woon heard that Seoul had been attacked? Yu Sang-woon replied that he had no information. Shin So-mi said that everything was much more serious than previously thought. Monsters from the Sango-jong constellation had invaded. But because of the situation the Golden Knight had caused in Shinganam, they couldn't respond properly. Shin So-mi added that the wall construction site in the south had turned into an A-rank dungeon. The guild leader added that the association had issued a call to arms. Yu Sang-woon said he didn't care. They could manage without him. The young man received a message on his smartphone summoning him to an emergency meeting. He would have to go to the capital. The military officer in charge called on everyone to have their ID checked. The young man said that those fools from the Seoul Guild had issued a mobilization order because they couldn't handle the Sango-jong constellation on their own. Our hero was told that hunters below D rank were not much better than professional athletes. His rank was subject to conscription as an ordinary soldier. Yu Sang-woon thought that if he wanted to be recognized as a D rank hunter, he would have to pass a promotion test. The young man was given an automatic weapon. It was the first time our hero had held one. Yu Sang-woon realized that it was an automatic rifle that used regular bullets, not magic stones. The senior officer said that the briefing was about to begin. Their goal was to deliver equipment to Shinganam and build a line of defense. The mission of each platoon would be communicated to its commander. It was necessary to strictly follow orders. Next, the soldiers were tasked with building a line of defense. At this time, the battle with Girmak, the apostle of the constellation Sun, Go-jong, was still ongoing. The hunters were also forced to fight hordes of robbers under the protection of this constellation. In addition, monsters were detected in the constellation of the King of Slaughter and Vultures, which also complicated the response. The soldier said that the hunters from the Seoul Guild couldn't even stop the Golden Knight, so they'll get it from Sun Go-jun too. The officer announced a 10-minute break. The soldiers were upset that they had to work here because of some fools. Yu Sang-woon was checking the information on his smartphone. After exchanging messages with Shin A-young, the young man thought that everything was only getting more confusing, but there was nothing he could do about it now. As soon as everything was over here, he would be promoted to D rank and go somewhere in the countryside. Special Command Headquarters for the second incident in Shinganam. The commander asked his subordinates if they knew why Shinganam was so paralyzed. It was all because of the appearance of the constellations of Sanko-jong and the King of Slaughter. From what they knew, this attack was different from the previous ones. The ground forces had already suffered significant damage. Also, vultures were encountered during the assault, and everyone was acting much more organized than before. The officer added that it is necessary to find out how they united. Public opinion also leaves much to be desired. A woman present at the meeting said that it is necessary to calm down. It will be possible to find out how they united later. Although Shinganam has made many enemies, if he falls, Seoul will fall too. We need to think about what is really urgent and important. The officer suggested revising the defense strategy in that case. The head of the Blue Dragon Guild thought that this woman was at her peak again. Arcadis, an S-rank hunter from the Olympus Guild, said that they had no objections, but they did not like this position. The head of the Blue Dragon asked what Olympus's position was. Arcades replied that they were monitoring the situation for now. If the Seoul Guild collapsed, they were considering gathering the crumbs and eating them. The head of the Blue Dragon said that he would not want the Seoul Guild to fall apart, but everything had been heading in that direction for a long time. Arcadis agreed with this statement. But is there any information about the Golden Knight? The Golden Knight used the Titan's spear. It is the work of Hephaestus. Arcadis understood what his interlocutor was hinting at, but titanium spears are made in large quantities and scattered all over the world. They are difficult to track down. The head of the Blue Dragon asked if the Olympus Guild had investigated where deals had been made recently. Could they share that information? He really wanted to find it and was willing to pay whatever amount his interlocutor named. At the White Knight Guild, Shin Ayon was furious because of the large number of reports. Shin So-mi said that her daughter would not marry Yu Sang-woon under any circumstances. Ayon asked her mother how things were going with Shinganam. The guild leader replied that they were trying to cover up all the holes as best they could. Ayon added that Yu Sang-woon had joined the local self-defense forces and was now digging trenches. Shin So-mi noted that in that case, he shouldn't get hurt. Ayon was surprised that her mother was worried about him. Shin So-mi asked her daughter if she knew about circus elephants. If a baby elephant is chained up, it won't be able to break the chain even when it grows up. The guild leader added that he is strong enough to be called an SS-rank devil worshipper. But he doesn't care about the world. He doesn't want to do anything. The young man is lonely. He has no power. Ayon wondered why he was indifferent to the world. His mother replied that when he was very young, he lost his family while fleeing from monsters. But even after he ended up in an orphanage, his problems did not end. Shinsomi said she had seen many people who had been abandoned, their lives ignored. Nevertheless, he did not become angry at the world. So, in a way, they were lucky. Otherwise, they would now be facing an enemy so powerful that they had never seen before. Ayeon agreed that it would be truly terrible, but she still didn't think it was right to leave things as they were. The guild leader said that Yu Sung-woon was a modest person, so everything would be fine. The more she thought about him, the more she understood him. Shin Ayeon suggested that her mother liked Yu Sang-woon. Shin Somi blushed with embarrassment and said that wasn't the case. She just felt indebted to him because of her daughter. The soldiers were brought to their destination, and the officer told them to get off the bus. The meeting is tomorrow at the same time. Yu Sang-woon thought that everything was the same as when he was serving. But where were the conscripts now? The news reported that the National Guard had repelled the monsters in Shinganam. Academy Director Baek Ga-yeon was leading the front in Shinganam. Yu Sang-woon wondered why the Academy Director was here. 5 years ago, the students were studying at the Academy as usual during their designated time. The door opened slightly, and the Academy Director appeared in the doorway. She told the students to pay attention. They received a report of serious human rights violations against the staff. She wants to build a reliable legal system, and cannot stand idly by and watch this happen. Therefore, she insists that all employees have their health checked. This is only for the sake of improving the working environment. The director added that the person in charge would collect suggestions for improving the situation. One of the students said that the newly appointed director of the academy is acting quite progressively. Yu Sang-woon accidentally overheard a conversation that should not have taken place in an educational institution. Who would accumulate trillions in an educational institution? All funds must be invested in research. The director told the employee that if they trained excellent staff, the guild as a whole would improve. If the guild improved, its efficiency and combat effectiveness would increase over time. Yu Sang-woon thought that negligence and corruption had been defeated. Thanks to the new director, some of the bosses resigned, and work became easier. The new director is smart, but too straightforward. People around her hate that. Yu Sang-woon raised his hand and stopped a taxi. The protagonist got into the car and told the driver to take him to Shinganam. The driver was surprised because there was a war going on there. Yu Sang-woon said he was willing to pay double the fare. The driver agreed but warned that he would not drive inside. Yu Sang-woon thought he would like to turn a blind eye to this, but he couldn't. It was very serious. The director had to stay alive until he returned. Shinganam, Southern Front Line. Monsters with weapons in their hands are advancing, but the military is shooting them with automatic weapons. The soldiers were surprised that the monsters weren't decreasing in number even though they kept shooting. Magic stone bullets couldn't stop D-rank monsters and above. From that moment on, they became a problem for hunters. A monster jumped onto military equipment and destroyed a soldier with a swing of its sword. The soldier reported to the commander that the front line near the 3rd platoon had been broken through, and that there was no contact with the 2nd platoon. The soldiers used magic bullets, but they were still pushed back. It seems that the technology of magic stones has reached its limit. A military specialist reported that there are currently 1,000 D-rank monsters, and above, including Gurmak, who has an S rank. They are all subordinate to Sang-go-jun. The officer said that Sang-go-jun's constellation is determined, but they will not retreat either. The priority is to fire at weak monsters. An ally reported to Lord Gurmak that the humans were putting up strong resistance. The monster said there was no need to worry. This time, he was leading the raid. The sea monster admitted that the humans were foolish, which is why everything was going according to plan. Gurmak said it was time to leave. The military specialist reported that 3 large groups of monsters had separated from the mountainside where the Sang-go-jong constellation base was located. They had even split into 4 groups, except for Gurmak. The officer wondered if they were out of their minds. Were they not going to defend the base? The soldier said that when a constellation is cleaned up, it is simply expelled from Earth. But they are risking their lives. The officer did not understand what they were thinking. The military specialist told the commander that a S-rank monster, Bahaku, had been detected. The officer reported by radio that the S-rank monster was heading for Suwon. The military specialist was surprised. Had even the apostle, who guards the main sanctuary, been sent? This was his first time encountering such a thing. The director didn't know how to deal with an A rank, but an S rank was no easy task. She said she was going to Suwon. Could they also call in an A rank hunter for help? The knight replied that they had suffered heavy losses during the previous incident, so it would not be easy to arrange. The director thought that nothing had changed since then. They needed help from the Olympus Guild. The specialist reported that the Soul Guild was not responding, but in that case, who would help them? The director said she was going to Suwon, and they would manage without her here. The woman was determined, and called the officer an arrogant puppy. Only in this way could they win. The young man asked the director if they were leaving for Suwon right away. The woman replied that she would arm herself first. They needed to activate the trailer's defenses and leave. The protagonist greeted the soldier and said that he was an employee of the academy and had important business with the director. Could he go through? The officer replied that the director had left, but they could try to contact her by cell phone. Yu Sang-woon explained that there was an emergency, but the director was not answering. The soldier admitted that the director had left for Suwon. Rumor had it that an S-rank monster from the Sangojong constellation had appeared there. The director put on her armor and asked if there was any information about the basic skills of the apostle of the Sangojong constellation. The employee replied that the apostle was responsible for protecting the sanctuary and that little was known about him. Looking at the map, the director acknowledged that this was a difficult opponent who had appeared out of nowhere. The driver asked if everything would be all right. Although the director officially had an S rank, she had given up active training. The woman stated that she knew better than anyone else what condition she was in. At that time, she was studying information about the pirate-class monster. The director said that she had a better chance of winning than the beast-like servant of the constellation. They retreat when they realize that there is no benefit in fighting. But something was strange this time. The director was ready to leave the trailer. The employee opened the trailer doors and told the director to be careful. The woman found herself outside, assessed the situation with a professional eye, and immediately chose the most effective route to accomplish her task. The director saw an explosion ahead. What did that mean? Had the battle already begun? The pirate-class monster lost its balance and fell straight onto the rocks in the forest. It was Bohaku, the apostle of the Sangojong constellation. The Golden Knight said that these bandits were blinded by wealth and only attacked the weak. Following the knightly code, he intended to punish them. The Golden Knight ordered his assistants to make the villains taste the sword of justice. The director saw the knight and realized that he was the very same Golden Knight, a demon worshipper. The Golden Knight came face to face with the monster. Bohaku said that he would take everyone prisoner and keep the golden treasure for himself. Yu Sang-woon said that this monster was no different from a criminal. Bohaku declared that the right to desire and steal gold belonged to the strong. The Golden Knight declared that such thoughts were the reason why innocent people were overcome with grief. During the confrontation, Bohaku told his opponent that he was quite good. But what about his henchmen? At that moment, Bohaku's minions appeared with pyrotechnic weapons on their backs. Yu Sang-woon wondered if Eldraine could handle them. The dragon said that the opponents were large, so he was counting on dividends. The monsters fired simultaneously, and the energy charge from each weapon was directed at their opponents. The dragon absorbed the energy charge directed at him from the pyrotechnic weapons and responded by unleashing his fiery breath. Of course, the monsters were destroyed. Yu Sang-woon ordered his knights to attack their opponents. The battle began across the entire front line. Bohaku declared that this was not the end. Yu Sang-woon jumped high into the air, swung his weapon, and said that Bohaku could say goodbye to everyone. Bohaku asked the sea golems for help and shouted that they should save him first. The Golden Knight continued to strike his opponent with stabbing and slashing blows using his spear. Yu Sang-woon thought that his opponent was too strong. It was probably because he had the body of a squid. At the same time, the Golden Knight swung at his opponent once again. The protagonist realized that this was his second hunt for an S-rank monster. Bohaku begged for mercy. Yu Sang-woon asked what was the point of letting go of what had already become his prey. Experience to level up, magic stones, and even money. There were too many losses from a living monster. Bohaku said he was willing to compensate for all of it with money. The director, watching this scene from the sidelines, was surprised. An S-rank monster begging for his life. She didn't think the Golden Knight, a demon worshipper, would accept such a pathetic bribe. Yu Sang-woon said that if Bohaku gave him twice as much, he would allow the monster to live. The young man added that he was willing to let his rival go only after the deal was completed. Bohaku thought for a moment and said that he accepted these terms, and swore by the name of the constellation Sangojong. Bohaku ordered his golems to stop fighting. The Golden Knight said that in that case, they needed to make a deal. Bohaku wouldn't try to cheat him, would he? Bohaku replied that the man should not worry. They never break their promises if they swear by the name of the constellation. He was ready to give his honest and noble word. Bohaku dumped a mountain of gold onto the clearing, and said that the Golden Knight could count it all and take it for himself. Bohaku asked if it would be enough. Yu Sang-woon admitted that the mountain looked pretty good. The monster said that in that case they would leave. The Golden Knight thought, who would have known that this monster had so much cash? There was no need to count it. It was clear that there would be several million. Yu Sang-woon looked at his assistants and wondered why they were silent. Ga Wolf asked the contractor if something was wrong. Yu Sang-woon wondered why his assistants had fallen silent. Was he blinded by selfishness? Or was he starting to lose his mind? Ga Wolf said that it was a reward received after fighting with honor, so everything was fine. The Golden Knight looked into the forest where the director was hiding and told her to come out. The woman came out of the forest and said that she was originally supposed to fight the bandits, adding that she was ready to introduce herself personally to the Golden Knight, the demon worshipper. Yu Sang-woon said that he already knew that she was the director of the academy, Baek Ga-yeon. The woman replied that this was quite unexpected. Did the Golden Knight really know her? Yu Sang-woon admitted that Baek Ga-yeon was quite famous. Ga-yeon stated that the money the Golden Knight had received was unusable. Stolen money, especially from banks, is protected by anti-theft mechanisms. In other words, this money is considered stolen. So according to all existing laws, it is impossible to take it. Yu Sang-woon was upset. Does that mean it's all just trash? Does that mean he was cheated? Baek Ga-yeon said that this S-rank monster squid most likely did not intend to cheat the Golden Knight. For a black market dealer, this is the most suitable commodity. Yu Sang-woon realized that he would have to settle for just the magic stones, so Eldraine burned all the counterfeits with his breath. The dragon didn't need to be persuaded twice. He breathed fire on the treasure, and the gold was gone. Baek Ga-yeon suggested that the Golden Knight was very interested in money. Could he listen to her request? Yu Sang-woon replied that he would not be a mercenary. It was time for him to leave. Baek Ga-yeon said she was very sorry to hear Mr. Yu Sang-woon's response. The protagonist was surprised. How did the director find out about this? Why did everyone know who he was in advance? Baek Ga-yeon replied that she herself did not think she would find out about it in this way. The director added that she thought the Golden Knight's armor was protected from magic, so she tried to buff him instead. However, no magic buffs were activated. Yu Sang-woon was surprised. Did it really not work? Baek Ga-yeon stated that she made a one-time attempt to give the knight the Hunter's Offering buff. However, a question popped up in the information window. Does she want to apply this to Academy employee Yu Sang-woon? Thus, everything became known. Yu Sang-woon was surprised. If someone wanted to apply a buff to him, would their identity be revealed? The protagonist asked what the Academy director was going to do now. Baek Ga-yeon said she would keep it a secret for now. Yu Sang-woon asked what "for now" meant. The woman said that if Yu Sang-woon was hiding his identity, there must be a good reason for it. Yu Sang-woon said that he did not want to get involved in any problems. Park Ga-yeon noted that the young man already had a lot of problems, so she could understand him. If his identity was revealed, the problems would be even bigger. Yu Sang-woon said he felt relieved after hearing her words. The protagonist looked at his smartphone screen and said that he had received a message. Bohaku was going to the new Gangnam. Baek Ga-yeon asked what the Golden Knight would do in that case. Are you going there already? Yu Sang-woon replied that he would collect all the magic stones and other available items before they disappeared for some reason. Yu Sang-woon told the director not to look at him like that. The wealthy people of Gangnam would take care of everything themselves. Besides, he had already made a deal with Bohaku. The Golden Knight turned around and said it was time for him to leave. He had a lot of important things to do tomorrow. Yu Sang-woon added that the director shouldn't get involved in battles too often either. Leaving the outpost was also dangerous. Baek Ga-yeon was surprised. Did the Golden Knight know where she came from? Maybe he also knew that she was going to fight Bohaku, so he came just in case. Waking up in his bed in the morning, Yu Sang-woon ordered coffee from the golem and thought it was time to head to the defense forces. Akalon brought him his morning pick-me-up coffee a minute later, an Americano without sugar or milk. Akalon noticed that his master had a guest. Yu Sang-woon was surprised. Who visits in the morning? It must be Shin Ayan or her mother. Akalon said it was Mrs. Baek, the director of the academy. Yu Sang-woon was surprised. Shouldn't Akalon have warned him in advance about her arrival? The golem replied that Mrs. Park was not an enemy and had arrived about 2 hours ago, but in order for the master to recover, he did not want to interrupt his sleep. Baek Ga-yeon acknowledged that Akalon brews excellent coffee. Akalon peeked around the corner and thanked the lady for the compliment. Park noted that, given his level of manners, he must have very sophisticated artificial intelligence. Yu Sang-woon asked why the academy director had come to see him. Surely it wasn't just to drink delicious coffee. The young man added that he needed to enlist in the defense forces, so he was ready to get straight down to business. Baek Ga-yeon said that the young man shouldn't worry about it. He could check his phone. There was a message on his smartphone screen saying that due to the situation in New Gangnam, recruitment into the defense forces had been cancelled. Park Ga-yeon added that the fighting had lasted all night. The people could have won, and they did. But the losses were great. Yu Sung-woon noted that he had advised the director not to participate in the battles, but she had done as she pleased. Park Ga-yeon remarked that it had been necessary. In any case, she had come to ask for a fair deal, given the recent situation. Yu Sung-woon did not understand what she wanted to ask for if the battle was already over. The young man said that he was ready to listen to her first. The woman said that it would be about the SS-rank demon worshipper, Pastor Lee. Yu Sung-woon said he refused. He was sure he would be asked to save the people captured by the pastor, and he understood that, so he refused. Baek Ga-yeon was surprised. Shouldn't the young man listen to the end before giving an answer? Where is he rushing to? Yu Sung-woon said that there are too many things in the world that cannot be undone. Baek Ga-yeon said she was willing to pay a decent amount, even in cryptocurrency. Yu Sung-woon replied that he still refused. Yu Sung-woon wondered why Park Ga-yeon was trying to save people on her own. That's not what a director should be doing. Yu Sang-woon noted that even if the director saved them, the cost of treatment would make things harder for the victims' families. The young man noted that good intentions do not always turn out well for others. Yu Sang-woon advised him not to waste time on something so useless, and to have breakfast before leaving. He could offer breakfast absolutely free of charge. Baek Ga-yeon agreed. Bohaku, who was heading to Suwon, returned to New Kanam, and the siege of the rear lines began. As the defense forces were on the verge of collapse, the Olympus and Blue Dragon guilds intervened and are currently fighting the monsters. The monsters looted the deposits and VIP storage facilities, then set fire to the buildings. Due to the enormous loss, it is difficult to say whether New Kanam will be able to return to its former state. Yu Sang-woon praised the goblin for the delicious breakfast. Akalan was pleased. The shelters were also raided, and about 1,500 people were kidnapped. They were captured because of their connections to the King of Slaughter. This did not happen even when there were only awakened people. Yu Sang-woon noted that the noble constellations reward people according to their merits, while humans only speak beautifully but do nothing themselves. Yu Sang-woon noted that when he first left the shelter and received his first money, he was insanely happy. Only later did he find out that he had been underpaid. The young man added that even at the academy, the starting salary is the minimum wage. That is why people are interested in constellations. At least it is fair. Yu Sang-woon was surprised. Even if they destroy the world. Yu Sang-woon said that even when people are dying somewhere on the planet, only humans can care about their money at that moment. Even if the whole world collapses, the most important thing for a person will be how they feel. Has Baek Ga-yeon ever gone hungry? Has she ever rummaged through a trash can to find something to eat? If not, then there is no point in talking about the destruction of the world with her righteous delusions. Yu Sang-woon thought he had been too harsh. She was much older than him after all. Baek Ga-yeon said that his constellation had strange preferences. How could it cling to such a gloomy person? Yu Sang-woon said he didn't have a constellation. The academy director was surprised and asked what kind of power he had in that case. Yu Sang-woon replied that he didn't know. He knew only one thing. Whoever had foisted this garbage on him had made a big mistake. Park Ga-yeon asked what he planned to do with this power. If he didn't intervene in the situation in Gangnam, would he become a symbol of justice? Fighting off evil, or something like that? Yu Sang-woon said he wouldn't do that. He would just reach a level where they couldn't bother him anymore, and then he would go back to farming. Baek Ga-yeon was surprised. Was that really the goal of a young man with such power? Yu Sang-woon confirmed it. If he had a constellation, he would swear by its name. The director said she was simply speechless. Yu Sang-woon said that wasn't bad either. Then people wouldn't know that there was such a coward who only knew how to run away. Yu Sang-woon asked if Ms. Baek had finished her breakfast. It was time for him to leave. Baek Ga-yeon said she had another request. The young man said he was ready to listen to her request. After all, the coward hadn't left yet. Baek Ga-yeon asked if Yu Sang-woon could receive the Grandmaster's inheritance instead of her. If the young man was the type who only thought about his own safety, then this inheritance would be useful to him. The young people discussed the news that the head of the student council had decided to voluntarily leave his post after all. It was time for him to understand his place after the three greatest guilds had kicked him out. He asked if Wu Song would go to the new Gangnam. Wu Song said he had terminated that contract. They even decided to take the case of the violation to court. A student asked what would happen to Kang Ho. Wu Song said that he was still S rank, so he would most likely agree to go anywhere. At that moment, Shin A-young entered the classroom. One of the students asked if little A-young hadn't been B rank for several years. What did she do to reach A rank? The student suggested that she had obtained a legendary skill book worth several million. Wu Sang admitted that she was considered an S-rank pseudo-hunter. Everyone must be nervous now. She is the 11th candidate for S rank. Woo-sang asked Ayan if she had thought about his earlier proposal. The girl repeated that she was going to stay in the country and work with her mother. Woo-sang suggested she think it over carefully. A future S rank shouldn't be stuck in these shallow waters. She should go deeper. Shin Ayan wondered if that was true, even considering that there were 2 SS ranks in these shallow waters. If the Olympus Guild could persuade at least those 2, she would join. Woo-sang said that A-young was still naive, but she could contact him if she changed her mind. The student said that if he were in A-young's place, he would join Olympus, because it is one of the 3 largest guilds. The girl said that she didn't like these 3 guilds. They are arrogant, and there is no one there at her friend's level. Shin A-yeon was asked once again to consider Olympus's offer. It was actually quite decent. Shin A-yeon thought she was close to failure. I wonder what Yu Sang-woon is doing now. Shin So-mi asked in surprise if he had become a student of Baek Ga-yeon. Yu Sang-woon said he just needed to take care of it. Baek Ga-yeon clarified that it was more like the key to a chest containing the master's legacy. It was necessary to take care of it and give it to someone who was truly worthy. Yu Sang-woon asked what would happen if he gave it to the wrong person. Baek Ga-yeon replied that he would have to pay the price. For example, problems with leveling up, obtaining items, and conflicts with other guilds and groups. Baek Ga-yeon added that if Yu Sang-woon agreed to her request, she would add him to the list of students. Shin So-mi said that if Yu Sang-woon became her student, Park Ga-yeon would have to be able to control any information about him. Now the young man would be able to calmly improve his level. Yu Sang-woon suggested that this would attract unnecessary attention. The guild leader said that since he was her student, he would not be involved in anything unnecessary, even if he showed above-average skills. Yu Sang-woon said, "A party of 4 led by the guild leader. Does she have healing skills?" Shin So-mi replied that she had allocated her remaining points to improving medical equipment and first aid skills. She had already applied to become the group's healer. Yu Sang-woon asked, "Did the guild leader also foresee the future in order to have a full set of healers she can be relied upon?" Shin So-mi asked why he was surprised. Anyone could have foreseen this. Yu Sang-woon was surprised. Why did she blush? The underground city of Kaesong. People with their hands tied are moving through the streets. They are prisoners of war. The driver told Pastor Lee that it was because of the recent incident in Gangnam. Pastor Lee looked closely at the faces of these people. The driver reported that a man known as the Golden Knight Demon Worshipper, who had destroyed the Archdemon Leghorn, had caused a commotion there. Shortly after that, Sango-jun's forces attacked, so now there is great turmoil there. Pastor Lee said, "So, it turns out these scoundrels came here to sell the prisoners. That's not bad. But what happened to the foreign buyers?" The driver reported that negotiations had failed with everyone, including the Emperor of the Constellations Qin, King Pei Yang, and the Communist Party. He added that the Emperor and the King rejected the negotiations on moral grounds, and the Communist Party said it would not negotiate anything except for hired support. Pastor Lee asked if the foreigners would really give money if they sent them support. That's just ridiculous, because they're basically offering to become their servants. The driver noted that since negotiations with the Communist Party had failed, there were problems with food supplies. Their numbers had increased due to scavengers brought in by the archdemon beasts and the King of Slaughter. Measures would have to be taken soon. Pastor Lee said that it was necessary to break through when there were insurmountable problems. The driver asked what they should do if the Golden Knight decided to join the game. He even had a dragon. Pastor Lee said that the driver had become too talkative and that he should shut up and drive. The driver understood and apologized. Pastor Lee added that the adults would figure it out themselves. Negotiations were underway in the White Knight Guild in broad daylight. Yu Sang-woon suggested that everyone introduce themselves. "Are guild leader Shin So-mi and Academy Director Baek Ga-yeon acquainted?" Shin So-mi said she was pleased to meet him. Yu Sang-woon asked if they had a common goal, C rank, and whether it was worth making a plan. Baek Ga-yeon asked why they shouldn't take B rank. Yu Sang-woon was surprised. They had only met today, and now they were going straight for B rank? The Academy Director asked if they needed to waste time on C rank when it was still here, and what experience guild leader Shin So-mi had in B rank dungeons. Shin So-mi replied that she had been there once, but only because of the exam to advance to A rank. Baek Ga-yeon noted that if only B rank dungeons were taken into account, she had been in more than 300. The Academy head added that if the White Knights Guild quickly cleared a B rank dungeon, it might raise suspicion. But if she was with them, there would be no need to worry about such things. Yu Sang-woon thought that if they went to such a dungeon with an S rank hunter, the difference would be quite significant. And going to a B rank dungeon when, in the opinion of those around them, their guild had barely reached C rank was, at the very least, unwise. Baek Ga-yeon had already informed the association that she would resign from her position to train a student, so there should be no problems. The head of the academy said they could leave right away. Yu Sang-woon agreed. If no one objects, It's better to do it right now. Park Ga-yeon knew the young man would say that and expressed her delight that he was so curious. Shin So-mi agreed that they should go. She added that she would also go, as she needed to gain experience. Baek Ga-yeon got up from her seat and said that if everyone was ready, it was time to set off. The trailer arrived at the control area of the B-rank dungeon. Park Ga-yeon announced that they were almost there, and that everyone needed to check their potions and equipment. After the check, the trailer moved on. Finally, Park Ga-yeon said it was time to get out. The entrance to the dungeon was a little further away, but preparations had to be made here. The Golden Knight asked if there were any monsters here. The head of the academy said that these were traces left after the loss of the constellation. They would not interfere in any way, and there was no need to be afraid ahead of time. Baek Ga-yeon expressed confidence that the young man would cope, but in any case, they would follow him because she did not know the way. The Golden Knight said he would try his best. Yu Sang-woon, dressed as the Golden Knight, walked first, followed by 3 women, not all of whom were in armor. Yu Sang-woon unexpectedly found the entrance to the dungeon in the bushes. There was a hidden portal there. It was a B-rank dungeon, so it was a little scary. Suddenly, all the women were inside the portal. Baek Ga-yeon said that now the Golden Knight would have to go alone. A hunter must be able to explore the unknown and navigate crisis situations. At the same time, the hands of the guild leader's daughter were tied and taped. Yu Sang-woon did not understand what was happening. Meanwhile, the portal began to disappear. The protagonist could do nothing about it. Shin So-mi asked her companions if everything was really okay. Baek Ga-yeon said that being a hunter means that at some point you have to put your life on the line. This training was necessary for the young man if he wanted to continue living without problems. Shin So-mi stated that in B-rank dungeons, not only combat power was important, but also experience and mind control. That is why the Golden Knight will have to fight his way through everything on his own to a greater extent. Yu Sang-woon did not lose his composure and decided to call his support squad. However, there was a problem. Due to the size of this place, it was impossible to call his subordinates. Yu Sang-woon thought that in this case, he might go crazy. Baek Ga-yeon noticed that the Great White Swan Apostle was in the dungeon where they were going this time. It was an extremely cunning monster. Yu Sang-woon checked the literature and made sure that there was nothing in the book that was suitable for this situation. The Golden Knight thought that at least he would learn something. Even allies should not be lulled into a false sense of security. If he decided to settle here, he wouldn't have to leave, right? He was going to come to the village anyway. Even if he couldn't leave, it would be even better. The Golden Knight decided to take care of his future and began cutting down trees using his combat weapon. After a while, using his architectural skills and previously acquired knowledge, our hero was able to construct a semblance of a residential building. Building a house turned out to be easier than he had previously thought. The house looked a little shaky because it was made without drying the wood. Yu Sang-woon wondered if it would work, because he couldn't call his knights. The protagonist found himself in front of the auction house again. The same girl greeted him at the entrance again. She said hello and mentioned that she hadn't seen this customer in a long time. Yu Sang-woon asked if there were any blankets or other camping gear available. The girl replied that the entire range was currently in stock, so the customer could choose whatever he liked. The Golden Knight asked if there were any traps. A 3-headed bird, and a bird of prey at that. The bird was surprised. What was this man doing here? He hadn't been seen here before. Another head said that this man didn't smell of pain. He wasn't doing anything at all. We need to give him a nightmare, then he'll feel pain. Yu Sang-woon was resting on a soft blanket. Next to him was an empty container of an intoxicating drink and bones from the meat he had eaten. The 3-headed bird said that this golden armor was strange. Why was he laughing while on her territory? He should react differently if he was alone in the dungeon. A human should not consider this territory his home. All 3 heads decided to give this man a nightmare so that he would not have such a relaxed expression on his face. It was impossible to tolerate. The Golden Knight's house was attacked by the magical energy of the 3-headed bird. The bird wanted the man to writhe in pain. Yu Sang-woon opened his eyes and wondered where he was. The young man saw young people walking with their children in an amusement park. The boy saw a candy shop and said he wanted cotton candy. His father said he would bring him some candy, and that the boy could wait for him next to his mother. Yu Sang-woon was frightened and shouted for the man not to go there. The man saw people running away from the candy stand. After a while, the father returned to the child. He had cotton candy in his hand. Suddenly, there was an explosion, and the candy stand was destroyed. A huge, bloodthirsty monster appeared in the amusement park. The monster grabbed frightened people with its tentacles. The mother tried to take her child away from the monster to a safe place. The man tried to reach his child, but the distance between them was increasing. The monster pierced the woman's body with its tentacles. At that moment, she managed to push her child to a safe distance. The woman, bleeding profusely, fell to the ground and told Sang-woon to calm down. The mother hugged her son and tried to protect him with her body from the bloodthirsty monster passing by. The monster began to retreat, and the woman and child remained lying on the ground. The amusement park was deserted. The woman told Sang-woon that he must survive. The boy, with tears in his eyes, asked his mother not to talk so loudly. The protagonist watched all this as if from the outside. Thus, the boy lost his parents. However, thanks to them, he was able to survive in this hole and became who he is now, Yu Sang-woon. Yu Sang-woon did not understand where he was or what was happening to him. The Golden Knight heard someone telling him to wake up. The young man opened his eyes. A huge three-headed bird was circling above the forest. Yu Sang-woon came out of his hut and asked what kind of monster bird it was. Perhaps it had avoided the mines because it could fly? The bird thought that this man talked a lot. The protagonist said he was ready to face this representative of evil like a true knight. The bird declared that it did not want to fight the strongest. It was here to express its best wishes and ask him to leave. Yu Sang-woon was surprised. Why should he do that? The bird said that the Golden Knight had no place in this dungeon. It turned hope and happiness into despair. The knight had a pure heart, but he was not looking for happiness. The bird said that this knight was a desperate beast. Yu Sang-woon was surprised. Why should he leave? He would not fight if the bird did not. He would stay here and feel comfortable. The bird said that this was not possible. Life is painful, but it is also good. Instead of beauty comes pain, the fall of hope and despair. Yu Sang-woon wondered if only one head of this bird could speak. Why were there so many of them? The bird said that in any case the man brings no good to any of them by being here. This is not a refuge or a sanctuary. Yu Sang-woon admitted that the place where he had lived before was not a refuge or sanctuary either. It was a world of corrupt hunters and selfish people. The bird suggested that this was why they did not visit its prison. The Golden Knight added that he felt very comfortable here. Besides, if the bird was the only monster that came here, didn't that mean there were no other monsters here? The bird said that was true. They didn't quiet down during the day, but then returned at night to torment his dreams. However, inside, the young man was already on the verge of despair, so he couldn't hurt anyone. Yu Sang-woon acknowledged that this was the way of the world. The bird said that if the world outside the gate was filled with even more pain, then there was no point in existing. The winged monster noted that if the man left this place, it would be easier for him. So the Golden Knight must leave this place immediately. Yu Sang-woon asked what the bird was going to do. The bird said that the man had come here alone in search of paradise. He must protect his world and cherish it. When his heart is filled with happiness and hope, they will return. Yu Sang-woon was surprised. Did this bird want to blow itself up? The bird told the man to return when his heart was filled with happiness. After that, there was an explosion, and gold jewels appeared in the air. Yu Sang-woon said that the bird could not influence anything and would not be able to return. The young man returned from the dungeon and told the head of the academy that it was too easy. Baek Ga-yeon asked how he managed to break through the A-rank dungeon. She was sure it wasn't easy for the young man, because the King of Pain himself, the White Swan Apostle, was in that dungeon. Yu Sang-woon replied that it was his secret. Shin Ayeon said she was very hungry. Park Ga-yeon was surprised. Why was the young man so arrogant? How could he keep secrets from the commander? Baek Ga-yeon said that for the report, they would say that they defended the entire dungeon together. Yu Sang-woon must remember and tell what was problematic in the dungeon. Shin Ayeon asked if the commander could change the report a little. The girl asked either not to include her at all or to make her incapacitated in battle. She doesn't want everyone to know that she passed the B-rank dungeon without any problems. Otherwise, they will suspect that she raised her rank too quickly. Baek Ga-yeon suggested that she could fulfill this request. The head of the academy said she would leave the report as it was. She would try to complete the next dungeon in a week. Baek Ga-yeon noted that even if she helps the young man, she still doesn't want him to defend the dungeon so quickly, otherwise it will arouse suspicion. Ayeon asked what Yu Sang-woon would be doing this week. Yu Sang-woon said he needed to build a house. Baek Ga-yeon agreed that it wouldn't hurt to have a place to call home. She would look into different options. Yu Sang-woon thanked her. The head of the academy was glad that the young man showed no signs of becoming a hunter. Baek Ga-yeon asked the guild leader if she and her daughter would be returning. Shin So-mi confirmed that she still had business at the guild. Ayeon noted that she also needed to return to the academy. Baek Ga-yeon asked if Yu Sang-woon had already chosen where he would live. The young man replied that he was still thinking about it. The head of the academy said that she had conducted a full analysis of the young man's actions while he was in the dungeon. She added that she needed to predict the damage that could be caused by those who were following the trail of the Golden Knight, the demon worshipper, towards the White Knight Guild or the academy. Baek Ga-yeon added that overall things were not going very well. Running away is fine, but shouldn't the problems the young man created be fixed? Starting with Ko Sung-joon, then the S-rank demon worshipper, Jong Mi-soo, the attack on Seoul by the SS-rank demon worshipper Pastor Lee, and then the case of the new Gangnam. With such a long trail of problems, the young man is bound to be caught. The scale of the damage is too great. The head of the academy added that the Olympus Guild would quickly catch up with the young man with that Titan spear. Yu Sang-woon thought that they would find out that he had visited the weapon shop. Baek Ga-yeon said that they might even realize that Yu Sang-woon was a golden knight. Yu Sang-woon thought he had been too careless. Yu Sang-woon looked at his smartphone screen and wondered why the Blue Dragon and Olympus had come to their guild. Shin So-mi asked the assistant who had arrived from the Blue Dragon and Olympus guilds. The assistant replied that it was the head, Ko Jong-soo, and the A-rank hunter. They wanted to talk in person. Shin So-mi thought that the conversation would be about the Golden Knight. The guild leader asked them to wait. The guests entered the office themselves and said that they were in a hurry and hoped that it would not take long. They suggested talking quickly. Shin So-mi wondered what had brought these people to her unremarkable guild. The head of the Blue Dragon asked where their E-rank hunter named Yu Sang-woon was. Shin So-mi replied that he was a student of the academy director, so she didn't know where he was now. The head of the Blue Dragon stated that he had seen the association's report on the dungeons. The woman added that she had already told them everything she knew, even filming the interrogation and providing the video. The Blue Dragon leader said that based on what they had learned from the Olympus Guild and the events that had taken place, they had reason to believe that the White Knight Guild was collaborating with the Golden Knight, the demon worshipper. The head of the Blue Dragon asked, "Is Yu Sang-woon the Golden Knight?" Shin So-mi replied that she knew nothing. The woman added that whether she confessed or not, it didn't really matter. She added that she had a working, business relationship with this young man. The guild helps him when necessary. He accepts her help. Shin So-mi understood that they would not budge until there was solid evidence. The head of the Blue Dragon said, "Shin So-mi, you understand that the Golden Knight was responsible for the first incident in New Gangnam, right? If she doesn't tell us, she will be punished along with him." Shin So-mi was surprised. Was the head of the Blue Dragon threatening her? The man said he was warning her. The oil tycoons are more focused on finding the culprit of the Gangnam incident than on rebuilding the city, even though the damage is enormous, because their money was at risk during the incident. They have been fighting each other since the wall was built. But if one of them catches the culprit, their ratings will skyrocket. It is enough to call those who fought during the first wave heroes. They just need a villain. They are trying to get rid of the people who, by coincidence, were involved in the incident in New Gangnam and oppose the big three guilds. After all, hunters and associations are political arenas. The head of the Blue Dragon Guild said that he was letting his interlocutor know that it was time to choose the right side. The man added that he was not promising to be lenient. Shin So-mi did not expect this. The guests warned that they were ready to start using energy on Shin So-mi, and the head of the Blue Dragon said that the woman had to make a quick decision. The hunter from the Olympus Guild added that if they had to start, maybe she would talk then. Shin So-mi resisted with all her might. She thought she should tell the young man to stay away. Suddenly, there was an explosion in the building, and a hole appeared in the wall. The Golden Knight entered through it. He thought that these actions were not like him at all. Shin So-mi lay unconscious on the floor. The guests saw the Golden Knight and were extremely surprised. It was a complete surprise to them. The protagonist decided not to get involved in the battle and picked up the head of the Shin So-mi Guild. The head of the Blue Dragon thought that the Golden Knight wanted to escape. The guests decided that this demon worshipper must be detained. Yu Sang-woon ordered his assistants to destroy the two. The Golden Knight handed the guild leader over to the Steel Goblin and told him to take her to a safe place at any cost. Representatives of the Blue Dragon and Olympus guilds called their hunters and ordered them to give chase. The protagonist thought that even a serial killer would not go that far. The head of the Blue Dragon Guild asked the Golden Knight if he really considered himself less guilty than a serial killer. The guild leader called him by name, Yu Sang-woon. The young man realized that now this man knew who he was. It was all because of the Spear of Titan. The Golden Knight said he wanted to keep everything secret so that he and the White Knight Guild would be left alone. He reminded them that he wasn't the one who started it all. The young man added that he simply couldn't sit idly by and watch the scoundrels think that everything was going according to their plan. His opponent said that they had come with an offer. Yu Sang-woon said he didn't know what they wanted to offer, but he refused outright. The wolf would not bow down to the dogs. The head of the Blue Dragon Guild noted that for a man who wants to live peacefully, the young man has a very sharp tongue. Yu Sang-woon replied that he wants to live peacefully not because he is afraid of them, but because he does not need problems from people like them. The head of the Blue Dragon Guild thought that the stakes had been raised. It seemed that today he would finally be able to reach SS rank. The guild reported that all the troops he had gathered were ready for battle. The Olympus Guild hunter ordered all forces to arrest the Golden Knight. If necessary, he could be destroyed. Dozens of arrows flew at the Golden Knight. Yu Sang-woon activated his dome defense, and the arrows couldn't penetrate it. The guild leader ordered them to continue, and his hunters surrounded the Golden Knight, moving on to hand-to-hand combat. The protagonist felt no pain, but there were still too many enemies. Something had to be done. Yu Sang-woon decided to buy some time and changed his position. He jumped into a window of a nearby building. The young man thought that he could hold out for a while, but when his energy ran out, he could die. His assistants appeared near their master. Croakbane said that he was excited today and wanted to fight. Gawolf said he was waiting for orders from the contractor. Yu Sang-woon said that the enemies would probably set up a line of defense around this side and then start attacking. The Golden Knight added that as soon as the attack began, he would counterattack and try to break through the defenses. When the enemy's attention was focused on him, his assistants would strike the flanks. Gawolf said it was a very good plan. The master was developing quite quickly during the war. Yu Sang-woon replied that he did not want to develop in that way. There was an explosion in the building, and the wall cracked all the way up to the roof. Yu Sang-woon stepped out into the window opening and said he had decided to break through. The Blue Dragon hunters shouted that the Golden Knight was heading towards them. The guild leader ordered them to stop him at all costs, as he was trying to break through the encirclement. Yu Sang-woon jumped from the building onto a platform surrounded by his opponents. Everything indicated that the Golden Knight was ready for battle. Croakbane noticed that, as the master had said, they were approaching. Yu Sang-woon thought he needed to summon the dragon Eldren. At that moment, the dragon was already nearby. Flapping its wings intensely, it approached the dangerous territory. The Olympus Guild hunter ordered his warriors to aim at the dragon. The warriors drew their bows, and dozens of arrows were aimed at the dragon flying by. The Golden Knight told the dragon to activate its protective magic as strongly as possible. The dragon replied that it also wanted many things, but the defensive functions were activated. The Olympus commander shouted for the archers to shoot at both of them. The Golden Knight said it was time to begin and prepared his sword for battle. The commander of Olympus asked his comrade, "Is there really no way to deal with the dragon?" The head of the Blue Dragon Guild said that the dragon was now S rank, but they could handle it. Yu Sang-woon looked at the mini-map and said that everything was just great. They were all gathered in one place. Our hero thought that if the mountain was suitable for the path, he would cut it down. If the river was suitable for the path, he would cut it down too. His path to uniting the world was through struggle. Suddenly a message came that both sides should immediately stop fighting. All military actions must also be stopped. A military aircraft appeared in the sky. Failure to comply with the order would result in legal and administrative sanctions. The guild commanders were surprised. Why now? The order was repeated. All military actions must cease. The protagonist's assistants understood that this applied to them as well. Yu Sang-woon decided it was time to leave and told his assistants that they were retreating. The commander of the Olympus Guild was surprised. Why was the Blue Dragon protecting him? After all, he was a Golden Knight. The head of the Blue Dragon Guild explained that administrative action meant that the government and the association were involved. The Olympus commander said that this was a great waste. The head of the Blue Dragon acknowledged that they had become a hindrance. The Golden Knight turned around and began to run away to hide from his rivals. The Olympus hunter said that the Golden Knight was leaving. His guild should pursue him. The head of the Blue Dragon agreed. The hunters of Olympus would pursue him, and they would keep an eye on it. Suddenly, the head of the academy appeared and said that there was no need for this. They would lose valuable people in a futile pursuit. The head of the Blue Dragon asked, "Did Baek Ga-yeon report everything?" The woman admitted. Who else but her could have acted so quickly? They had to discuss it with the association, the Hunters Association. The briefing began. Park Ga-yeon noted that too many events had been happening lately. The head of the Soul Guild asked, "Who is the Golden Knight?" Park Ga-yeon remembered how the young man, looking at his smartphone, was going to join the White Knight Guild. Now the woman had to think about what to say when asked about it. Yu Sang-woon said that if everything was already known, then he definitely had nothing to hide. He planned to leave the country when they found out who he was. The Olympus Guild hunters said that they were able to trace the sale of the titanium spear to the Golden Knight, but the White Knight Guild interfered. The officer noted that the guilds had been given too much autonomy. A law would have to be passed to control them. The head of the Soul Guild said that they had not gathered for that purpose. The issue of autonomy could be discussed next time. The Olympus hunter reported that there was a detailed profile. The Golden Knight was Yu Sang-woon. He was 32 years old and single. He had no particular history. He grew up in an orphanage and got a job at the academy. The head of the Blue Dragon said that they did not know when he had awakened, because they did not have his entire history. Baek Ga-yeon could fill in the gaps. The head of the academy asked where they wanted to start. The woman reported that his level is 45, class is Knight. All 4 of his stats are SS, and his armor is legendary. He can summon 4 knights and a dragon, and also has a wide range of mass skills. The commander-in-chief asked, "Don't these characteristics surpass those of the regiment of the Great Apostle of the Holy Throne?" The officer clarified, "Is he really an ordinary person? He has the power of a medium-level guild." Baek Ga-yeon added that he does not belong to any constellation. This means he cannot swear by a constellation. The Minister of Defense was surprised. How can one be a knight without a constellation? Is this really about Yu Sang-woon? Baek Ga-yeon asked. Don't they believe her? But the important thing is not how such a person exists. The question is why this guy takes on big things while remaining in the shadows. The head of the academy added that she would not even know of his existence if it weren't for the events in which he participated. Joining a guild seems like a glamorous and wonderful life, but there are fierce battles and political struggles. The commander of Olympus said that he could have stayed away from the battles, but he still did everything he could to prepare for them. Wouldn't it be even stranger if he avoided fighting? Baek Ga-yeon said that the incident with Chairman Bae was the most troubling. It was an accident for Yu Sang-woon. He was just trying to protect himself. Park Ga-yeon asked if the head of the Blue Dragon Guild agreed with her. The head of the Soul Guild was indignant. What was Park Ga-yeon talking about? Wasn't it Chairman Bae who woke the sleeping lion? Baek Ga-yeon said that when the head of the Soul Guild fought him, he was involved in his illegal hobby. Did he take appropriate legal action against his private prison? The head of the academy said that Yu Sang-woon is not going to become a hunter. He just wants to have the power to protect himself. The woman added that the consequences are quite dire. He is an ordinary person without a constellation who suddenly became a being capable of ruling the world. The head of the Soul Guild asked what that meant. Baek Ga-yeon asked what would happen if Yu Sang-woon revealed himself. He would have to move to another country. The officer asked what the White Knight Guild was doing. Obviously, they were hiding him illegally. The senior officer added that the guild leader and her daughter were involved. Now it's a problem for them. The head of the Soul Guild said that was true. If Shin So-mi was involved, it was a problem for the entire guild. In that case, they would have to convene a meeting of the association's leaders, including the guild heads, and make a decision. An arrest warrant would be necessary. The Blue Dragon head thought that the ministry or the association would try to make this guy a guild hunter somehow. It would be better to get rid of him than to leave him to another guild. The underground city of Kimgas. The protagonist thought that things weren't as bad as previously assumed. Shin So-mi said that there were many scavengers, but the city was still well guarded compared to Kaisen. The woman added that Kaisen was actually ruled by Pastor Lee. Yu Sang-woon thought that this was why Shin So-mi had asked him to come here. Local hooligans approached the young people. One of them said that the guy, whom he had never seen before, had a girlfriend. Who were they? This was their hangout. Yu Sang-woon said that the 3 of them were being very noisy. One of the bullies recognized our hero. He said that he was a Golden Knight, an S-rank demon worshipper. The bullies checked the information against data from the internet and said that they had almost gotten themselves into trouble. The trio bowed, said they had been misunderstood, and that they were leaving right away. Yu Sang-woon thought that he was already a celebrity. Why were they so kind to him? They made him feel stupid. Yu Sang-woon noticed that everyone seemed to think the White Knight Guild was in cahoots with him. Shin So-mi said that in that case, the young man should take responsibility. Shin So-mi asked if something was wrong. Was she a burden to him? Yu Sang-woon replied that it wasn't true. Shin So-mi said that she believed Yu Sang-woon would definitely come to her aid, but she didn't think he would do it so decisively. Yu Sang-woon said that the guild leader trusted him, so he reciprocated that trust. Shin So-mi noted that from now on, each side would play to its own advantage. The Gangnam authorities would try to claim damages. Chairman Bae's case would eventually go to court, and influential people were involved. Most likely, they would just pretend to punish him and shift the blame onto others. Shin So-mi said that sooner or later, the young man would have to make a choice. The association or the guild. Yu Sang-woon said that he could remain a demon worshipper. The protagonist noted that despite everything, his goal remains the same. To continue living his life without interfering in other people's affairs. Yu Sang-woon added that after fighting the Blue Dragon Guild, he realized how difficult it was to resist the forces of several people. After all, to fight the guild, you need a similar organization. Shin So-mi asked if Yu Sang-woon was going to create his own guild. Yu Sang-woon replied that he would simply start recruiting new knights. Shin So-mi couldn't believe it. Was he really recruiting knights? Yu Sang-woon clarified that he meant S-rank knights, Akalon, Crockbane, and others. Shin So-mi noted that this was nothing more than an increase in personal power. What was important was who he decided to join forces with. Yu Sang-woon stated that he did not want to be part of the guild, but he also did not intend to engage in government work. Shin So-mi noted that this is precisely why they would have to work with the association. The young man said he just had an idea. He would contact the director. The Hunters Association. The president of the association is surprised. Where did the woman get such conditions? Baek Ga-yeon said that she simply passed on his words. The hunter was furious. Being a member of the association, going to the dungeon, but not responding to summonses? Isn't that the same as being an autonomous guild? The billion-won fee is simply ridiculous. Baek Ga-yeon said she knew everything. But doesn't that mean they'll force the Golden Knight to work for them? It's also worthy of the association's SS rank. We need to think rationally. Don't those present think so? Is 1 trillion really that much for them? 4 S-class knights and a dragon. Isn't it more profitable to invest 1 trillion? The association representative said that this Yu Sung-woon is taking on too much. It's just ridiculous. One service can't cost that much. The government cannot allocate such an exorbitant amount of money. Paik So-mi asked what would happen if another party hired him for 1 trillion won. The head of the academy added that having him would be in the national interest. The money could be taken from the defense budget or the police budget. If those present consider him a weapon, then he is nothing that could not be covered by 1 trillion. It's good value for money. The government's special representative asked what this guy was going to spend 1 trillion on. He's not going to do anything illegal, is he? Baek Ga-yeon said there was no need to worry about that. She guarantees that the funds will be used rationally, taking into account all interests. If the answer is yes, he will be ready to join. Shin So-mi and Yu Sung-woon decided to eat and drink at the same time. Grilled meat and red wine came in handy. The young man noted that this wine had a rather pleasant, mild aroma. Shin So-mi added that this wine was different from the one they had tried before. Yu Sung-woon said that it was his first time trying wine, so he didn't even know what to say. He had never been to a place like this before. Shin So-mi was surprised. Had he never even been with his girlfriend? The young man replied that he had been too busy with work and hadn't thought about relationships. The guild leader was surprised to learn that her conversation partner had never had a girlfriend. Shin So-mi added that in that case, she would be the first. The protagonist did not understand what he was doing or where it might lead. A phone call came in from Baek Ga-yeon. The young man asked how everything went. Baek Ga-yeon said that everything went well, as it should have. Yu Sang-woon asked what had been decided. Park Ga-yeon said that the association and the government agreed to his proposal. In any case, it would be beneficial for his reputation. The head of the academy said she had to stamp the contract. Did the young man want to meet in person? Yu Sung-woon replied that it would only be possible tomorrow. After the conversation ended, Shin So-mi asked what decision had been made. Yu Sang-woon replied that they had agreed to meet tomorrow. Yu Sang-woon got up from the table and said that when Shin So-mi was done, they would leave. He needed to recharge his energy before tomorrow's trip. Yu Sang-woon said that he had 2 skill points that he had accumulated and 2 options for rewards for saving his guild leader. This time, he wanted to summon a knight. He decided that he should have his own team while he was fighting the Blue Dragon. Yu Sang-woon asked his assistants to give him some recommendations. Golem said that Galactic Knights would be suitable for the Master. With a production Sword Knight and support drones, the Master would be well covered. Gawolf added that Abyss Knights were the best because they were always ready for battle. Some Mayal noted the same thing about the Heavenly Knights. They believed that heavenly power, rather than the sinister power of the Abyss, is better suited to golden armor. Yu Sung-woon thought that everyone was trying to push their own agenda. Isn't there an organization that has a little more diversity, such as reconnaissance and destruction? The assistants said that they fight and battle because they are knights and are not afraid to take up arms. Yu Sung-woon said he understood everything and that the recommendations could stop there. The young man read about the essence of the fallen phoenix in the information window and understood why the Royal Guard and other similar organizations were taking to the streets. Yu Sang-woon said he needed forces that could do more. Shin So-mi said it didn't matter because the skills of his subordinates were very valuable in themselves. Yu Sung-woon said that he had 2 skills, the Blood Guardians of the Elemental Knight's Cillian Forest Blade and the Heavenly Sword Army of the Knight of Devastation, Ryu Chen. Yu Sang-woon added that he had 1 more skill. Yu Sang-woon said that he would have to learn 1 skill and then choose between the 2. The young man decided to choose the Heavenly Swordsman. After pressing the corresponding button, the protagonist was surprised. Why isn't it working? After all, it's not magic. Som Mayol suggested that this happens when the owner supplies it with magic. Yu Sang-woon noted that troops are expensive in any case, and ultimately he thinks the price of calling them in is also high. At one point, our hero began to get nervous and shouted that everything was very expensive. Shin So-mi didn't know what was going on, but she understood that the situation was not looking good. Yu Sang-woon decided that there was definitely a mistake in the information provided. Knights should be a separate purchase. Shin So-mi asked if trying to assemble an army with 2 skills wasn't a problem. Yu Sang-woon said that he would describe 2 optional rewards, but But first he needed to summon one of the soldiers of the Heavenly Sword Army as support. A knight appeared and said he had responded to the call. "What does His Majesty command?" he asked. The protagonist found it strange that the knight addressed him as king. The young man asked the knight his name. The summoned knight replied that he had no name, as he had been summoned as a soldier of the king. Yu Sang-woon regretted that the knight had no name. The knight said that his life belonged to the king. It was not worth asking him his name. It was better to send him into battle. Yu Sang-woon said that he had summoned the knight simply to get acquainted. Could he return? The knight replied that he was always at His Majesty's service and ready to be by his side. Yu Sang-woon thought that one soldier had taken a lot of effort. Shin So-mi asked if he had seen his stats and skills. Shin So-mi added that he had just had a soldier, an S-class hunter with impressive stats. In addition, he had 4 skills. Shin So-mi said that these soldiers were the most elite warriors at the king's table, and they never ran away. Even the knights were surprised when they saw this for the first time. Yu Sang-woon said that they had all these stats and skills. Yu Sang-woon noted that he did not have the skills to interpret status, so he could only use them in this way. He added that he did not know that such a status check existed. Shin So-mi was surprised. Had Yu Sang-woon been fighting all this time without looking at status? Although with such status, he doesn't need to choose his opponent. The protagonist said that this time, 2 knights were being summoned at once. He hoped that a good warrior would appear. The summoning continued, and the knights were about to appear. Their outlines were already visible. Each of the assistants wished for a knight who matched their description. It would be good to gather 3 holy knights together. The summoning process ended, and 2 knights knelt before the protagonist. One of the summoned knights said that he was the elite of the Heavenly Sword Army. Chief of Staff Yu Cheng has come at His Majesty's command. The other summoned knight said that he was the elite of the Sword Army. First Deputy Lee Jin-sok greets His Majesty once again. Yu Sang-woon thought that he was stunned by their appearance alone. They were not obliged to obey him. If they didn't like him, they could leave. Shin So-mi said it would be a shame to just let them go. Gawolf was surprised. Had the contractor gone mad? Why did he want them back? Yu Sang-woon didn't think he was the same as these people. He wasn't one of their majesties, and didn't want to disappoint them later. Yu Sang-woon noted that they should be able to get along as equals, let alone fight. The young man added that, in any case, he might have the skill of the devastating heavenly sword, but he was not great, so they could leave if they wanted to. Lee Jin-seok said that at first he thought that anyone who dared to raise the flag of the Heavenly Sword Army was not stupid. What does V say about this man? Yu Chung stated that the real monk was either foolish or arrogant, but that was not the worst of it. This man knew himself, knew his enemy, and knew how to listen to his subordinates. He seemed to be a vessel full of the qualities of a ruler. The knights said that they would recognize His Majesty as the ruler of the Heavenly Sword Army, reborn in this time and place, and would serve him until the end of their days. Yu Sang-woon thought, will it really be like this? The protagonist said that he was an ordinary person and did not have the grand ambitions to fight such great knights as these 2. Yu Cheng said that was normal. Ambition is something you can work on at any time. You need to combine modesty with ambition, and the whole world will be at His Majesty's feet. Shin So-mi said that the young man became king with a small budget. Yu Sang-woon asked the head not to tease him. It sounded disgusting. Lee Jin-sok said that Her Majesty the Empress looked magnificent next to His Majesty. The young people blushed with embarrassment and said that the knights had misunderstood them. Yu Chang said that from now on, he would take over the management of His Majesty's finances and schedule, as well as the Heavenly Sword Army in this order. Would that be acceptable to His Majesty? Yu Sang-woon announced that from now on, he would be stepping down from his position. Yu Sang-woon disclosed his financial situation, and said that he wanted the knight to keep them in stocks and funds, and less in bonds. Yu Cheng-wei said that there was much to learn at this time. For now, he would make sure to acquire the necessary knowledge before starting work. Yu Sang-woon noted that he had no subjects he wanted to rule over. Therefore, he would prefer to be a partner rather than a ruler. Yu Chang-wei said that the Heavenly Sword Army was the king's army, his personal guard. His Majesty did not dare to call himself anything else. Yu Sang-woon offered to put the army in order. Yu Cheng-wei said that Sir Gawolf would lead the order. Gawolf remarked that he was beginning to like the Templars. Som Myol would be the bodyguard. Angel acknowledged that this was a suitable job for her. Lord Akalan would be the quartermaster, and they would make a good pair when the supply officer of the Heavenly Army arrived later. Lord Crocbane would be on hand to lend a helping hand where strength was needed. Yu Cheng-wei said that tomorrow His Majesty would have a ceremony to sign a treaty with the organization. The protocol needed to be prepared. Vi said that His Highness need not worry. He has been commanding the Heavenly Sword Army for a long time. so he will make sure that every corner of this planet knows about His Majesty. Yu Sung-woon said that there was no need to do that. He would just sign the treaty. It had to be done without unnecessary witnesses. Yu Chingwei said that he would do everything he was ordered to do. Yu Sung-woon said that all the assistants could stay in the knight's sanctuary for now. The knight said that in that case, they would leave. Yu Sung-woon said he was very tired. It was only 2 people. Why all the fuss? Shin Somi said they were 2 S-rank knights. It was nothing to worry about. Shin Somi noted that they now had 6 S-rank knights. Now they could really take over the country. Yu Sung-woon thought that this power was indeed enough to take over any country at any time they wanted. Shin Somi was almost certain that Yu Sang-woon would be invited to a meeting tomorrow. Perhaps they would try to persuade the young man somehow. Hunters Association. Was the chairman going to ask the Golden Knight to take legal and administrative measures? The chairman said that it was already known that he would be subject to legal sanctions at the government level, so the desire to ensure the security of the country was obvious. The Golden Knight and his subordinate knights possessed S-rank abilities and above. They would be able to make a great contribution to ensuring the safety of the people. The reporter asked if there was no way to control them. The chairman said that this was a kind of national contract. They would continue to work on this. How will future disputes between the victims of the Kanam incident be resolved? How will disputes between the Seoul Guild be resolved? The chairman replied that this issue would be resolved through mutual economic compensation. The chairman was asked whether the victims of the crisis in New Kanam would be compensated for their suffering. In other words, would the association ignore the opinions of ordinary citizens in favor of SS-ranked hunters? What is the government's position on this? The commander-in-chief said he would like to assure those present that they are actively listening to public opinion. The people will be treated reasonably. Someone noticed that a golden knight had appeared outside. A golden dragon was flying, carrying a knight who was indeed golden. Those present noted that the large dragon looked very powerful. The protagonist could not believe that he was attracting so much attention. The dragon landed, and those present, out of idle curiosity, photographed it from all angles and took selfies with it in the background. Yu Sang-woon dismounted. The dragon said it would stay there. Yu Sang-woon said he would return soon. Journalists asked how the Golden Knight, or rather Yu Sang-woon, was feeling. Why hadn't he become a member of the association or a hunter after waking up? Many were interested in the knight's constellation and his relationship with the head of the White Knights Guild. Security pushed back protesters, who usually disagreed with everything. In this case, some called for the Golden Knight to be punished. Baek Ga-yeon said that even in his helmet, she could see his expression. They were already waiting for them inside. Yu Sang-woon said that public opinion of him was worse than he had expected. Park Ga-yeon suggested that he shouldn't worry too much. He had far more supporters than haters. The guard told the knight to follow him. Yu Sang-woon entered the elevator, which took a long time to reach the desired floor. The young man wondered why they were going so deep. The employee said that for security reasons, the main facilities were located deep underground. Park Ga-yeon noted that she had no choice but to use her abilities in hacking, magic, witchcraft, and possession to get there. Yu Sang-woon thought that if it became known that hunters were being paid trillions for contract work, it would cause a serious uproar. Yu Sang-woon entered the room and saw a presidium of 3 people. The young man thought that was too many for a single signature. The chairman told Mr. Yu Sang-woon to take a seat. The Golden Knight said he would just sign and leave. The chairman said that it wasn't that simple. He needed to check a lot of things, so it would be better if the knight sat down. Yu Sang-woon decided to be patient and sat down. The chairman said that there were several issues that needed to be agreed upon. They were going to sign a contract. Since they were going to pay a whole trillion, it was necessary to discuss the details. Yu Sang-woon was surprised. Did they really need to discuss anything? He would simply receive the money for the job and then do it. The Presidium member said that this was too much. If the young man was lucky enough to wake up, he would use his power for the good of the country. Did the Golden Knight have any idea about the country's security? Yu Sang-woon asked the speaker who he was. The man said he was Bom Chul Park, Director of Operations for the Hunters Association. How can you be so selfish? He added. Yu Sang-woon asked if the director also oversaw the Blue Dragon and Soul Guilds. Bong Chul said that they operate within the rules of their association. The Golden Knight noted that both the Blue Dragon Guild and the Soul Guild. What's wrong with the Awakened raising the price? The Golden Knight asked if the Blue Dragon and Soul Guilds were following the association's rules. Does Bom Chul know what they are doing behind his back? Those present are not just pretending not to know. These guilds do all sorts of nasty things to monopolize hunters, even hiring scavengers. When have they ever been punished for this? Yu Sang-woon added that in any case, he has no desire to be part of this society. He is simply looking for work and wants to take this contract. Baek Ga-yeon said that Yu Sang-woon should avoid battles that are not agreed upon with them. Yu Sang-woon noted that he has the right to refuse the request because people may take advantage of it and use him. Yu Sang-woon wants those present to take care of all subordinates in the country. After all, they will reject such a request, right? Therefore, he asks to be given the right to choose. The chairman said to bring him the contract. Ko Jong-yeon brought a huge stone with engraved inscriptions. A huge ink pen was brought in next. It was a diamond version of the contract used for the highest level, because electronic data is highly likely to disappear or be forged. Only a person with a rank no lower than S can sign it. Yu Sang-woon thought that there were no signs of tampering and the contents were not damaged. After signing the contract, our hero noticed that there was a lot of news. Most of it was about the dragon. Baek Ga-yeon asked Aeon about the status of her guild. The girl said that everyone believed they were cooperating with the Golden Knight. Yu Sang-woon apologized for the trouble. Everything was turning out worse than he had expected. Shin A-yeon asked Yu Sang-woon how things were going with her mother. Did he confess? Yu Sang-woon understood what she was talking about and said that Aeon had misunderstood everything. He was busy discussing and preparing for the consequences. Shin A-yeon was surprised. Did Baek Ga-yeon really do nothing? The head of the academy said that she only knew how to fight, but she was not strong in this regard. V said that this was bad news. There had been a serious setback in the production of His Majesty's heir. Baek Ga-yeon asked who this was. Yu Chung-wei said that he was His Majesty's soldier. While waiting in the sanctuary, an important story was heard. Baek Ga-yeon was surprised. When did Yu Sang-woon manage to ascend the throne? Aeon said that it was probably a new knight that Yu Sang-woon had summoned. Yu Sang-woon was surprised. Why did the knight appear at this particular moment? He looked at what was in his inventory to get his finances in order. Yu Chung-wei replied that he was only there because His Highness had something important to say. It was extremely important to produce an heir. As Chief of Staff, he had to do something. The Chief of Staff said he would prepare rare liquors and herbs to boost His Majesty's vitality, and also make sure his sleep schedule remained unchanged so that he would always be in a good mood. Ayan asked what Yu Sang-woon was going to do now that his identity had been revealed. It would be difficult for him to live as an ordinary person now. Yu Sang-woon said he would try to find an accessible mountain in the local area. National parks had been closed after the monster outbreak, so it would be much easier to do so now. Yu Chung-wei added that there should be a river in front of the mountain as a symbol of fertility. Baek Ga-yeon suggested that the young man was looking for a stronghold. Yu Sang-woon admitted that he couldn't live on the mountain forever. If nothing worked out, he thought about buying a trailer and just wandering around the area. For some reason, Baek Ga-yeon thought so too. In fact, they were heading to the place where they were going to build him a house. The head of the academy reminded him how she had asked him to take over the management of the order's estate. Yu Sang-woon reminded her that Baek Ga-yeon had promised to give it to Shin A-yeon. The head of the academy said that Aranga was not enough to receive the inheritance. The trailer stopped near the Iron Fortress, the legacy of the head of the order. A-yeon said that the base was very large. Baek Ga-yeon noted that it was spacious, despite being located in the capital. The base could accommodate up to 2,000 people. It was originally used by the guild, so it had all the basic infrastructure. Baek Ga-yeon added that the base was flooded with offers from companies and guilds wanting to buy it, but it still wasn't sold. The driver synchronized the security system and opened the entrance to the secret base. Baek Ga-yeon told the young man to follow her. He needed to be registered and put on file. Baek Ga-yeon explained that the base was large and most of the processes here were automated, including security. Yu Sang-woon was surprised. Was really so much automated here? The system announced that environmental cleanup was beginning. The drones prepared to perform their direct duties. Yu Sang-woon was surprised. Hadn't this base burned down decades ago? Baek Ga-yeon said that it was once the largest base in East Asia, home to 3 guilds. It protected the world under the patronage of the head of the order even after the era of thrones. The head of the academy noted that after the era of thrones, everyone said it should be destroyed, but she took it under her wing and protected it. No one should have been able to destroy the largest stronghold in East Asia so easily. Our hero was surprised that the government or association had not touched this base. The woman admitted that it was called the legacy of the head of the order, but he had left, not died. If he was found and returned, their power could be threatened. After the phone call, Aeon said she needed to go to the guild office urgently. The girl said goodbye and said she would be back soon. Yu Sang-woon was surprised. Why so suddenly? Baek Ga-yeon told the young man not to worry too much. If she needed help, she would call. Blue Dragon Guild headquarters. The leader was asked what he was going to do now. Leave everything as it is? The leader replied, "What else can they do? Start a fight against an SS-ranked person? How can they defeat a guy who single-handedly destroyed an SS-ranked monster? The only one who can defeat him now is Olympus, which has an SS-class hunter of the same rank." The head of the Blue Dragon Guild asked if arcades had received a response from his headquarters. Arcades said that they wanted peace to be made here and a union to be created without question. The head of the Soul Guild asked if that was even possible. The damage was enormous. The Blue Dragon Guild leader asked what the point was. In this world, power determines authority. Arcadia admitted that the head of the Blue Dragon had gone so far because he was strong, and now he was crying because someone was stronger than him. He was looking at this issue from an overly political point of view. The head of the Blue Dragon said that it was better to admit that their positions were changing. The three great guilds, and the absolute power of the new canon, as well as the emergence of new forces that could challenge it. It was simple dialectics, historically and politically, from the ancient Greeks to the philosopher Hegel. Existing vested interests are fighting to suppress new forces. If they fail, the course of history will be on the side of the new force. Arcadis said that other forces may be on the verge of a change in power. If the tide of history is on the side of the strong, it is wiser to be on the same side than to enter into conflict. The damage that they and the Golden Knight have inflicted on each other is obvious, so the dispute must be ended, and she is ready to act as a mediator. The head of the Soul Guild decided that he had to do something before everything fell apart. In the Iron Fortress, the temporary administrator, Yu Sang-woon, was welcomed with open arms. The system said that they were going to conduct a briefing on base management. They would start with Code Green. Yu Sang-woon thought that this briefing would be difficult. The system required Lord Akalon's identity to be registered, even though his database had not been extracted. Yu Sang-woon logged into the system as an administrator. Akalon was his subordinate, so he could register him. The subject said he would register Akalon as a summoned golem for a temporary administrator. Akalon corrected him. He was not a golem. Yu Sang-woon acknowledged that Akalon was a more advanced species, but they would have to be patient. Akalon agreed. The protagonist was glad that Akalon turned out to be a simpleton. Shin Ayan said that it was very clean here and that the place was simply huge. Shin Somi wondered what all the fuss was about. Yu Sang-woon greeted the guild leader and asked what had happened. Shin Somi said that her constellation had left her. Aeon added that her contract had expired and she was now out of the game. Shin Somi noted that it was a kind of agreement, so she wasn't cursed. There would be no punishment. Aeon admitted that she and her mother had lost a lot of levels and skills. Shin Somi said that this was the price she had to pay for being the guild leader and failing to protect her home base. It was a huge loss of prestige for the guild, and she deserved the wrath of all its members. Aeon admitted that she didn't have to leave, but her mother was moving, and she couldn't stay. So she just hung up the phone. Yu Sang-woon said that if Shin Somi had plans for the future, he would do everything he could to help. He also said that if Somi stayed with him, her level would recover, and he could teach her some skills. Why not find a new constellation? Shin Somi said that they don't like people who have cancelled classes. Yu Sang-woon pointed out that all advanced skills are only unlocked at higher ranks or with the help of skill books. Yu Sang-woon thought that once a constellation appeared, it was common practice to align with it or be guided by it. Shin Somi said she didn't see a problem with that. Yu Sang-woon and the mother and daughter were surprised. Why did Baek Ga-yeon say that? The head of the academy asked if they understood where they were. This was the Grandmaster's Iron Fortress. A skill tree was displayed on a large interactive map in front of everyone present. Shin Ayeon was surprised. Was this really not a dream? Ayeon said that there was a very long list of skills and a lot of information about ranks. In addition, a huge number of items were listed. Yu Sang-woon said that they shouldn't get carried away and should choose carefully. Shin Somi noted that this information was even better than any throne. Baek Ga-yeon said that she had kept it secret for fear that the information would fall into the wrong hands, but now she believed that those present would not use it for evil. The head of the academy noted that this skill tree also had its drawbacks. Yu Sang-woon looked at Ayeon, who was carefully studying the information, and said that the girls could definitely be relied upon. This is not bad for the new owner of the Iron Fortress, Gyeongsan Namdo Hotel. The surviving archdemons discussed the situation at a round table. The hunter wondered where the scoundrel was hiding, since no one had seen him in a long time. His colleague asked what he was up to. Another hunter said that they had sealed his face, so they needed to get out of there quickly. Pastor Lee met the hunters at the door and asked where they were going. The hunters were frightened, and one of them said that they were just going out for a moment to relieve themselves. Pastor Lee told them not to be foolish and suggested that everyone return to their seats. Pastor Ali suggested that those present begin the ceremony. First, Pastor Lee decided to introduce the person who would help them make a plan. The hunters saw the head of the Soul Guild and were surprised. How did he get here? What is going on here? The hunters armed themselves and shouted that they were not easy prey. Was the pastor trying to sell them out? Pastor Lee told everyone to calm down, because they were the ones who had approached him with a proposal for cooperation. One of the hunters asked what the point was, since this was Shim Kang-hoon from the Soul Guild. The guild leader said he understood their doubts, but that the enemy of his enemy was his friend. Shim Kang-hoon said that all he was asking was to join forces for a while to deal with this Golden Knight. If they let him get away, it could endanger this place. Shim Kang-hoon told Pastor Lee that if the archdemons went where the Golden Knight appeared, he would follow them and ask for their cooperation. Pastor Lee replied that it was an excellent idea. He was very eager to see how compatible the S-rank Lord and the archdemons were. The head of the Soul Guild suggested that the archdemons work together and focus on defeating the Golden Knight. The reward would be commensurate. Pastor Lee swore allegiance to those present in the name of King Butcher. Shim Kang-hoon said he would leave Pastor Lee behind and keep him informed of the details of the operation. Pastor Lee said that the head of the Soul Guild was their wildcard against the Golden Knight and a spy to sow chaos in the enemy's internal affairs. The hunter said he didn't expect that. He is almost certain that the Soul Guild is now criminals. They have lost too much and are seeking revenge. They want to destroy the Golden Knight and make a name for themselves, but after that, they will stab them in the back. One of the hunters said that they could destroy the Golden Knight first, and maybe even take over the Soul Guild if they had time. Pastor Lee said that Shim Kang-hoon won't stab them in the back. His goal is to destroy the country immediately after defeating the Golden Knight. That is why the head of the Soul Guild will not betray them until that goal is achieved. While in the Iron Fortress, the protagonist asked what they were thinking. Baek Ga-yeon said that the young man was an SS-ranked hunter, so they wanted to get to know him better. Besides, he had a contract with the association. The young man picked up the gift box and said it was from Olympus. How quickly they went from threatening to joining forces with the Blue Dragon. Yu Sang-woon threw the box aside and said that part of him wanted to take everything back. Baek Ga-yeon recommended keeping it just in case. The chief of staff said that His Majesty had made the right decision, that they should not refuse the services. An employee approached Yu Sang-woon and said he had been asked to deliver something. Yu Sung-woo told the employee that the letter would be delivered through him and took the document. Yu Sung-woo handed the package to the gentleman and said that he had received a letter. Our hero had 2 sheets of paper in his hands. He said that the letter was written in glowing platitudes about how the Blue Dragon had no choice at the time. If he needed new weapons besides the Titan's spear, he could come to them. Samyeol handed the box to the gentleman and said that fighting the great evil was the embodiment of chivalry. Yu Sang-woon asked what she had in her hands. Samyeol replied that she had collected all the letters and notices that had been stacked at the entrance. Yu Sang-woon asked Baek Ga-yeon if he really had to visit the association. The woman replied that it was a standard procedure, so he would have to go through it. Yu Sang-woon threw the letter away and said he didn't want to establish a relationship with the association. Another document appeared in the young man's hands, a complaint from an organization for the restoration of southern regions. Baek Ga-yeon said not to worry. She had a law firm she knew. The young man said he would take care of it himself. Yu Sang-woon said he would continue to deal with the scoundrels the same way they did. The protagonist said that in the end, there was only one complaint to worry about. There was no competition or bidding for all the B-rank dungeons they were going to clear. Baek Ga-yeon said that right now, she was more concerned about what they would do with the damage than the dungeon. The young man said that he was going to deal with the dungeons first, and that she shouldn't worry too much about it. Baek Ga-yeon didn't know what Yu Sang-woon was going to do, but at the same time, she didn't know what to do herself. The trailer moved along the set route. Yu Sang-woon wondered why he was behind the wheel. Couldn't the assistants drive the vehicle? The chief of staff expressed regret that only the master could use the Iron Horse. Yu Sang-woon asked Akalon if he really couldn't drive. The golem admitted that he didn't have a driver's license. Yu Sang-woon noted that Akalon was indeed a law-abiding tin can. Even from a distance, it was clear that the entrance to the cave was carefully guarded. Gawolf assessed the situation and said that this time, everything was different. There were wizards and steam-powered machines here. Akalon admitted that this was different from the dungeons he had encountered before. The Golden Knight said that the briefing was about to begin. Yu Sang-woon stated that B-rank goblins were no joke. They had an army, wizards, and civilization. Samyeol said that this was an exaggeration. They were goblins, so they could handle them. Yu Sang-woon pointed out that they were protected by a magic circle and had a huge army. There were about 400,000 goblins in the cities of the Goblin Empire. The Golden Knight showed a photo and said that with such a combat golem, the difficulty level was basic. If they managed to capture the Goblin Emperor in the main city, they could clear the entire dungeon. Samyeol said that then they could simply destroy the shields in front and quickly deal with the Emperor. Yu Chungwei said that he could not disagree with His Majesty. It would be a massacre of the entire goblin population. Yu Sang-woon thought that if Wei's words were true, they would have to change their plan. The protagonist asked why the chief of staff thought so. Yu Chengwei replied that even if they tracked down the Goblin Emperor, they would only be able to crown another king. He would never be truly pure. The Golden Knight said that the individual troops were B rank, so they shouldn't be a big problem if they decided to fight. It would be strange if their strength couldn't break the goblins. The young man added that there were few tricks and mazes in this dungeon, but in any case, it was not worth rushing. The Golden Knight said that he would ride the dragon to break through the defenses, and his assistants would immediately enter the dungeon. The Golden Knight added that even B-rank goblins could be dangerous when they surrounded you, so you had to move quickly and destroy them. Croakbane told the master that the goblins seemed to have spotted them. Yu Sangwon declared that they were frenzied demons who had invaded their world. The demons must drop their weapons and flee, or their lives would be worthless. Otherwise, they would not see the sun tomorrow. The Hunters Association discussed pressing issues again. They wondered, what does it mean to not be in control? What does it mean to refuse an inspection by the association? Baek Ga-yeon said that she would cooperate calmly, so there was no need to be too strict with the Golden Knight. A member of the association said that they were losing supporters of the guild, so they decided to respond to kindness with kindness. If they did nothing, it would be their own fault. Baek Ga-yeon asked what they hoped to achieve in this manner. If a lawsuit were to commence, it could be argued that they might have a bad history. The association employee said that there was nothing he could do about it. It was the best they could do at the moment from their point of view. Baek Ga-yeon said she would have to figure it out herself. Something was definitely wrong with the Soul Guild. In any case, the Golden Knight was open to cooperation. Leaving the Hunters Guild office, the head of the academy said she had to trust him. The guild representatives said they would monitor the situation. Park Ga-yeon thought that as soon as an SS rank hunter appeared, the guild immediately wanted to control him. It was no surprise that the Grandmaster left. The Golden Knight studied the scale of the dungeon and the goals set before him, and realized that there was much to be done. The goblins here had a highly organized army. That was why they were ranked B. The goblin army, armed to the teeth, rushed towards the humans who had invaded their territory. Lee Jin-suk raised his sword, led his troops, and said that they had much to destroy. Gowolf declared that blood was calling him. Samael said she would show them the right way. The opposing sides clashed in a fierce battle, and the goblins began to suffer irreparable damage. The Golden Knight's troops rapidly went on the offensive and began to press the enemy army. The Golden Knight acknowledged that there were many goblins. The work was endless. Nevertheless, it was invaluable experience for his subordinates. The protagonist recognized that even he needed to gain experience and grow. Everyone needed experience points. With his indomitable actions, the Golden Knight left no stone unturned. Our hero initiated a powerful explosion, and the shockwave scattered the goblins in all directions. A month passed. Iron Fortress. Shinsomi thought that all this was taking too long. Could it be that events were not going according to plan? Paek Ga-yeon suggested that it was because the Goblin Empire was too large an underground labyrinth. Such long campaigns were not uncommon. Expeditions into large dungeons took months. There was no need to worry too much. Baek Ga-yeon handed her the letter and said that this was what she should be concerned about. Shinsomi studied the contents and asked, "Is everything settled? Is the trial postponed when something like this happens to a hunter in a dungeon?" Baek Ga-yeon said that most guilds have legal representatives or contracted law firms, so there are safeguards in place. But this guy had nothing, so it's just a matter of public opinion. The head of the academy said that it was useless anyway. The only sanction was a ban, which would not do much good. Shinsomi was surprised. What were they thinking? Baek Ga-yeon replied that she didn't know. Shinsomi said that if the head of the academy found out that the complaint was related to the guild, it could be used. Baek Ga-yeon said that she had been trying to investigate the case for about a month, but even their own members didn't know what was going on. An emergency alert came from the association. Hunters must gather there immediately after receiving the message. This meant a crisis of epic proportions. The fate of the nation was at stake. Baek Ga-yeon said she had to go to the association immediately. Yu Sang-woon was to contact her as soon as he left the dungeon. Shinsomi was extremely alarmed. What was really going on? A television commentator reported urgent news. North of the capital, Pastor Lee, an SS-ranked demon worshipper, is heading south again with his monsters. At the same time, a group of irreconcilable scavengers has also initiated a movement across the country. The monsters of the Evil Tendencies constellation simultaneously left their territories and headed for every city with their hordes. Shinsomi was surprised. Could it be that the scavengers and monsters had joined forces? Experts suggest that they have formed a close alliance for the offensive. This has never happened before in the history of the Hunter's world. Most constellation powers rarely unite due to conflicting interests and merits. In this case, everything is different. Gangnam Soul Guild. Guild leader Shim Kang-hoon said that the time had come. The guild leader thought that since he had made an unbreakable agreement with Pastor Lee, Kanem would be completely safe. Besides, the Golden Knight is not there now. The only ones who can stop him are the Blue Dragon and Olympus. The TV announcer said that the whole country was under attack by monsters. The Blue Dragon Guild's Artificial Island and the Olympus Guild's Sky Island were also under attack. The two S-ranks in the provinces are busy defending their territories. Shim Kong-hoon remains the only S-rank hunter who can be mobilized. Below the capital, the S-rank monster Bahaku is rising and will threaten the city. When the time comes, he will hand over the lesser monsters as agreed and join forces with Pastor Lee. As a result, Gangnam will only have to deal with weak monsters, making it safer. The rest of the capital's residents will flock to him as the damage increases. Gangnam will become the only cradle of the country. Shim Kong-hoon thought it was the perfect plan. Even without the Golden Knight, there were no unforeseen circumstances or distractions. The Golden Knight continued to destroy monsters in the dungeon, spreading his justice. The antagonist saw that the hordes of monsters were not diminishing. Several living ones appeared in place of those destroyed. The Golden Knight wondered, why are there so many of them? Yu Cheng-wei, attacking another monster, said that Lord Accolon had conducted a scan and said that the estimated population, including those hidden, was over 1 million. The Golden Knight now understood why no one before him had wanted to invade this place. The chief of staff said that this dungeon was a war rather than a battle. Therefore, it was difficult for the entire guild to pass through it. Croakbane reported to his master that he could hear mechanisms. Something was rising from the dungeon's basements. Sawmill suggested that reinforcements were already on their way. Yu Sang-woon was surprised. What reinforcements could he be talking about? The protagonist thought that they would stop filling him with experience and start marching on his home territory. Yu Cheng-wei said that in that case, they would not touch the tunnel, but simply block it. The Golden Knight said that they would make their way to the main building, trying to stay close to the walls. The Steel Goblin and Gawolf said they liked that plan. Yu Sang-woon suggested dealing with the mechanical goblins that had appeared first. An unregistered squad appeared before the Golden Knight and his assistants. Who were they? Sawmill reported that enemy soldiers were coming out of the cave. The Golden Knight decided to act more decisively because he was already tired of all this. Sawmill reported to the boss that a white flag had been raised ahead. The monster boss with the white flag was approaching the line of confrontation. The enemies dropped their weapons and followed the Goblin Emperor with the white flag. The Goblin Emperor approached in a carriage and continued to hold the white flag aloft. The chief of staff said that this might be a trick, so it was necessary to be on guard. Under no circumstances should they remove their armor. The Goblin Emperor left the carriage and approached the Golden Knight. The ordinary goblins knelt down. The Goblin Emperor said that he would no longer fight and was surrendering. He declared that he could no longer bear to see his soldiers suffer for nothing. He had made his final decision. The goblins decided to surrender to the High Golden King and entrust their fate to him. Yu Cheng-wei said that the Goblin Emperor was giving the kingdom to His Highness. The Golden Knight was surprised. What should they do now? Was this even possible? Yu Cheng-wei said that it was up to the king to decide. Sawmill declared that they would obey the Lord's decision. The Steel Goblin said that everyone was waiting for the king's order. The protagonist thought about what would happen if he gained this power. At this moment, a system window should appear to give him advice, but it is not there now. The Golden Knight informed the Goblin Emperor that he agreed. There was no point in fighting anymore. He accepted the Goblin Empire's surrender. The system announced that the Goblin Empire was now under the Golden Knight's control, and he would be able to control the goblins. Yu Sang-woon thought that he now had a vassal state. The Goblin Mage said that he worshipped the Great Golden King and would follow him. The Golden Knight looked at his assistants and said that he respected their first conquest. He was happy about their victory. The assistants congratulated the king on his victory. The Golden Knight thought that now he had truly become a king. The hordes of goblins lined up in neat rows and paid tribute to their new king. The Goblin Mage said that he would call the Great Golden King His Majesty and carry out his will. The chief of staff said that this goblin had become one of his servants, but he was not entirely reliable, so caution was necessary. The Golden Knight said that they should not be sent outside the dungeon yet, but should remain where they were. Yu Sang-woon thought that the goblins' human speech was still poor. It was surprising that they could speak human language at all. After showering, the protagonist thought that life was getting back on track. The young man lay down on the sofa and said he needed to sleep. He was ready to devote a whole month to it. The outer front of the capital. The Blue Dragon Guild faction. The guild leader said that something had changed in Pastor Lee's attack this time. The defense systems and unmanned turrets on the city walls were not working as they should. The attacks were focused on the generators that powered the defense systems. The military wondered how this could have happened. The location of the generators is always classified. They don't understand how he got out, but they are targeting Pastor Lee. Even if the main assault is stopped, There will be big problems if the mole inside is not found. The military officer asked guild leader Gao Tianshu, "Are A-rank monsters really that difficult to destroy?" The officer added that he needed to defeat the elite monsters before deploying his troops. He cannot fight because he cannot defeat them. The guild leader replied that everything is happening quickly, which is why they are experiencing difficulties. The officer noted that if the war of attrition continued, it would create problems for the supply line. Gao Tianshu said that they had formed a strike force and were taking them out one by one, trying to do it as quickly as possible. The officer recalled the guild leader's words that the country was prepared for any crisis. "If they are so good," he said, "then I can give up my 3 guild titles." The guild leader said that now they need to work with the military to fight. This topic can be postponed for the next negotiations. The Olympus Guild is discussing sending troops to hold the front line in Northeast Asia. They are also discussing the arrival of an SS rank hunter under the protection of Hercules. This needs to be discussed as soon as possible. If the beast archdemons had entered the battle, many strongholds would have already been lost. The gaps in the province's defenses have become a problem because the S-rank hunters are concentrated in the capital. It was too obvious. Gao Tianshu said it was time to stop talking and go out onto the battlefield. The officer on duty did not know how to report this to his superiors. Large-caliber machine guns installed around the perimeter of the fortress fired continuously. There were casualties among the attackers, but the survivors continued to advance. The monster ordered the bombing to begin and the walls to be demolished. The invaders opened fire with hand grenade launchers. Ko Qianyong, using his unique abilities and magic sword, began to effectively repel the enemy attack. The attack was repelled and Qianyong was unharmed. An order was given not to allow the enemy to break through the defenses. Air support must be increased. The knight on duty reported that there were already casualties at the airbase. The enemies were terrorizing the hangar, and there was no time to waste. Ko Cheon-yong flew into a rage. What are those hunters doing? A report came in that a supply convoy delivering crystal ammunition had been attacked by the Citadel's minions. A-rank dragon slayers were arriving from all over the continent. Requests for help were pouring in. The head of the Blue Dragon Guild said that this meant he might have to leave the country. Gao Tianshu asked how Ko Cheon-yong was doing. The hunter said that they had many 4s, but they were not falling behind. The A-rank people set up a shield barrier and are directing them. They have to collect the bodies of the prisoners and the fallen. The guild leader asked, "How crazy does Ko Jong-yong have to get for it to get easier?" The hunter said, "To destroy this thing, you'll need S-rank firepower. He's not even close to that." Gao Tianshu told the hunter to calm down and rest a little. Yu Chengwei told the goblin that he needed to learn the language as quickly as possible, for it was the name of the king. Now they would study ideograms. The goblin thanked him and began studying the necessary material to meet at least the minimum requirements. Croakbane and the deputy chief of staff measured their strength and came to the conclusion that they both met the necessary standards. The knights noticed that they had a guest. Indeed, Shin So-mi was approaching them. Croakbane, continuing to pull on the rope, shouted that he had almost won. The deputy chief of staff let go of the rope and asked in surprise, "Is Ms. Shin So-mi really here?" The woman asked how they had escaped from the dungeon. She had no news, so she came to inquire. The chief of staff said that His Majesty was unharmed. Shin So-mi was delighted and asked if she could see him. Yu Chengwei said that if it was not urgent, the lady could sit down and wait until His Majesty woke up. Shin So-mi said it was very urgent. The woman contacted the head of the academy and said that Yu Sang-woon was safe. He had been fighting for a month and fell asleep immediately after leaving the dungeon. Baekgayon reported that the government wanted to hire him. They should contact him as soon as he woke up. The protagonist finally woke up, stretched, and said that his high status had caused him muscle pain. He would have to learn some regeneration and physical recovery skills. Yu Sang-woon noticed that Shin So-mi was present at the base. The chief of staff had just reported this. Ms. Shin So-mi had come to visit. Yu Sang-woon asked how Shin So-mi got there. The woman said that a very serious and urgent situation had arisen, and that she was ready to get down to business immediately. The woman got behind the wheel of the trailer. Yu Sang-woon was surprised. "Where are they going?" Shin So-mi replied that they were going to the Iron Fortress. Shin So-mi said that the government had placed an order for 1,000,000,000 won. The young man was surprised. "Is that normal?" His companion replied that she would tell him the details at the fortress, as the situation could get out of control. Yu Sang-woon believed that he would never receive any more orders. Shin So-mi reminded him that it was very dangerous and difficult. It was a national crisis. The woman understood that the Golden Knight did not like doing such things, but many people's lives were at stake. Yu Sang-woon asked Baekgayon what had really happened and who these people were. Pa Ga-yong replied that they had been sent by the government to carry out an order. The special representative said that they had no idea what they were getting themselves into. An unprecedented joint offensive was underway by malevolent constellations and scavengers. They were concentrated around the Apostle Butcher, Pastor Lee, an SS-ranked demon. They were threatening the entire country. The specialist showed a map and said that the material could be found on it. Yu Sang-woon thought this was abnormal. Why would they pay $1 trillion for him? The government representative said that Pastor Lee must be destroyed. Yu Sang-woon thought that this pastor was collaborating with archdemons. Our hero decided that he would not lose this battle in any case. But this could give them a reason to use him for political purposes, and that could not be allowed. The government representative asked if this was all covered by the contract. The Golden Knight said he couldn't do it just like that, so he needed guarantees. The government official understood that he was talking about an advance payment. Yu Sang-woon added that they had a strategic military fund. It was the same as his guild. The government official said that they were under attack at the moment, so it was difficult to handle such a large advance payment. The Golden Knight was surprised. Hadn't the state approved the $1 trillion order in the first place? Not because of the cost of operating the equipment in such a disaster or combat situation. If you calculate the cost of the losses of tanks, fighter jets, and troops, it would be more profitable to give half the amount as an advance payment and speed up the resolution of the situation. Moreover, this war is against powerful enemies, so it will affect neighbors and even the Pacific Front. For the sake of international relations, they will have to put up with it. The young man added that if they decide to use Section 1 as an emergency fund, they will pay from it when possible. The country's leadership can transfer money at its discretion. The Golden Knight said he did not understand what the problem was. Perhaps it was simply a matter of the finance minister. The government representative said that people are dying. How can we talk about such a large sum of money at a time like this? They promised to give an advance as soon as possible, as soon as they can. Yu Sang-woon said that in that case, they would have to hurry. The government representative asked, "Doesn't the Golden Knight care about people's lives?" The young man replied that he didn't want people to suffer. The Golden Knight added that it was the government that was taking advantage of this. There was no need to make him feel human guilt for no reason. It would only make the situation worse. The interlocutor said that in that case, they needed a little time to prepare a report. Baek Ga-yeon told the Golden Knight that there would be huge problems if they let things take their course. Yu Sang-woon replied that he understood that, but if the government gave him freedom of action, they could later use it for political purposes. Baek Ga-yeon said that there was no time for that now. Yu Sang-woon said that he was tired of this cursed world. Yu Sang-woon noted that if they really didn't have time and were in a hurry, they would start by paying in advance, even if it meant delaying the process. Obviously, they understand this. Yu Sang-woon suggested that a difficult battle lay ahead. When checking the status, the SSS rank of the Golden Knight was confirmed. Shin So-mi asked if the young man had had any success in the B-rank dungeons. The Golden Knight replied that he had made some progress, although it was very difficult. "How is Aeon doing?" he added. Shin So-mi replied that her daughter had obtained some materials, and then went to the dungeon to level up and change classes. She entered the dungeon 3 days ago, so she should be coming out soon. She might already be close to level 45. Yu Sang-woon suggested that once people reach a high level, they recover quickly after falling. The woman said that before that, instead of going to the dungeon, she had restored her skill tree. Shin So-mi said that next time they could go to the dungeon together. Shin So-mi noted that she now had a different rank. Yu Sang-woon was surprised. Did the woman really have a rifle? In that case, she could provide some support. Shin So-mi said that she chose a rifle because it has good basic detection ability. It was a support weapon, but it would definitely help an attack. Yu Sang-woon admitted that it was a good choice. Now the commander needed to find a real healer. Shin So-mi noted that they could use medical facilities, potions, and other medical supplies, so there was no need to look for a healer. Baek Ga-yeon said that the government had approved a $500 billion advance, so they could continue the conversation. The government representative said that they could not pay immediately, so they would open a temporary account to which the money could be deposited. They hoped for understanding. Baek Ga-yeon suggested leaving everything as it is. Yu Sang-woon said he was considering agreeing to this. He added that he did not like the idea of allowing people in power to do whatever they wanted. People at the bottom cannot rise up no matter how hard they try. He was the same until he woke up, so he wants to take revenge on other influential people in power. Yu Sang-woon added that when he saw that his demands had been approved, he thought, "Great power is no joke." All this time, they had been going with the flow. What should they do now? The chief of staff said it was a good idea to distance themselves from the corrupt and foolish and make them pay. However, human life is the most precious thing, so he believes that His Majesty must act quickly. Yu Cheng-wei added that it would be good to find another force that could stand with them and act as a deterrent to both sides. It would be good to have their enemy's enemy on their side and show them a letter expressing sympathy. Yu Sang-woon noted that if they strike Busan and Gwangju, they will definitely be able to catch the enemy off guard. Since the attacks are concentrated on the capital, if they strike the provinces, the enemy will focus their attention on the provinces because it will be unexpected for them. Baek Gayon said it was a good idea. They think they will defend the capital with strong hunters, so they are concentrating their forces there. The Golden Knight thought that if he could destroy the provincial army very quickly, the main enemies of the metropolis would be taken out of action. Then the large guilds would come into play, and the enemy would find an opportunity to attack. The negotiator said that if the Golden Knight was going to act, he had to move quickly. They were holding feasts to boost morale. Things would only get worse with time. Baek Gayon noted that it was not worth saying that they were holding a cannibalistic party, sacrificing prisoners and fallen soldiers. The Golden Knight said it was time to get to work. They would strike the provinces, join forces with their allies, and then lay siege to the archdemon monsters. The Golden Knight said he would introduce Shin Somi to his chief of staff, Yu Cheng-wei, and they would join later. The city wall of Gwangjia. The monsters continue their siege. The knight declared that he had run out of silver bullets. What is that scoundrel Han Jong-ho up to? I'll have to use my gun and spells. The commander of the attackers wondered, is it really that difficult to take over one small city? It was Han Jong-ho, leader of the A-rank scavengers' destructive sting. He said he had even recruited Chinese and Japanese mercenaries. Chu Chun-sung, an S-rank hunter, told the cowardly scavenger to come out and fight him. The mercenary asked, how long will this go on? The insects are bothering me. Han Jung-ho raised his staff and called on the dead to rise up. The hands of the dead appeared from under the ground. The call was heard. Han Jung-ho drank the potion and said that Choi Chun-sung could fight him if he had time. The mercenary said he was willing to give as much as his opponent wanted. The opponents drew closer, and the hunter jumped high into the air to strike. The mercenary acknowledged that the S-rank hunter had a strong exoskeleton. Nakamura had to do something. Nakamura said he was putting debuffs on his opponent, but for some reason, it wasn't working. Chu Chun-sung told the mercenaries to leave immediately. However, Choi Chun-sung was outnumbered, and his opponents tied him up. The mercenary decided to intimidate the S-rank hunter and stabbed his spear into his armor. The mercenaries raised their blades and rushed at the bound Choi Chun-sung. However, the S-rank hunter managed to free himself from the ropes and struck his approaching opponent. The mercenaries were disoriented and had to retreat. During the battle, Cho Chun-sung was wounded and, losing his bearings, fell to the ground. After a while, the enemy soldiers said that it was much quieter now. Chu Chun-sung, wounded and stripped of his armor, lay on the ground. The mercenaries said that this hunter looked pitiful. Choi Chun-sung thought that at this rate, the city would burn down. The mercenary said that it was time for him to gain experience. The hunter looked up at the sky and saw a dragon soaring overhead. The golden dragon was indeed flying over the battlefield along the fortress wall at that moment. The Golden Knight couldn't help but notice the wounded S-rank hunter surrounded by enemy mercenaries. The dragon abruptly changed its trajectory. The mercenary approached the wounded hunter and said that he did not have the strength to fly and would now be destroyed. The rivals found themselves in a shadow that was growing larger by the second. It was the shadow of the dragon coming in for a landing. The dragon landed in close proximity to Choi Chun-sung, who was lying on the ground. The Golden Knight descended from the dragon to the ground and expressed hope that he had not arrived too late. The mercenaries were frightened. Who is this? How long has he been here? The wounded hunter said that the golden dragon had arrived. Now there would be no salvation for the mercenaries. The Golden Knight said that he had come here to destroy this gang of ministers. The mercenaries were frightened. Is this knight always so terrifying? Yu Sang-woon ordered his assistants to attack the enemies. Gawolf shouted, "The war has begun, and there will be no mercy for them." The leader of the scavengers thought that the Golden Knight seemed stronger than he had been described. He decided to retreat. Gawolf, who was behind Han Jung-ho, asked where he was going. Gawolf asked the man, "Is he supposed to be their leader?" Han Jung-ho shouted that he needed help. They had to stop this guy. Gawolf said they could try to stop him if they could. However, the necromancer would definitely fail. Gawolf stabbed his opponent in the back with his sword and said, "A blow to the heart is all it takes to destroy the commander." Gawolf destroyed his opponent and absorbed his soul. The chief necromancer was finished. The steel goblin also wasted no time. Everyone near Akalon was deactivated and destroyed. The Golden Knight said he was counting on Croakbeard. Akalon must destroy the rest. A Chinese mercenary, judging by his clothing and martial arts skills, came out to fight the protagonist. Using his skills and weapons, the Golden Dragon did not give his opponent a chance to even land an effective blow. His comrades shouted at the mercenary to retreat immediately. He had no chance of winning this fight. Yu Sang-woon thought that if there was a Japanese mercenary here, it could make for a nice collection. Chu Chun-sung thought that the Golden Knight's opponents were S-rank mercenaries. Croakbane asked the wounded hunter how he was doing. Cho Chun-sung replied that he was feeling a little better now. The hunter asked Croakbane who he was. The monster introduced himself and said that he was protecting this man on his master's orders. Croakbane handed him a potion and said that the man should heal quickly. Chu Chun-sung thought that there were a lot of them gathered here, and the situation was gradually becoming clearer. The Golden Knight said that the head of the Soul Guild was definitely weaker. That was why he had recruited mercenaries from Japan and China. Gawolf showed the skull and said that the Black Mage was not as good as previously thought. Chu Chun-sung said that he needed to protect the city. The Golden Knight replied that there was already someone to protect the city. Besides, they had destroyed the enemy leader, so now they would most likely retreat. The Golden Knight said that Chun-sung could send the scavengers to retreat in order to clear the underground city. The Neo-Sinan suburb is the largest den of scavengers on this side of the country. This region has escaped government control due to its location on the coast and islands. It began to develop during the Age of Awakening, the Age of Constellations, in Anders City. Now, it is the center of illegal trade between the countries of Southeast Asia. There were many buildings on the islands, which means that the salt fields are no longer there. Chu Chun-sung said that sea salt production is a thing of the past. Now the main industry is drug and slave trade. The Golden Knight said that this is too much for a small island. Chu Chun-sung noted that, judging by the influx of front companies and foreign capital, hunters with ties to the Triads and Yakuza are involved. The Golden Knight said that even if this is not the case, the place needs to be cleaned up. Chu Chun-sung said he understood everything. The question remains, what to do with the slaves who were detained after the cleanup? Yu Sang-woon said that they must be rescued, because they are also people, enslaved against their will. Therefore, if they are set free, they will most likely end up destitute or join the ranks of scavengers. There are some problems that the government and the association cannot easily prevent. As a result, crime rates and the costs of resocialization increase. These are huge drawbacks. Yu Sang-woon realized that there was a problem, and that there were ways to deal with it, but it wasn't that simple. Our hero thought that the things he considered absurd were too scattered. This is the problem with society. If you close one door, another will open. Therefore, they must cause as little damage as possible. That is why they cannot do anything about this problem right now. Yu Sang-woon asked the hunter if there was no way to save the people there. Chui Chun-sung replied that for now, they just had to wait and watch. The Golden Knight said that they had to do something at the national level. He wasn't going to argue, but he couldn't help himself. Chu Chun-sung said that he knows it's a national emergency, but he still wants to help. He wants to serve his country just like the Golden Knight. Yu Sang-woon told Chun-sung not to be so devoted to his country. There are many people here who need a hunter, so he should focus on protecting this place. Gawolf asked his boss if the original plan wasn't to join forces with the S-rank hunters in the south. Yu Sang-woon suggested that they should leave a few hunters in Chola province, as they didn't know when Neo-Shinan would strike again deep inside the country. After the protagonist's return, the townspeople said that the Golden Dragon Knight had appeared. The residents thanked the Golden Dragon Knight and expressed their respect for him. A reporter asked the young man if he could tell them what brought him there. Yu Sang-woon apologized and said he had a busy schedule. Yu Sang-woon told the dragon that they were leaving. The mayor was surprised why they were leaving, as many townspeople had come to meet them. Chu Chun-sung put on his beetle armor again and told the Golden Knight not to leave. Chui Chun-sung said he wanted to tell the young man a story. He was an S-rank hunter, but that was only because he had previously worked in the Forest Service and then awakened and taken the Druid class. It took him a lot of training. The beetle added that when he became stronger, he would focus on defense, as the Golden Knight had said. Yu Sang-woon said that he was not the guild leader or an instructor, so he could not give any instructions. Yu Sang-woon told Akalon that they were leaving. Samael suggested going up to scan the area and assess the situation. Yu Sang-woon agreed that Samael would be able to hold out long enough before feeling tired. Yu Sang-woon asked what the current situation was. They needed to check the capital and the province of Gyeongsang. Akalon reported that a battle was currently underway in the capital between Pastor Li's minions and the archdemons. It was necessary to evacuate and head to the nearest shelter. Dalamajigil, Handugu, and Busan were on the line. There were still a large number of mermaids and sea creatures in front of the D-City department. They were currently fighting against the guilds and military forces of Busan. However, the enemy commander, the mermaid warlord, is sending monsters from the mermaid palace. Yu Sang-woon suggested that the Busan side is holding up quite well. This war is becoming increasingly protracted. This is because Busan's friend is quite competent. Yu Sang-woon unexpectedly saw a knight in new armor in front of him and said it was a surprise to him. The hunter said he turned into a flying fish and crawled through a crack at the top. Yu Sang-woon said that he was able to escape before everything turned into a big mess. Yu Sang-woon said that by staying with him, Chui Chun-sung would achieve nothing. There would only be a lot of quarrels. Chui Chun-sung said that if the Golden Knight couldn't train them or keep them under control, he would prefer to have them as partners. Yu Sang-woon said that it was almost the same thing, not much different. Besides, he was just a mercenary who carried out destruction on orders. He couldn't match the moral dedication of the hunter Choi Chun-sung. Choi Chun-sung said that even if that were the case, he could still understand how the Golden Knight felt. The main thing was to save people if possible. If the Golden Knight can save someone, even if it means abandoning his moral commitment, that will be enough. The hunter said that he can save them because he has the strength, ability, and power. Chu Chun-sung noted that no matter how much he asked the association and the government for help, they did not care about the lives of the people here. He no longer wanted people to die before his eyes. That's why, instead of following their instructions and orders, he increasingly felt that he wanted to be with Yu Sang-woon. Yu Sang-woon replied that he understood, but he also didn't want to do what the association and the government told him to do. Neo Shinan felt the same way. The hunter said that they were afraid of the Golden Knight. Yu Chongwei told His Majesty that there were many reasons to make this hunter his man. The Deputy Chief of Staff added that it was a mixture of revenge, compassion, and respect for His Majesty. Samyul added that the desire to save people is a powerful force that can serve well. Croakbane said he was ready to welcome the Insect Man into their ranks. Gewolf informed the gentleman that he would prepare a contract. Goblin added that he was also ready to accept this hunter into his family circle. The Golden Knight told Chun Sun that he could not help him or do anything for him. There might be no reward for his labor, but if the hunter did not mind, he asked for his help. S-rank hunter, Elementalist Jian Jia, activated the Thunder Giant while fighting in modern-day Busan Hyundai. The huge monster that emerged from the water was struck by lightning and thunderbolts. The monster moved across the water's surface, and the water monsters scattered in different directions. Yu Sang-woon asked, "Is that Jian Jia, the Elementalist?" Chun Sung confirmed that she specializes in spirits associated with thunder and lightning. That is why she poses a huge threat to mermaids. The Golden Knight asked, "Do they need help?" It seemed they were outmatched. Firepower alone can take them very far. Chun Sung pointed out the location of the A-rank mermaid dungeon. The boss of the dungeon is the commander of the Tritons, an A-rank monster. If the enemies attack him with their weapons at the ready, even Hyundai will collapse in an instant. It looks smaller than the B-rank Goblin Underground Empire. Yu Sang-woon told Akalon to pick up the pace. The car sped up. Jian Jia ordered them to fall back to where they came from. The A-rank Triton commander was a decisive and confident monster who knew his own worth. Jiang Jia wondered what the commander was thinking at that moment. The officer shouted for Ms. Zhang to take precautions. Jiang Jia thought that his health was deteriorating and that something needed to be done. One of the officers noticed that something seemed to be leaking. What did that mean? The group of armed Tritons continued to approach. The officer said it looked like plastic or rubber debris. Could the monsters be making armor out of it? He wondered. Most likely, he was wearing it for protection against electricity. The order came, "Open fire to kill." The Tritons used individual protective equipment to deflect the bullets and advanced effectively. The military sniper was surprised. "Why aren't the bullets doing any damage? What's going on?" Chan Ji-a suggested that the plastic armor was enchanted. A message came in that the honor guard was approaching. The officer was attacked by a Triton approaching from behind. The monsters used a cunning plan to get close enough. Jian Jia thought they were losing strategically. It was a deliberate war of attrition to see if reinforcements were coming. A huge thunderous monster was approaching the Triton army. Jian Jia issued an order across the entire line of contact. All forces must retreat to D-City. The monster boss Merman mounted a starfish and began approaching the city at hypersonic speed. The Merman soldiers engaged in hand-to-hand combat with the humans, inflicting irreparable damage. Jian Jia watched the movement of the combat forces from a safe place. She reported that the Triton commander was approaching. Armed with automatic weapons, the soldiers did not know what to do, as the bullets were blocked by shields and did not reach their target. Human resources continued to dwindle. An order to retreat was given. All soldiers were to hide behind the fortress wall. The commander said that the defense was collapsing. It was necessary to urgently return to the secondary defense. If they reached the second line, they would be able to get reinforcements. If the line was broken, the second and last defenses would also suffer. The commander reported to the guild leader that Dashil would fall in a few minutes. Jian Jia cursed, not knowing what to do next. They needed reinforcements. Another message was sent to the guild leader saying that D-City would fall in a few minutes. The commander said they had to start a rescue operation immediately. They had to retreat and then think about what to do next. Jian Jia reported that they had already brought all the rear troops into battle. If they lost here, it would be the end of Busan. An officer reported that the defenses on the 20th floor had been breached. The senior officer said they could no longer remain there. They must immediately evacuate Jia Yang and prepare the helicopter. Jian Jia said she would defend this place to the end. The general must retreat and call for reinforcements. The commander ordered preparations for retreat. There were no objections. Gong-ja watched the helicopter fly away. Now there was no one to hope for. The hunter asked the guild leader if the government would send reinforcements. Gong-ja said she could only hope that the general was different from other high-ranking officials. The members had to retreat and regroup. The hunter said he couldn't do that. He would go with the Thunder Giant and circle around the other side to distract the Tritons. Alone, the guild leader could be in danger. Suddenly, something flashed in the sky, and everything around was engulfed in flames. Gong-ja and the hunters loyal to her showed some surprise. The guild leader ordered the hunters to retreat because the enemy was approaching. The hunter said that if the leader succeeded, she must return. Gong-ja looked at the chaos and did not understand what she was doing. How could she have let this happen? Suddenly, an insect knight appeared before Gong-ja and said that he had arrived after cleaning up. The guild leader was surprised. How did the knight get here? She had heard that things were also turbulent there. The insect knight reported that reinforcements had arrived. Gong-ja was surprised. Who would help in such a situation? However, a flying dragon appeared in the sky. The dragon immediately began to destroy the enemy's living force with its fiery breath. The Golden Knight asked the monsters, "How dare you invade human territory?" The protagonist's assistants were filled with the desire to join the battle and win an unconditional victory. Our hero declared that since he, the Golden Knight, had arrived in Busan, their victory was lost. If they did not want to perish, they must immediately return to their mermaid palace. Gong-ja said that these were too strong words. But how did these saviors even get here? She asked. The insect knight said that they could talk about that later. Right now, they had to fight. Gong-ja declared that she could finally fight the merfolk commander. Chun-sung said that he would personally take care of the boss. Gong-ja replied that in that case, she would take care of the rest. Gong-ja activated her energy charge and declared that she would destroy all the Tritons gathered around her. The electric charge was activated. All the hunters and creatures involved prepared to deliver a decisive blow to the Tritons to knock them far back. After the battle, the Golden Dragon said that the fishy smell would haunt him for a long time. He would have to charge extra for detergent to get rid of the smell of these vile creatures. Yu Sang-woon said that first they had to finish the job, and then they could talk about payment. The dragon said that if the man didn't remind him, he might forget. Yu Sang-woon said that the sky should test his sword, which had reached its zenith. This blow would prove that he was a star on this earth. The strike was truly impressive, and he was awarded the rank of Emperor of the Heavenly Flow of Swords. The boss of the Tritons thought it was just one strike. They couldn't handle this night. The order was given to begin a general retreat. The knights were disappointed. Were the monsters really retreating? They couldn't let the boss get away. The Triton boss, retreating, said that next time he would make the death of these people painful. Croakbane grabbed the monster by the leg and said that it couldn't just run away like that. Croakbane pushed the monster out of the water and it flew far away onto land. The Triton fell right at our hero's feet. The Golden Knight was pleasantly surprised to learn that Croakbane was such a good swimmer. Some mole noticed that he had received the blessing of the goddess of swamps and rivers. The Steel Goblin suggested cutting the merman into small pieces. Yu Sang-woon was surprised. Was Akalon really ready to eat him? Akalon replied that newts were nutritious and delicious, easy to digest. They could be used as medicine. The newt thought they were crazy. The monster said that he was the commander of the newts and declared his surrender to the Golden King. The newt declared that he was ready to give up all the trophies stored in the palace in order to save his life. Yu Sang-woon said that he had been watching this commander from afar. His attacks were extremely malicious. He even attacked fleeing opponents from behind. The protagonist added that he could not accept the surrender of a scoundrel who did not have a shred of chivalry in him. Chun-sung asked Gong-ja if everything was settled here. The guild leader replied that everything had been cleared up on land as well. Chun-sung suggested going downstairs. He thought there was still a lot to deal with. Chun-sung told the protagonist that S-rank hunter Gong-ja had arrived. Gong-ja thanked the Golden Knight for coming and providing passive assistance. Thanks to him, she was still alive. A little longer, and something irreparable would have happened. Yu Sang-woon noticed that the news reported that this region had held its ground with dignity. Apparently, that wasn't quite the case. The guild leader said that they had brought all their troops from the rear to the front and fought. If the Golden Knight had arrived 10 minutes later, D-City would have been destroyed in an instant. Yu Sang-woon thought that such a modest person was rare these days. Gong-ja said that she should have acted strategically, but it didn't work out. The guild leader bowed again and thanked him for arriving in time. Yu Sang-woon said that the reward for an A-rank boss was huge. Thanks to the guild leader, he had fun too. It seemed strange, but the dungeon did not disappear. The dungeon turned into a B-rank mermaid palace. Gong-ja said that the entire dungeon would only disappear when all the quests were completed. Apparently, the conditions had changed because she caught the boss outside the dungeon. Yu Sang-woon said that for a while they wouldn't even think of attacking here. In that case, they needed to go somewhere else. That was the end of his mission. If they needed more help, he would always be available. The protagonist left his business card. The guild leader thanked him once again. Yu Sang-woon asked the chief of staff if he was done with the trophies. Yu Chang-wei said he was done on time. Yu Sang-woon asked why there were so many trophies. Yu Chang-wei replied that His Highness's exploits were great. Yu Sang-woon told the hunter, Chung Sun, that he would contact him as soon as the situation here improved. There was no need to worry. Capital, Northern Front. The hunter said that it was very annoying. They had been waiting for several days with no results. It would be nice to beat someone up and take their money. It would be better if they went to the provinces, then they would earn more money. The hunters turned into archdemons. One of them said he hadn't feasted outdoors in a long time. His colleague said that even the desserts were perfect, especially the meat pudding. The archdemons were back in their real form, sitting at the table after finishing their meal. One of them asked Pastor Lee, "Is there any more bone pudding?" Pastor Lee replied that there was plenty of pudding left, so they could eat as much as they wanted. The assistants brought huge dishes intended for the archdemons. Pastor Lee found it strange that he had not come to all this commotion. Was he monitoring the situation? An assistant came closer and whispered something in Pastor Lee's ear. The pastor announced that the Golden Knight had appeared and cleansed Gwangju and Busan. The archdemons reacted to this news with heightened indignation. Pastor Lee concluded that this was precisely why the Golden Knight had not appeared here. Pastor Lee told the apostles of the Great Butcher King that there was a small problem. Were they willing to listen to his one request? The archdemons said that they had eaten their fill, so it would be good to stretch their legs. They were willing to help a little if they received a potion to increase their level. The pastor said that all they had to do was destroy a few power generators in the place he had mentioned. Archdemon said that in case they had to deal with Pastor Lee's requests again, they should make sure to get the level-up potion. Baran said he would go first. Even if Gutman was a little faster, he had more destructive power. Gutman objected that this was against the rules. Pastor Lee thought that they would attract attention if they attacked the province. He would never be fooled by such a cheap tactic. Now, he would show the incredible power of the Butcher King. Capital North Wall. Warning received. S-rank monsters, archdemon beasts, Ram and Gutman are approaching the North Wall. A second warning has been received. The approach of S-rank archdemon beasts has been confirmed. The military is ready to repel the attack. The guild leader has ordered all troops to prepare for battle. Ji Yon-yi must be summoned. The association must also be contacted to find out when support from Olympus will be available. The head of the Blue Dragon Guild said that it is necessary to check the expected route of attack and send A-class hunters there. It is necessary to distribute the platoons so that there are no gaps in the front line. The military spread out across the entire line of the expected contact. The message received from the military stated that the Blue Dragon Guild must fight to the bitter end. An order was received to report on the current supply situation. The machine gunners were on standby. However, the patrols outside the wall had not yet returned with their report. Goutman, the beast archdemon, said he would wipe everyone out. The military received orders to return behind the fortress wall. However, they were unable to do so in time, and Gutman attacked the military with a series of unexpected explosions. Ram, the archdemon beast, also approached the area of confrontation. A report came in that the archdemon army was advancing. The head of the Blue Dragon Guild ordered them to hold out until the end. If they succeeded, and if they managed to capture the archdemons, the reward would be great. The knights loudly praised the Blue Dragon Guild. The guild leader said that the archdemons would not be able to easily take over the capital. At the headquarters of the Hunters Association, the deputy said that since the president of the association had gone to the North Wall to provide passive assistance, he would be speaking today. The Battle of the Blue Dragon Guild began at the North Wall. Enemies appeared. S-rank monsters. They were identified as Ram and Goutman. The deputy president suggested that the opponents had begun to deploy archdemon beasts. When would support from the Olympus Guild arrive? The representative said that the Apostle of Athena, Diomede, would arrive within 3 hours. The side receiving the patronage of Heracles reports that a problem has arisen in the province under its jurisdiction, and they will deal with it first. The assistant president said that no help should be expected from them. The head of the academy noted that Tritonus, an S-rank hunter from the Pacific Front, would also arrive within 5 hours. Baek Ga-yeon thought that apart from the 2 S-rank hunters, there would be no further support. But even they would arrive too late. The vice president asked about calling hunters from Busan and Gwangju. The general said, "Blue Dragon has 3 people, Olympus has 2 people, and the Soul Guild has 1 person. Including the association president and 2 other people, that makes a total of 9. If we take into account the A and B rank people, it might be possible to repel the attack somehow. A member of the Presidium said that Hunter Cho Song-so from Gwangju had rejected the association's call. The representative said there were rumors that the military had joined forces with the Golden Dragon Knight. The officer replied, "Does that make sense? How can we defend the territory then?" The assistant president said that due to the refusal to respond to the call, it is not possible to maintain the necessary number of troops in the province. Therefore, he wrote that he would continue to control the provinces with the help of the Golden Dragon Knight. Thanks to this, he became a hero among provincial hunters. The general said that his head was already aching. This means that the Golden Dragon Knight is uniting even the local forces. Baek Ga-yeon thought that Yu Sung-woon definitely had a charm that attracted people. A member of the Presidium asked what the association had been doing all this time. The vice president said that the Ministry of Defense and the government, which turn a blind eye to illegal activities, cannot object to anything. Wasn't it the government that created such a reputation that there is no support from the province? The vice president reminded everyone that this was confidential information. It was not worth discussing now. Park Ga-yeon stated that the choice was up to those present, so a decision had to be made. The general said that a response had come from the Seoul Guild. They would not be able to help, as there was currently a battle going on in the south. The officer reported to the Minister of Defense that they had just received a call informing them that one of the power generators on the north wall had been destroyed. The scavengers reported that the evacuation line had been captured. They said that the head of the guild responsible for supplies had been killed. The Minister of Defense said that this was not a situation where they should be shifting responsibility onto each other. They needed to consider signing an additional contract with the Golden Dragon Knight. The Vice President said that, judging by the situation, it was time to take action. Funding issues should be referred to the Ministry of Strategy and Finance. An additional contract must be concluded. The Vice President said that a request should be sent to set aside $500 million. The remaining amount will be paid in full after the task is completed. Yu Sang-woon received the information by phone and said he was heading to the capital. The protagonist told the driver that they were going to the northern wall of the capital. Our hero announced to his assistants that when they arrived in the capital, there would be a battle with the archdemon beasts. Capital North Wall. Ram took the front line. The military reported that the archdemons had broken through. Ram said that he would be considered the winner if he simply destroyed the structure. The military received orders to defend the generator at all costs. The knight rushing toward Ram suddenly stopped. The archdemon was surprised. Does he really want to live? Ram approached the surviving generator and dealt it a devastating blow. The archdemon said that this time he was betting on his victory. Suddenly, a warrior appeared, acting under the leadership of the constellation of Lady Athena. The woman said she had come to punish the demons of the evil god. It was Diomede, an S-rank hunter. The knights rejoiced. The apostle of the constellation Athena was the S-rank hunter Diomede. That meant they were saved. Reinforcements were on the way. Diomede said she would place the archdemon's head on the altar of Lady Athena. Ram replied that he would present Diomede's head to the great Butcher King. Ko Cheon-young informed the head of the Blue Dragon Guild that Diomede had arrived. They needed to focus and be vigilant. Now they could strike as one. Goutman called on Baphomet's minions to attack. The head of the Blue Dragon Guild told his comrades to gather their courage and aim for Gutman. The men mobilized their resources and rushed to attack Gutman and his minions. However, there were so many minions that the attack could be overwhelmed. The huntress was captured by one of the monsters and cried out that there were too many of these villains here. The guild leader shouted that they were recklessly rushing to their doom and that they needed to get out of there. Chae Ji-yeon broke free from the monster's clutches and managed to fly up. Goutman laughed. Did they really think it would be easy to finish him off? The Blue Dragon Guild leader ordered them to fight with all their might. Today, they must win. Ram said that all this was starting to annoy him. The people fought with their last ounce of strength. When would Tritonus arrive? Everyone was already at their limit. Przewalski said that Ram was helpless against this girl, and he was no longer having fun. Wasn't it time to end it? Gutman grabbed one of the warriors and said it wasn't time to end it yet. Diomede thought that the situation was only getting worse. If things continued in the same vein, people would be destroyed. Diomede activated the skill, Cry of Ares. The hunters noted that Diomede used her signature skill very quickly. Ram activated his attack reflection skill. He said, "The stronger the attack, the stronger the response will be." Ram grabbed his opponent and said that there was a downside to this. It was a good try, but he'll have to take advantage of it, he thought, and threw the girl far back. Diomede fell to the ground. The archdemon said he was now ready to have some fun. Przewalski asked if Pastor Lee hadn't said to spare the lives of the higher-class hunters. Ram silently grabbed the hunter by the leg and lifted her up. Ram threw the girl aside again and said that in that case, they would have to eat the poor wretches who were going to Gutman's side. The hunters were ordered to rescue Lady Diomede. The hunters said that these monsters looked very strong. The monsters, minions of the archdemons, attacked the hunters and inflicted local damage on them. An order was given for the hunters and the military to begin their retreat. Ram gave chase and said that people cannot retreat whenever they please. The Golden Knight appeared in the combat zone on this section of the front. The hunters shouted that the Golden Dragon Knight had arrived. Now they were definitely saved. Yu Sang-woon scanned her and noted that Diomedea's pulse was very weak. The protagonist told Eldrin to take care of the girl. The dragon replied that such treatment was not covered by insurance. Ram, having lost part of his horn, was angry and declared that he thirsted for revenge. The Golden Knight gripped the Titan's stake tightly and said he was ready to play with this archdemon. Ram said that he would not forgive his opponent for his horn and was ready to punish him. Yu Sang-woon was surprised. This scoundrel had taken many lives, but was enraged over a single horn. Ram, waving his weapon, shouted that he would definitely not forgive the knight and rushed to attack. Yu Sang-woon asked, "Has Eng arrived yet?" Eng replied that due to an urgent call, he had barely managed to get there. Ram thought that since Eng had also arrived, the battle could be left to others. The man suggested that it could be an earthquake. Apparently, it had already reached S rank. But wasn't it said that where Media was, the reduction had taken place? The man told his comrade to bring the magic stones. The girl watched these two suspicious people from around the corner. The man asked, "Where can we sell this body?" His colleague said that it was the body of a hunter from the Giant Guild, so it would definitely be sold somewhere, but they would have to take it to Neo-Sinon. The suspicious men acted quietly. One of them said that he was on Pastor Lee's side, as he now had the advantage. Suddenly, the man received a devastating punch to the jaw. Shin Ion, who had jumped out from around the corner, attacked the strangers. The girl said that these scoundrels lived off theft. The man said that she was an S-rank hunter, and that they needed to run away immediately. Our hero's assistant chief of staff asked, "Isn't she going to finish the job?" The girl replied that she would spare the scoundrel's life, but that it was necessary to report the situation to her colleagues. Because of their greed, not only the lives of others were in danger, but also their own. Knights scanning the area after the battle determined that there were wounded on the battlefield. The assistant told Shin Ayan that local fighting was continuing on the front line. The girl asked where Yu Sang-woon was now. The assistant replied that the gentleman was engaged in a fierce battle with a beast archdemon. The assistant added that he was eager to end the unrest and bring the war to a close. Ayan said that the battle was not over yet, so there was no point in relaxing. The assistant said that he would run as fast as the wind and become a shield to protect her from danger. Ayan was surprised. "What kind of words are those?" The assistant replied that the more colorful the expression, the more sincere it sounds. Ayan thought that among the knights summoned by Yu Sang-woon, Jin Seong and Yu Chung were the strangest. Jin Seok said that he was no worse than Akalan and Erebine. Nin Ayan noticed that Yu Sang-woon himself was a very strange person. Yu Sang-woon asked Ram. "He rushed into battle with such courage, but has he already decided to end it?" The Golden Knight thought that dealing with this archdemon was much easier than he had previously thought. Ram couldn't understand how he couldn't defeat this knight, since he was just an ordinary human. The Golden Knight said it was time to end it, as he had a lot of unfinished business. Yu Sang-woon asked Przhevalsky, "Does he want to intervene too?" Przhevalsky replied that Ram had done well as bait, but now it was time for him to step forward. The protagonist was surprised. "What kind of magic am I hearing?" A group of armed orchid men approached our hero. The young man said that many friends had been invited to this party. The man stated that this was the only way to capture the Golden Dragon Knight. Pastor Lee bowed and said he wanted to formally introduce himself. Pastor Lee said that he was a servant of the Butcher King. Yu Sang-woon said that he was a heartless man who kidnapped and ate people. The pastor replied that these were sacrifices to the constellation and could not be considered a sin. The pastor noted that serving the constellation meant giving it what it wanted. Yu Sang-woon suggested that the pastor had no intention of stopping this practice. The pastor said he wanted to make a deal. The essence of his service to the constellation of the Butcher King was perfectly clear. He had also heard about Yu Sang-woon, who did not serve the constellation and worked as a mercenary. The pastor said he needed several lives for sacrifices. If the Golden Knight did not interfere, they would give him all the goods they obtained from hunting. In that case, the Golden Knight, who wanted to earn money, and he, the pastor, would get what they wanted. Pastor Lee pointed to the destroyed hunters and said that their money, weapons, and magic stones would go to the Golden Knight. Yu Sang-woon noted that the offer was tempting, but if there was nowhere to spend the money, it was useless. The protagonist said that previously he didn't care what happened to this world, but now there were people he had to protect. He made a deal with the government. The Golden Knight added that what he disliked most was the world that Pastor Lee wanted to create. The pastor asked, "What kind of world am I creating?" The knight replied that this world was right behind the pastor. It was exactly the world the pastor wanted to create. The pastor said that this was the first time he had seen someone behave this way in the face of proposed wealth. Yu Sang-woon said that if the pastor simply disappeared quietly, he could save his life. The pastor replied that he had heard a lot about his mission during all this time, but this was the first time he had been so insulted. The Golden Knight said that if the pastor did not want to lose all his followers and end up in disgrace, it was time to flee. It was said that the knight was using tricks because he was afraid that if they fought here, people might get hurt. The protagonist said that if they fought for any reason, the pastor would end up on the floor anyway. The pastor declared that these negotiations had broken down. Behind Pastor Lee stood huge archdemons. Behind our hero, his assistants also appeared, ready for immediate confrontation with the archdemons. Przewalski said that Gutman had been injured. At some point, he stopped feeling his energy. Yu Sang-woon noted that now it was his turn. Przewalski declared that he would personally destroy everyone with his own hands. Yu Sang-woon ordered all his assistants to go into battle. Everyone had to be ready to fight without any limits. The hunters noticed that the Golden Dragon Knight and his assistants were fighting against the archdemons and their minions. The journalist reported that he had managed to capture on video how the Golden Dragon Knight descended. It was necessary to urgently prepare the microphone and check the sound. The military pushed the journalists away, warning them that it was dangerous there. A group of onlookers gathered nearby. Cameramen launched special drones into the sky. Thanks to the video broadcast from the drones, the composition and location of the archdemons was visible. Observers noted that the Golden Dragon Knight had finally arrived. Now they were definitely saved. The residents wanted to express their gratitude to him. Everyone present dreamed of seeing him with their own eyes at least once. Among those present was a man hiding his face under a hood. It was the leader of the Soul Guild. He declared that the time for revenge had come. The reporter said he was near the northern wall of the capital, where a battle had broken out between the Golden Dragon Knight and the archdemon beasts. Judging by the dire situation, victory would not be easy to achieve. The head of the Soul Guild entered the room with the resting hunters. A soldier with an automatic weapon said that outsiders were not allowed to enter. The hooded man used his unique magical abilities and activated a huge burst of energy. The soldiers and hunters in the room were destroyed. The head of the Soul Guild said that Yu Sang-woon was cornered and added that he would enjoy watching him fail. The Golden Knight would die by his hands. Yu Sang-woon continued his active resistance against the advancing archdemon beasts and their minions. Ram asked the Golden Knight, "Is he really going to fight with only what he has in his hands?" Przewalski added that it was better to fight with everything you could hold in your hands. Yu Sang-woon replied that it didn't matter. Whether he fought with a wooden stick or a banana, if the archdemons were frightened, they had a chance to surrender. The Golden Knight stood his ground and fought off all the enemies who tried to defeat him. Przewalski was surprised. Is there really such a strong person? Ram replied that it was basically impossible. The Golden Knight said that it turned out to be much more boring than he had expected. Yu Sang-woon added that he was not one to enjoy tension. Compared to the chaos that the archdemons had caused here, their skills were quite mediocre. Przewalski shouted for the Golden Knight to shut up immediately, or he would shut his mouth himself. Przewalski added that he would now cut and swallow every cell of the Golden Knight. The protagonist suggested that his assistants first destroy at least one archdemon beast, so that the others would not be tempted. Immediately, a massive attack ensued, the result of which satisfied the protagonist. He said that it was quite good. If they went a little further, their endurance would decrease. Przewalski shouted that he would no longer tolerate such lawlessness. Unexpectedly, the archdemon's endurance, strength, and agility quickly increased. Przewalski delivered a powerful blow to the Golden Knight, but at the last moment, he managed to dodge it. Our hero noted that his opponent had suddenly become much stronger. Information came in that the archdemon beasts had begun to receive buffs. Shin So-mi said that they were constantly being given buffs that increased their combat effectiveness. The Golden Knight wondered if any of them had the skill to buff. Perhaps it was the pastor. Shin So-mi replied that it was not a buff from the Butcher King constellation. She added that it was a buff from Shim Kang-hoon. The Golden Knight looked up at the fortress wall and saw two people standing on it, Pastor Lee and Shim Kang-hoon. The pastor said it was close. The head of the Soul Guild replied that he had removed the barrier from the wall, so now they could do whatever they wanted. The guild leader added that in any case, the Golden Knight's head must go to him. The pastor replied, "As Shim Kang-hoon wishes." Przewalski, looking at the Golden Knight, said he was ready to fight for real. The Golden Dragon Knight could attack him. Yu Sang-woon noted that the Great Beast Archdemon relies on buffs from humans, and this should be confusing. Przewalski added that it was the pastor who did this, and thanks to these buffs, he remained alive. Shin So-mi stated that a total of 5 buffs were applied to this monster. The Golden Knight noted that all characteristics had almost doubled. This was no joke. Gawolf was forced to admit that these scoundrels had unexpectedly grown stronger. Akalon noted that thanks to the buffs, the stats had improved significantly. The protagonist asked if they had a chance of winning. Gawolf stated that victory was something they had to create themselves. Samuel said that despite their lack of debuff skills, they felt they could fight. Akalon added that their chance of victory was 74%. No problem. The Golden Knight announced that in that case, they would continue. Samuel said that they had not yet given 100%. Krokbane called for them to fight until complete victory. Przewalski wondered what the opponents were discussing. Were they hoping for something? The Golden Knight called on his comrades to work together as a team. The confrontation continued. At the headquarters of the Hunters Association, they watched the ongoing battle and wondered who had given them the buff. Shin So-mi, who was in the Iron Fortress, reported that Shim Kang-hoon's verification was complete. He was indeed the head of the Soul Guild. A current employee of the Hunters Association headquarters said that was unbelievable. Was the head of the Soul Guild really capable of such a thing? The colleague added that it appeared Shim Kang-hoon had begun cooperating with Pastor Lee. But why would he need to do that? Didn't he create an illusion to confuse everyone? The general noted that Shim Kang-hoon is currently in Gangnam and is putting all his energy into stopping the advance of the S-rank monster Bohaku. No matter how much he dislikes the Golden Dragon Knight, could he really conspire with Pastor Lee? The special agent stated that if the head of the Soul Guild conspired, he would lose too much. His colleague added that it might be an illusion or a trick. Shin So-mi asked, "Can an illusion use buffs that well?" No illusion can do that. In addition, the barrier surrounding the wall had been dispelled. This is not something that can only be done from the inside. In that case, the most likely person is Shim Kang-hoon. The general said that the truth must be found out. Shim Kang-hoon's location in Gangnam must be determined. In any case, they must support the Golden Dragon Knight. He will be helpless if the buffed beast archdemons break through the wall. The general said that a support squad could be organized right now and intervene quickly. The knight and his comrades, despite their opponent's buffs, put up a good fight. Gawolf said it would be strange if they won. Krokbane added that their opponents had no strategy or teamwork. All their fighting techniques were at the level of cavemen. Their strategy was not up to par. Ramram continued to shout that he would destroy everyone. The Golden Knight knocked the nearest archdemon to the ground and swung his weapon at him. After his opponent was deactivated, the protagonist said that they were nothing special. Yu Sang-woon urged his comrades not to worry and to attack the archdemons across the entire front in a single burst. Przewalski reported that Ramram had been destroyed. How are these people even capable of such a thing? Pastor Lee asked the head of the Soul Guild how this happened. Shim Kang-hoon replied that he himself was in shock. Pastor Lee said that if they lost this battle, Shim Kang-hoon would be held responsible. The rivals stood facing each other as if they were going head-to-head. Shim Kang-hoon said that the buff had become poison. They had no concept of teamwork, so they only hurt each other. Krokbane noted that the enemies were still quite strong, so they must not forget about defense. After these words, the opponents went on the attack again, and when they collided, a huge amount of excess energy was released. Shim Kang-hoon, watching this ineffective fight, said it would be better to remove the buffs. Pastor Lee admitted that it was a complete failure. The head of the Soul Guild shouted that it was not his failure. Wasn't it a failure from the very beginning to gather such disparate scoundrels? The head of the Blue Dragon Guild also took part in repelling the attack of the archdemons and their minions. Goutman, bleeding profusely, continued to fight. The head of the Blue Dragon Guild delivered a devastating blow, and the archdemon was destroyed. The guild leader said they had won. That meant they would soon receive bonuses. Ko Cheon-yong admitted that they had succeeded this time. Pastor Lee said they would have to retreat. The head of the Soul Guild said he would retreat too. If he left Gangnam for too long, it would arouse suspicion. Pastor Lee said that even though they had failed, the guild leader had done a good job. They had to give him the promised reward. The pastor noted that it was necessary to think of this as a sign of trust in order to plan further actions. Shim Kang-hoon replied that in that case, he would accept the gift and put the ring on his finger. He said that he could feel black energy, which was a very good thing. The skull depicted on the ring began to absorb the guild leader's life energy. Shim Kang-hoon grabbed his hand, turned blue, and groaned in pain. Pastor Lee reminded him that the guild leader would be held responsible in case of failure. The pastor added that Shim Kang-hoon's life would be offered to the constellation of the Butcher King. The guild leader screamed, fell to the floor, and stopped moving. Pastor Lee removed the ring from Shim Kang-hoon's motionless hand and told him to rest in peace in the arms of the Butcher King. Przewalski reported that an order to retreat had been given. The archdemon declared that next time he would step on the Golden Knight's throat and show no mercy. Gawolf asked the master, "Surely they won't give chase?" The Golden Knight suggested forgetting about them, because there was much to deal with here now. Perhaps the structure of the association would change radically. Even the guild's passive response to Shim Kang-hoon's betrayal would lead to a huge number of casualties. In addition, if monsters invade again and a battle begins, the wall may not hold. The Golden Knight added that this was the most difficult part, from the dungeons of Gwangju and Busan to these places. Akalon said he would collect the loot. Yu Sang-woon said they would have to hurry. A knight ran up to our hero and asked if they could talk for a moment. The protagonist replied that he was very busy and tired. Yu Sang-woon turned around and said that it wasn't over yet. Several days passed. Iron Fortress. Yu Sang-woon, remote control in hand, tried to find something interesting on TV. Shin So-mi entered the room and, making sure that the young man was awake, suggested that he eat first. Yu Sang-woon replied that he would have breakfast later. The woman was unyielding. She told Yu Sang-woon to get up immediately, make his bed, and go have breakfast. Yu Sang-woon replied that he was too lazy to even move a finger. All his muscles were sore from the battle. Shin So-mi examined his body and said that Yu Sang-woon was now well enough to get up and go to breakfast. Shin So-mi told the academy head that he would eat later. Baek Ga-yeon suggested that it was because he had fought a lot. Nevertheless, given the situation, she wanted him to get back on his feet as soon as possible and settle some matters. Shin So-mi expressed confidence that Yu Sang-woon would get up sooner or later. Even if he looks weak, he is an SS-rank Golden Armor Hunter, commander of the Knights, and ruler of the Goblin Empire. Baek Ga-yeon admitted that she had no idea what the young man was thinking. There are so many things that need to be sorted out. Shin So-mi suggested that the political activities that Yu Sang-woon dislikes so much might begin. Baek Ga-yeon stated that the head of the Soul Guild had been declared dead. Pastor Lee nearly destroyed the entire capital. The Olympus and Blue Dragon guilds have joined forces. They will even join forces with Yu Sang-woon to protect the capital. Baek Ga-yeon suggested that negotiations were underway regarding the aftermath of the battle. They are determining who will bear responsibility for the human casualties and material damage, and who is most at fault. Of course, the talk will turn to Yu Sang-woon. Thanks to this incident, the power of the Golden Dragon Knight has become known throughout the world and beyond. This guy will be used for political purposes. Chun Sung noted that this is exactly what the boss hates the most. Baek Ga-yeon said that she could handle it on her own to some extent. Chun Sung noted that many reporters had gathered at the entrance to the Iron Fortress. Now it was impossible to simply go out and breathe fresh air. Baek Ga-yeon suggested going to the Dragon or the Goblin Empire. There, they could have a good discussion. Yu Sang-woon was surprised. Are they really offering him a picnic? Shin So-mi noted that this was the manager's suggestion. She suggested getting some fresh air, as there would be a lot of work to do later. The young man asked, "Is it possible to breathe air and live without things to do?" Shin Aeon suggested putting off all the work and going on the long-awaited picnic. Shin So-mi noted that Baek Ga-yeon had suggested going on a dragon or to the Goblin Empire. Journalists gathered near the entrance. The Goblin Mage suggested doing it in the Goblin Empire. If the gentleman goes to the B-class Dungeon Empire, it will not arouse suspicion. Safety is guaranteed there. Yu Chung-wei said that he did not trust goblins, so if necessary, he could attack the dungeon immediately. Croakbane remarked that hunting was interesting. Proper rest was the way to become stronger. Som Mayol noted that the gentleman really needed a rest. Yu Sang-woon said that he understood everything, but only listened to Som Mayol. The chief of staff stated that, according to tradition, the king must never neglect state affairs. Even during rest, one cannot let work slip from one's hands. Yu Sang-woon was surprised. Can't Yu Chung-wei do everything himself? The chief of staff noted that His Majesty occupies the throne, and he is simply providing whatever assistance he can. Chun Sung said that everything was ready. Shin Aeon suggested that they leave as soon as possible. Baek Ga-yeon wished them luck and advised them to have fun. The head of the academy was informed that the government had asked the bank to freeze the Golden Knight's accounts. Baek Ga-yeon was surprised. Is this despite all the effort he put into the operation to defend the capital? The response was that the government was trying to obtain compensation. The interlocutor said that the chief district prosecutor and the judge's wife, as well as So Jun, were members of this organization. Several employees of the Ministry of Strategy and Finance were also involved. Park Ga-yeon noted that people from the government had infiltrated everywhere. The head of the academy asked how much they were asking for. The woman was told that the amount of compensation was $500 million. Baek Ga-yeon was outraged. That's the remainder that the government has to pay, not including the contract commission. Park Ga-yeon noted that the Golden Knight did not destroy the pastor, but the operation to protect the capital was successful. He has the right to claim part of the amount. It is necessary to contact the government and ask it to resolve the issue with the partnership in exchange for the remaining amount under the contract. The underground city of Kaesong, a special class hotel. Pastor Lee said he did not expect so many followers to come. Przewalski said that it was time to take responsibility for what this worthless pastor had done. Pastor Lee said that the head of the Soul Guild, Shim Kang-hoon, who was responsible for the failure, had taken responsibility. The Butcher King constellation was also satisfied. Shim Kang-hoon's soul was given to him. Przhevalsky said that this was not enough. After all, they had suffered enormous damage. Pastor Lee said that to thank the remaining apostles and victims, he had prepared a small gift. All kinds of jewels and decorations appeared before the pastor. He said that he had prepared the trophies left behind by Shim Kang-hoon after his death. The beast archdemons immediately began to divide the items offered to them. Przhevalsky accepted the potion offered to him and declared that he now possessed fantastic power. Each of the orchid monsters also drank the same liquid and noted that their powers had indeed increased significantly. The archdemons declared that they were experiencing a wonderful feeling, unprecedented delight. Pastor Lee calmly watched what was happening from the sidelines. The pastor bowed to the great constellation of the Butcher King and said that because of his shortcomings, he had lost 3 of the Butcher King's apostles. The pastor noted that if he were given a little more strength, he would definitely take revenge. He wanted his weak voice to be heard. The pastor asked to be allowed to become the sword of the great constellation of the Butcher King. The archdemons observed the unnatural changes in the pastor and were surprised. Had the King Butcher really descended at the call of a human? An image of a man descending to earth appeared in the sky, with lightning flashing above him. Przhevalsky said that the Butcher King had descended from heaven, responding to the call of a human voice. How could this have happened? The image of a man turned into the image of a huge archdemon. Could this really be the Butcher King? The Butcher King said that the constellation still had work to do, so he decided to lend him his power. Those present were surprised. Had the pastor really converted? The Butcher King said that the constellation had given him the strength to resolve the situation. This would be another chance and a weapon of revenge for them. He was ready to accept the oaths of all those present. Now that the constellation itself had descended, he would once again present them with this world. If those present obeyed him from that moment on, it would be considered an oath of allegiance to the constellation. The archdemons recognized that he was strong, so now they would not lose. The archdemons promised to serve faithfully and gave their word of honor. The lake in the dungeon of the Goblin Empire. The protagonist decided that now he could take a well-deserved rest. It was as if he had come to live in the countryside. Ion asked how long they would be resting. She wanted to level up some more. They came to rest, but there was nothing to do here except study. They couldn't even watch TV or movies. Yu Sang-woon agreed that there were some drawbacks, but they could be ignored. Shin So-mi brought sandwiches and offered them to everyone. Shin So-mi added that she had wanted to go on vacation for a long time. Shin A-young said she would go train alone. Yu Sang-woon said that he was spending his time exactly as he wanted to. Shin So-mi noted that when things get tough, you have to put things aside and rest, like now. The woman added that she understood the young man. Her old wounds had not yet healed, so she tried to avoid major upheavals. But since the young man had tremendous strength, he was needed in many places, and he had more and more things to do. Perhaps the young man needs rest more than anyone else. Yu Sang-woon was surprised. How could Shin So-mi take on all the responsibility? She was involved with the White Knight Guild and even took care of her daughter. She was doing quite well. Besides, this time the rank has changed. Shin So-mi is now best suited for the role of support. The woman added that she and her daughter had acquired skills that were a priority for their team. Yu Sang-woon acknowledged that this would be much more useful than the unrealistic Yu Chang or Gawolf. Yu Sang-woon noted that if Shin So-mi didn't look after him, he would feel anxious. He asked the woman to continue taking care of them. Our hero noted that he had lived alone and was used to doing everything on his own. Therefore, he tried to work with the knights more than with people. He never imagined that he would have a family. However, then people began to appear and even change ranks for his sake. He began to feel strange because there were people with whom they helped each other and received help. He was a person who had always avoided this. Shin So-mi said that Yu Sang-woon was an innocent man who was afraid of being hurt again. The protagonist noted that in that case, he wanted to remain indebted to Shin So-mi. The woman said it was time for her to take care of some unfinished business. She got up from her seat and left. The young man was surprised. What had he said? Was she offended? Ayeon said that Yu Sang-woon was indeed very stupid. Ayeon added that, judging by her mother's reaction, she was embarrassed. The girl said that her mother had a habit of getting up from her chair when she was embarrassed. Yu Sang-woon said that it wasn't just because she was embarrassed. She had no choice but to behave cautiously, no matter what their relationship was. Ayeon asked what the problem was with her mother. Yu Sang-woon noted that it was not the kind of relationship that could exist solely on romantic feelings. It is difficult for her to accept affection or to feel affection for someone herself. Her personality is such that she is more comfortable being alone. Yu Sang-woon asked what would happen to Shin So-mi if he left because he didn't like restrictions. He should be more reasonable. Shin A-young said that she supports them both in any case. Yu Sang-woon wondered if Aeon had changed her stance. The girl replied that she was looking for a position where she could make up for her shortcomings and not cross paths with the knights. The young man said that made sense. What did she need? Aeon replied that she was interested in Yu Sang-woon's armor. After being cut off from the constellation, she cannot properly upgrade her armor. Aeon said that Yu Sang-woon hardly ever uses his armor during battle. The young man noted that if the Golden Dragon Knight did not wear his golden armor, he would simply become a Dragon Knight in everyday attire. Aeon added that her armor is poor, so it is difficult to catch high-level monsters because she cannot use the Phoenix Flame dance. Yu Sang-woon and Shin A-young went to the auction house. As usual, a girl greeted the young people at the entrance. She said she hadn't seen Mr. Yu Sang-woon in a long time. Aeon was surprised. Who was this fox girl? Was Yu Sang-woon cheating on her? Yu Sang-woon replied that it was just a store and they had a strictly business relationship. Yu Sang-woon said he wanted to sell the equipment of the archdemon Ramram. The girl said it could be done right away. 6,500 points were offered for the items presented, plus another 10,000 if everything was added up. Yu Sang-woon said he was fine with that deal. The young man noted that the girl was cut off from the constellation, and therefore could not control the Phoenix Flame dance. Were there any skills or equipment that could help with this? The fox girl suggested taking a look at the items on display. Shin A-young said she liked everything here and asked how many items she could buy. Yu Sang-woon gave her an approximate price. Aeon said she could handle it with the equipment. Long-range weapons were ordered. One support from Shin So-mi would be enough. Aeon was surprised. Couldn't her mother learn magic? Yu Sang-woon replied that her class was knight, which was better than magic. The fox girl suggested spears with diamond-tipped blades. Yu Sang-woon said he needed ranged weapons. The fox girl explained that spear throwing was a skill of true knights, so it was possible to circumvent the ban on the use of ranged weapons. Yu Sang-woon thought that the spear was intended for ancient people, who were skilled at aiming accurately. It was one of the forces that allowed people since ancient times to fight large animals. Later, the bow appeared, but because the materials were difficult to obtain, it was necessary to make arrows separately, and learning to use a bow was difficult. Yu Sang-woon asked if there was a sample for demonstration. The girl said that after receiving 1,000 points, they would provide it for free. Yu Sang-woon took it in his hands and decided to try it out. The protagonist threw the spear far ahead, and after it landed, there was an explosion. The fox girl stated that the destructive power of the spear's strike is determined by the strength and concentration of the thrower, and that the young man can throw it much harder than others. Yu Sang-woon noted that there were no warnings about spear throwing for knights. The fox girl said that the sword is a symbol of victory, power, and war, while the spear is a symbol of the soldier's weapon and defender of civilization. Yu Sang-woon showed her the Titan spear and asked what would happen if he threw it instead of a spear. The girl asked, "Are you talking about the Titan's wheel?" The girl explained that it was a very difficult weapon to use. It was kept in storage because there were practically no people capable of using it. It cannot be remelted. Like a spear, the spear is not designed for long distances, so it will be possible to avoid restrictions for knights. Yu Sang-woon said that in that case, he would buy everything they had. After the deal was made, the Golden Knight and Shin A-young studied the acquired weapons. A-young wondered if Yu Sang-woon really intended to use it as a long-range weapon. Yu Sang-woon recalled what Foxy had said. If the destructive power is determined by the strength and concentration of the thrower, and the weight and hardness of the thrown object are added to this, then it can deliver greater impact force. Aeon said that it sounded like a lecture on the new weapons of some country that was becoming more and more powerful. The Golden Knight said he was ready to begin training. A level 7 protective spell was cast. The protagonist announced that this was test number 1 and threw the spear with all his might. All degrees of defense were broken through, and the spear went through like butter. At the same time, a shockwave with an increased temperature was formed. The hero's assistants were hit by the wave and were thrown in different directions. The dragon was surprised. What had the Golden Knight done? Aeon declared that it was a full-fledged rocket, a new type of weapon. Akalon acknowledged that it was very dangerous. Gawolf also became interested in acquiring such a thing. Chun Sung anxiously asked the commander what was going on. Shin So-mi rushed over, not having had time to change out of her swimsuit. Yu Sang-woon announced that it was a test of a new weapon. Aeon honestly confirmed this. Shin So-mi wondered how strong this guy could be. Now he was so powerful that it was shocking. Yu Sang-woon suggested that there was no need for test number 2. He broke Eldrin's 7-layer magic barrier and considered that sufficient. In the distance, the sound of the Goblin Emperor's horn could be heard, a signal that the Emperor was leaving the castle. Yu Sang-woon wondered what to do about this. The Goblin Emperor rode up to Yu Sang-woon in a carriage and approached the young man with his entourage. The Emperor bowed and said that it was an honor for them to greet His Majesty. Yu Sang-woon greeted him. said that they had not seen each other for a long time, and asked what had happened, because he had been told that he could rest peacefully. The emperor replied that he had come here with an urgent request to His Majesty. Filled with reverential fear, he reported that the previous king could not leave the dungeon, but there was no choice. Yu Sang-woon said he was ready to listen carefully to the Emperor of the Goblins. The mage said that the Emperor would like His Majesty to exchange the magic stones. Yu Sang-woon asked why the goblin needed them. The goblin mage explained that magic stones are an important resource for maintaining their world. Supplies are running low, and it is unknown how many years they will last. They cannot stand by and watch their fellow tribesmen perish, so they came with a request. Yu Sang-woon was surprised. Could the magic stones really run out? The goblin mage said that there used to be many huge monsters and animals here, so there were no problems. But due to an unknown phenomenon, the ecosystem's balance was disrupted, and magic stones became rare. Our hero asked what the goblins did with the magic stones. The goblin mage said that they could be considered the fuel that sustains their entire empire. The young man thought, "That means the stones are like oil on Earth." The protagonist replied that he would exchange them. The goblins bowed and thanked His Majesty. Yu Sang-woon added that he had one condition. It is ineffective to hold on to resources that are already depleted and difficult to extract. Instead of resources such as oil or coal, it is better to develop technology. On Earth, the global economy depends on coal and oil, which even leads to wars, but here they are used by slaves. Yu Sang-woon said that goblins should consider this an alternative resource to magic stones and use it as the foundation for their empire. Although environmental problems will arise, it is better than the gradual collapse of the country due to the depletion of resources. Yu Sang-woon noted that this would be a condition for exchanging magic stones. They need to find the means and methods and deliver results. The protagonist asked what the goblins could give him in exchange for the magic stones. After negotiations with the goblins, Yu Cheng-wei said that Akalon had prepared meat for a barbecue. The chief of staff asked the gentleman what he had promised the goblins. The young man replied that he had asked for goblin troops in exchange for magic stones. They themselves would need precious metals and material resources. But since they had plenty of living resources, he said he would accept them as they were. In order to preserve the goblin system, resources needed to be replaced. It is impossible to get rid of them completely. Yu Cheng-wei noted that he was impressed by His Majesty's sincere concern. The goblin soldiers provided would belong to the Heavenly Sword Army, the capital, headquarters of the Hunters Association. A proposal was made to begin the afternoon report. There was a report on the completion of all barrier reconstruction work. The positions of all generals were outlined, and there were plans to create effective nuclei to disorient the enemy. The special representative said that the barrier had been repaired quickly. But what about compensation? It is difficult to replenish the budget, as the costs of the Dragon Knight are high. The general inquired whether Pastor Li's location had been discovered. The association representative noted that the pastor was nowhere to be found, including in Anders City, Kisen. According to sources, he disappeared after the explosion in the penthouse of the hotel in Kisen. A satellite image of the moment of the explosion was presented to everyone present. The pastor was seen entering the hotel, but there is no confirmation that he left the hotel after the explosion. The official noted that a dispute had arisen over who was responsible for the defeat. The possibility of Pastor Li's death should be considered. The general turned on the video and said that what was on the screen was Pastor Li's favorite prison for hunters. This was where Pastor Li kept the surviving hunters he had captured. Their life energy was used to develop potions and medicines to increase levels. It was a kind of symbolic place for the pastor. If changes began there, it was obvious that something had begun to change in the pastor's life as well. The general added that if strife had broken out and it wasn't the pastor, then someone else had taken his place. The case needed to be investigated more thoroughly. There was no point in making assumptions. Evidence of his condition had to be found. The general ordered the mobilization of hunters in all areas, the commanders of each unit, everyone, right down to the police. 3 days passed in the dungeon of the Goblin Empire. Shin So-mi said that it was difficult for her to exchange visions with animals, as each had its own vision. Chun Sung noted that he was aware of all the difficulties of the situation. Shin A-yeon acknowledged that all skills are good. If you have the skill to exchange what you see with animals, it will help with reconnaissance. So-mi was surprised. Where did her daughter learn this? So-mi noted that making magic bullets is a great skill. Since her main class is a mage, she can use it effectively. Shin A-young noted that thanks to the new powerful skill book, she can now properly use the Phoenix Dance. Shin So-mi thought that Yu Sang-woon had helped them a lot again. A-yeon looked at her mother and asked if she was thinking about Yu Sang-woon. Shin So-mi came to her senses and shook her head. The woman insisted that her daughter was mistaken, but she blushed with embarrassment. The golden dragon soared in the sky. No one expected a storm to break out. Sang-woon, sitting on the dragon, said that the view was simply amazing. The dragon couldn't believe that he was working as a taxi driver for magic stones. The young man received a message on his smartphone about rumors spreading about Pastor Lee's death and realized that he needed to return to headquarters. Yu Sung-woon returned to the Iron Fortress and reviewed the necessary documents. Our hero declared that Pastor Lee would not simply disappear. It all seemed strange, even if it was stated that he had died due to internal strife. Baek Ga-yeon said that if you look at what happened, that's exactly how it was. But 3 archdemon beasts had died, and the Butcher King's constellation had no choice but to fly into a rage. Yu Sang-woon added that he would be lucky if the pastor really died. But if the Butcher King disappears, someone else will appear. Baek Ga-yeon replied that this was the crux of the problem. That is why the association has not yet confirmed the pastor's death. If he had died, the government would have had to pay everything immediately. However, this process is being delayed. Yu Sang-woon noted that since he did not personally kill the pastor, it was necessary to wait for confirmation of his death. The head of the academy said that a gathering of hunters would be announced. She believes that the Golden Knight should show up and strengthen his position. Yu Sung-woon said that he did not want this at all. Baek Ga-yeon noted that if people trust the young man, his position will become clear. With great power comes great responsibility. The protagonist said he had already heard this. Yu Sang-woon added that he would be in the dungeon with his friends anyway. When the call comes, the director can contact him. The Goblin Dungeon, Croakbane said he likes to sunbathe. Yu Sang-woon asked what Akalon was doing now. Croakbane replied that the golem was gathering data piece by piece. The young man told Akalon that it was time to prepare for departure. Chun Sung appeared at the trailer door and announced that an outing was planned. Yu Sang-woon said that they needed to prepare thoroughly first. Chun Sung said that the battle with them was not over yet. Shouldn't they advance while they still had the strength? So Mi said that in this sense, she agreed with Gawolf. Yu Sang-woon said he couldn't act on his own. Had everyone forgotten how he became a Golden Dragon Knight? The protagonist warned everyone to be ready. The return could happen at any moment. During the formation, Sok ordered the Goblin Squad to stand at attention. Yu Chung carefully checked their combat readiness. Yu Sang-woon said that he was pleased with this. The Chief of Staff turned away and asked in surprise how His Majesty had ended up here. Yu Sang-woon announced that they might have to take action soon, so it was necessary to remain alert. Journalists gathered near the Hyperion Tower Hotel in the capital. They recorded the appearance of the guild members. The knights paused for a moment and posed for the journalists' cameras. However, the press representatives wanted to see the Golden Knight first and foremost. The governors of the provinces of Gangsan and Chola also arrived at the hotel for the meeting. Journalists asked about the hunter Choi Chun-sun, who had defected to the province of Chola. Is it true that the hunter joined the Golden Dragon Knight? The journalists noted that the governors should have treated him well from the very beginning. There is terrible unrest in Neo-Sinan right now. Someone reported that the Golden Dragon Knight's trailer had arrived, and representatives of the press rushed there. The protagonist was greeted at the hotel and asked to go inside in the indicated direction. An employee said that they, the hotel representatives, were awakened and received the patronage of the constellation Apollo. The administrator explained that the meeting would take place in the VIP conference room on the 145th floor. Mr. Yu Sang-woon would be staying in room 144. Yu Sang-woon asked if it was possible to stay here. The administrator replied that she did not know the topic of discussion at the meeting. Since there are many other business conferences, many guilds will stay here for a long time after the meeting ends. All interested parties and other guests were accommodated in the VIP conference room. Those present noticed the appearance of the Golden Knight in the hall. The protagonist glanced around the room and concluded that half of the capital's guilds were not present. The administrator asked everyone to take their seats. The hunters' meeting begins. The chair of the meeting said that information would be provided in connection with recent events. There was a report on the consequences of the anomaly and the battle. All those present were provided with relevant materials for review. It was a report on the damage after the incident in Shinkaname. It was proposed to voice opinions on the information presented in the materials and discuss the distribution of responsibility. Former Seoul Guild head Lee Jong-won was demoted to C-class, and guild head Shim Kong-hoon was found dead north of the barrier. All surviving guild members are under investigation and have signed a pledge not to leave the area. Depending on the results of the investigation, the Seoul Guild may be disbanded. The general suggested discussing the Shim Kang-hoon case later. On the agenda was the case of unintentional destruction by Hunter Cho Chun-soo. While on a mission to protect Gwangju, he left the combat zone without notifying the association or the relevant unit. The hunter stated that due to Chung-soon's absence, there were no S-rank hunters in Gwangju, but he defended the city without any support. He left only after ensuring Gwangju's safety during a large-scale invasion. The general said that leaving the territory for which you are responsible without permission is definitely a problem. It is equivalent to desertion. If it were wartime, he would have been executed without trial. Since the emergency alert was lifted after the successful defense, this issue was brought up at the post-war meeting. The relevant minister inquired about the position regarding the Yu Sang-woon group, which Chun Sung had joined. The protagonist understood why the minister was bringing this up, but wondered why he was referring to it as the Yu Sang-woon group. Yu Sang-woon said that, as an academy employee, he felt that ultimately groups of hunters could not avoid politics. Important hunters were concentrated only in the capital, and in rural areas there were not even enough A-rank hunters, let alone S-rank hunters. By gathering all the strong hunters, the largest guilds are growing in strength, while the provinces are falling into decline. Without strong hunters, security suffers. Highly skilled hunters are left to suffer even more. In summary, while everyone is striving to increase the power of their guilds, provincial hunters are falling further and further behind. Yu Sang-woon acknowledged that Chun Sung was definitely guilty of leaving his post, but his reasons must be taken into account. If those present punish Chun Sung, the reaction of the provincial hunters will exceed expectations. Yu Sang-woon added that if those present were concerned about the safety of the knights, they should discuss the deaths of Shim Kang-hoon and Pastor Lee. The head of the Blue Dragon Guild said that Yu Sang-woon was right. Until now, the greatest power of the government and the association had been authority. Attempts to preserve it had led to an imbalance of power. After problems arose due to this imbalance, another force emerged. Attempts to resist it were met with criticism. And even now, no one wants to admit that the power of the association and the government has begun to wane. The participants who join him are driven by a new force. If it weren't for Yu Sang-woon, they might have been drawn to Pastor Lee, like Shim Kang-hoon. All that remains for them is to flee or join someone stronger. The head of the Blue Dragon Guild said he didn't want to thank Yu Sang-woon, but thanks to him, the invasion was stopped. This is a major contribution that hasn't been seen in decades. The minister said he would check the situation a little more and talk to Yu Sang-woon. The Minister of Defense reported that unusual information about Pastor Lee had recently been discovered. Rumor has it that he died due to internal strife, but it is safe to say that the Butcher King and the Apostles have suffered serious damage and are in disarray. Now is the best time to attack and cut off the power of the Butcher King. The general added that this is why the Ministry of Defense is sending an official request to the Hunters Association, asking for their assistance in advancing north. If Yu Sang-woon and the three major guilds join forces, it will be a significant help. Yu Sang-woon reminded him that he was a mercenary. The general said he understood, but that this issue was directly related to security. If it wasn't nipped in the bud, such an invasion would happen again, and people would die. Yu Sang-woon remembered the day when he was almost caught by a monster at the amusement park and the moment when he lost his parents. Baek Ga-yeon said that if he didn't want to follow orders, he should ask for his opinion. What did he think about the advance to the north that the minister had mentioned? Yu Sang-woon replied that it was the right thing to do, that the time was right. Even if the situation was difficult, the archdemons were very strong. Even if one of them were released now, half of the people would already be dead. The Golden Knight asked if anyone present had fought an archdemon beast. Were there any among them who could refute his words? They had the skill Ascent and their own skill Counterstrike. They didn't even use Ascent properly in this battle. One person was injured by a counterattack strike. The protagonist did not deny that now was the time to attack. But if they did not study everything carefully, they could suffer serious consequences. A victory in which all allies perish cannot be called a true victory. It can only be a victory for ministers in the government who like to argue at their desks in their offices. The Palace of the Sun, Kimsus. The senior command staff and the Honor Guard Company lined up to greet the country's leaders. The governor of Pyongyang province, Park Suk-ja, was surprised. Is this really Pastor Clay? They said he ascended to heaven, but he became a beast archdemon. Pastor Lee said that his body had changed, but his soul remained the same because he served God. These words were addressed to the half-demon beast, Park Suk-ja. Park Suk-ja asked what had brought Pastor Lee here. To prove her loyalty, she sacrificed one eye, one arm, and one leg to the Butcher King. As a result, Pyongyang effectively took control of Undercity. Park Suk-ja said that Pastor Lee had attacked Seoul, Busan, and Gwangju, and was severely repelled. She heard that several apostles were injured as a result. Could Pastor Lee be saying that these scoundrels are going to attack the Butcher King? Their main target is Kaesong, which they consider their base. They also intend to attack Pyongyang, where the Butcher King's temple is located, considering it their second target. The enemies believe that their strength is weak. If they invade Kaesong, they will go all the way to Pyongyang. Pastor Lee said that all major hospitals, subway stations, and school buildings located there need to be fortified. Park Suk-ja said that it is enough for the pastor to continue working on the prison for hunters. Why make waves on the shores of Pacific Lake? Pastor Lee said that if Park Suk-ja helps him, he will give her all the potions and weapons he has. Hyperion Tower. The Golden Dragon inquired about intelligence information from Undercity. It was confirmed that Park Suk-ja's power was still great. The general said that Park Suk-ja had been building a close relationship with Pastor Lee for a long time. If the pastor runs away somewhere after being defeated, that is most likely where he will go. The hunter said that he had recently been moving around the area to catch a group of fleeing scavengers. The line of defense turned out to be better fortified than previously thought. It would be extremely difficult to break through it. The head of the Blue Dragon Guild said that the line of defense was strong and the enemies were powerful. Was there a suitable strategy for this? The general stated that the lands controlled by Pastor Lee and Park Suk-ja would ultimately remain their territory. If the operation was carried out on scorched earth, the human casualties would be enormous. The general added that the troops are exhausted from the recent battle. During World War II, it all started with aggression in Germany. We need to use the strategy employed by the Soviet Union. This is Operation Deep Breakthrough. The head of the Blue Dragon Guild said that Operation Deep Breakthrough requires a large amount of resources. The size of the army must also exceed that of the enemy. Artillery and infantry units are deployed across the entire front. The goal is to push the main forces back to Pyongyang. The general said that the 7th Corps, equipped with magic stones, must be assigned as the strike force on Pyongyang. The 5 main corps will engage in battle on all fronts. The knight said that for such an operation, they need to pass through the dungeon faster and expand their ranks. This will not be a normal operation. The general stated that as soon as the exact schedule and plan of attack were determined, everyone would be notified. Confidentiality must be maintained. This was a special military strategy. Baek Ga-yeon asked what the Golden Knight thought about this. Yu Seung-woon replied that he did not know who they were going to surprise using a military strategy that was more than a century old. The reason the Soviet Union was able to carry out such an operation was because of its huge production system, unique to communist countries. They could mass-produce tanks and supply the troops. The Golden Knight noted that after they had caused chaos by striking everywhere, they hit vital points. He doesn't even know if they have such capabilities now. Could Pastor Lee fall victim to such a strategy? Baek Ga-yeon said that it could bring in a lot of resources, including the support of the Olympus Guild. Yu Sang-woon said that he had no intention of participating. The head of the Blue Dragon Guild said they were going down. Ko Jong-yeon followed him. Ko Jong-yeon asked why the boss sided with Yu Sang-woon. The leader replied that he did not think it was logical to quarrel for no reason. Yu Sang-woon was involved in an incident that killed his son. One day he will be destroyed, but right now he is too strong. We need to train guild members as quickly as possible by capturing high-level dungeons and Pastor Lee's archdemon beasts. The guild leader added that all they could do was endure and obey until that moment. The guild representatives were waiting, comfortably seated in soft armchairs. A holographic image of the high priest appeared. The elder asked what had happened. Diomedes said that they had decided to join forces to defeat the Butcher King. However, Pastor Lee's whereabouts were unknown. The high priest said that Pastor Lee's spiritual power could not be traced, so he appeared to be dead. But it was obvious that he was hiding somewhere in the north of the Korean peninsula. Diomedes said he would keep that in mind. What information is there about Yu Sang-woon? It is clear that he is still taking a passive stance. It seems that he does not want to draw attention to himself. The high priest said that Diomedes should keep a close eye on this knight. Apparently, he is hiding some great intention that is impossible to predict. The high priest asked how he behaved when he was nearby. It was necessary to observe him very carefully. A few days later, at the Iron Fortress, the chief of staff said he had information that would help defeat the Butcher King. Yu Cheng-wei suggested increasing the size of the Heavenly Sword Army and strengthening the troops. Baek Ga-yeon was surprised. Not asking for support, but just increasing the troops? However, there are rumors that she may be excluded from this operation. This must be checked. The Golden Knight's combat abilities are well known, but it is not worth taking too much risk. Yu Sang-woon said he saw no need to increase the troops. The chief of staff noted that if they found themselves at a disadvantage, he would ask His Majesty for help again. Cheng-wei expressed his hope that His Majesty would not refuse such a request. It is very wise to prepare for battle in advance. Yu Sang-woon asked what the others thought about this. Everyone decided that it was better than just reading manhwa. Baek Ga-yeon suggested that something important might happen soon, so they should be prepared. It was not worth giving in just like that. Il-san, Joint Command for the Conquest of the Butcher King. The officer reported to the head of the Blue Dragon Guild that Cho Pil-seong had been appointed head of the Joint Command. The guild leader said that Ko Jong-soo of the Blue Dragon Guild was in charge of the guild union. The head of the Blue Dragon said he had heard about the commander's heroism. Last time he fought pirates in the southern Pacific Ocean. The officer replied that this was nothing compared to capturing the Beast Archdemon. The guild leader reported that only 17 guilds were participating on the hunter's side. The relevant documentation needed to be checked to clarify the levels and classes. The officer added that there would be a total of 5 corps attacking on all fronts, and the 7th Corps would attack Pyongyang. The officer said it would be good to share the strategy with the hunters in general terms. The guild leader stated that they would fight while sharing real-time information with each other. Although Operation Deep Breakthrough is fast and effective, is it really possible? In fact, it is widely used in modern warfare. The officer on duty said he wanted to give a brief report on the current situation. At present, there are no reports of combat operations on the front lines. All 5 corps are awaiting orders to advance. With the start of the attack, the 7th Corps troops equipped with magic stones stationed here will advance towards Pyongyang. The strategy is to strike deep. The 7th Corps, which will attack Busan, will be nearby. Whatever happens, they just need to attack. The guild leader asked if there was a possibility of an attack from the rear. The officer reported that the 7th Corps Special Forces Brigade was equipped with magic stone equipment. They would be deployed on the middle bridgehead. The 3rd Corps would follow them and control the surrounding area. The enemies would not be able to besiege them. The guild leader believed that this might not work. The 3rd Corps specializes in defensive tasks. Would they be able to be vigilant enough? It was decided to fully deploy the front line and distract the enemy's attention. The officer warned that the large guilds should fight as close to the 7th Corps as possible. If something unexpected happened, they would be able to provide immediate support. Command of the operation to suppress the Butcher King. Armored vehicles are fully manned and ready to advance to the front lines. The guild leader declared that it was time to move out. The officer on duty relayed the order to commence the operation. The head of the military operation inquired about the information regarding the Hunters' Alliance. The offensive began on all fronts, with the Blue Dragon Guild advancing towards Pyongyang, led by Go Chen-sun. The officer reported that 3 minutes after the start of the operation, the first shelling began in the areas of Kasong and others. The man said they had to drop everything. If the Butcher King caught them, he would surely wipe them out. These people were lucky to have been caught here. The air battle was in full swing. The pilot said they would continue with precision bombing to minimize civilian casualties. Within an hour of the start of the operation, infantry had been deployed across the entire front. The hunters are focused on strike positions deep inside. After clearing Kison, they plan to advance directly on Pyongyang. The official spokesman said that even politicians are paying close attention to this operation. If it fails, His Excellency will have serious problems. They already have enough problems with people like the Golden Knight. The officer said that his interlocutor had nothing to worry about. They would definitely accomplish their mission. The official representative stated that if everything goes well, new opportunities will open up for the general. He could receive an invitation to a position in the capital. The officer expressed confidence that the minister would be able to resolve the issue. Everything is being done for the good of the people. The interlocutors decided that after the operation was completed, they would have dinner together at a nice place. The official representative asked not to publicize this meeting because there is a lot of talk now about corruption in military recruitment. The fighting was in full swing. The City Hall building was bombed and was on fire. The resistance of the scavengers was growing stronger. The military commander said that their unit was suffering heavy losses. The 7th Corps and the Hunter unit had to get to Pyongyang faster. They had to clear the way at any cost. The military understood that they had no choice but to hold out until the forces from the rear completed their mission. A report came in that the Hunter detachment was already approaching. However, the terrorists opened fire on the approaching trailers. A report came in that the Deep Strike unit was passing through Kaesong. The 7th Corps and the Hunter unit are passing through Kaesong. The damage is serious. The resistance was stronger than previously expected. Pastor Lee received information that the military had entered Kaesong. This means they will soon reach Pyongyang. Park Suk-ja said that advancing towards Pyongyang would allow them to catch up with them. Pastor Lee said that was obvious. As they capture areas, they will encounter difficulties. The rulers of Undercity appeared: Won-sun and Hammon, Kwak Won-ho and Ri Mi-ju. They said they had come for an interesting job. Kwak Won-ho asked about Pastor Lee, who had previously prepared potions. He was ready to start with a few. The pastor said he didn't have time for that. Przhevalsky was already clad in knight's armor. Przhevalsky grabbed Kwak Won-ho by the shoulders and said that the Olympus Guild was moving towards Wonsan. Ri Mi-ju asked if they were definitely heading to Pyongyang. Pastor Lee said that they wanted to distract the enemy from the line of defense. Przhevalsky said that Iberico was there now. they would not be able to resist the Ascended Iberico. The Ascended Archdemon Vayu prepared to battle the weakened Golden Knight. Huang, about 50 kilometers south of Pyongyang, the head of the Blue Dragon Guild, was informed that an attack on Pyongyang was beginning. The guild leader replied that the report had been received and that he was continuing to monitor the situation closely. A volley of fire was fired, inflicting damage on the enemy's equipment and manpower. Pastor Li calmly continued to await the outcome of events and enjoyed drinking his exclusive tea. Kwak Wanho said that fighters were stationed in every bunker. They would defeat Kisun with the help of archdemon beasts, including Przewalski. Pastor Li acknowledged that everything was going according to plan. He suggested enjoying the entertainment. The pastor said that it was necessary to repel Kisan and cut off the Deep Strike Group's retreat. The ascended archdemon Przewalski was ready to drive a wedge into the coordinated ranks of the advancing military and hunters. The military reported to headquarters that Kisun was being attacked by beast archdemons. The officer realized that if the archdemon beasts had appeared, the enemy had noticed their operation and was attacking. If they lost Kisun, the Deep Strike Group that had advanced to Huanzhou would be isolated. The lives of the members of the Blue Dragon Guild and the entire 7th Corps were in danger. The officer wondered if Olympus could provide support. His assistant replied that it would be very difficult, as the battle in Wonsan was in full swing. The general asked which of the remaining 5 corps could provide support. The officer replied that at the moment, only the Golden Dragon could provide support. Kwak Wanho stepped into the middle of the road and prepared to meet the approaching vehicles. The driver noticed the approaching man and slammed on the brakes. Kwak Wanho continued toward the trailer without slowing down. Kwak Wanho hit the car with all his might, and it flew up, flipping over in the air. The head of the Blue Dragon Guild ordered all vehicles to stop. The trailer stopped on the roadway. Kwak Wanho chose another target and moved towards it. Representatives of the Blue Dragon Guild appeared in front of Kwak Wanho and prepared for battle. The soldiers took aim at the criminal and shouted for him not to move. Kwak Wanho said that he was facing the Blue Dragon Guild and the military. He hoped that this time he would have an interesting confrontation. Rimi Ju told her rivals to give her their blood. The girl had huge swords in her hands. The head of the Blue Dragon Guild said it was just a joke. He would not let it go. The appropriate conclusions had already been made. Park Suja said that she assumed they were very strong if they broke through so easily. Could it be that with this strategy, which is over 100 years old, their rivals were going to make fun of them? The head of the Blue Dragon Guild said that, judging by her appearance, it was Park Sukja from Pyongyang. Park Sukja said that she was ready to give the newcomer from the Blue Dragon Guild a choice. The first was to die quietly and painlessly. The second was to fight to the end and die a horrible death. The Beast Archdemons had already captured everything behind the Blue Dragon Guild. They had no chance of survival. The guild leader couldn't understand how this could have happened. Was there really no other hope for them besides Yu Sang-woon? At that moment, the Golden Dragon was preparing to battle a huge monster that surpassed it in strength and size. The Golden Dragon, located in the B-rank dungeon, realized that this monster was very resilient. The protagonist was in the barbarian city of Wild Dream. Shin A-young, who was watching the clash, said that the boss would be twice as strong as Yu Sang-woon. The Golden Knight inquired about the location of the final boss. Shin So-mi suggested going further beyond the forest, where the final boss of the Dungeon King, would be. Shin So-mi said that Baek Ga-yeon was trying to call her. This call was definitely urgent. If it wasn't something really important, she probably wouldn't have called while the Golden Knight was in the dungeon. Could something have happened? Shin A-yeon asked if they needed to leave urgently. The protagonist said he would try to clear everything as quickly as possible. The system prohibits leaving things half done. Baek Ga-yeon, who was in the Iron Fortress, said that the other person knew very well that it was difficult to abandon a cleanup halfway through. At the moment, the 7th Division and the Blue Dragon Guild were under attack on their way to Pyongyang. The captured Kaesong was also in danger of being recaptured by the archdemon beasts. If the knight helped them buy some time, they would be able to reorganize their troops. Baek Ga-yeon said that this is very difficult. Yu Sang-woon's squad was also preparing to deal with the Butcher King and Pastor Li. They unilaterally refused to do so and are now asking for help. What will happen to Yu Sang-woon's unit? The interlocutor said he regretted what had happened, but this was an emergency. He hoped for understanding. Baek Ga-yeon replied to the irresponsible officials that Yu Sang-woon would not listen to her. For starters, she would make an emergency call, and then she would see how things went. It was necessary to send Hunter Chu Chun-sun as soon as possible. Heavy fighting continues in Kisan. The archdemon beasts have surrounded the area around the city hall. The officer assessed the situation and said that if this place was captured, the loss of Kisan would only be a matter of time. The commander added that Kisan was already lost. The commander reported that they would have to retreat to save the soldiers. The assistant approached the commander and said that the commander had called him on the radio and wanted to discuss reinforcements. The officer took the radio and introduced himself. He said that they were currently cut off from the forces near the city hall, and that 12 soldiers needed to be evacuated urgently. The officer added that they were being attacked by several monsters. The soldier waited eagerly for news of the arrival of help, looking at the commander. The commander said that orders had been given to hold out until the 7th Division and the Blue Dragon Guild passed through Kaesong. It was necessary to defend this place until the troops that had left for Pyongyang retreated. Hwanda District, Hwaju County. Rimiju dealt with her opponents and asked if they were really done so quickly. Ko Chun-young understood that he was facing a very strong opponent. Rimiju said that this was not the end, and that she wanted to have a little more fun. Ko Chun-young thought that if this continued, they would have no chance of winning. However, while Kwak Won-ho was distracted by the soldiers, he and Ji-yeon might be able to defeat Rimiju if they tried their best. Ko Jong-young said that if their opponent wanted it so badly, they could try to have some fun. Park Suk-ja said that all the members of the Blue Dragon Guild had died. She couldn't believe that the guild leader was such a weakling. The guild leader said he would kill her if she didn't shut up. Park Suk-ja suddenly appeared behind the master and said that he could try to do that. The guild leader was attacked and ended up lying face down on the ground. Suddenly, there was an explosion. The guild leader disappeared and reappeared on the side. He had an unnatural look in his eyes and lightning danced around him. Park Suk-ja declared that she was ready to start the second round. The Golden Knight looked up at the sky and saw a huge creature he had never seen before. The protagonist said that this was the final boss, the king of the arena. Our hero did not like long conversations, so he immediately went on the attack and struck the final boss directly in the face with a titanium crowbar. After a short but very effective series of repeated blows, the boss was defeated and fell to the ground on his back. Shinsomi was surprised. The young man had defeated the final boss of the B-rank dungeon in just 3 blows. Shin Ayan was also impressed and couldn't contain her excitement. Yu Sung-woon suggested that there would be a good reward for this boss. He needed to add some resources for the Heavenly Sword Army. Shinsomi suggested they return quickly. Apparently the matter was so urgent that they kept calling from the Iron Fortress. Yu Sung-woon said he roughly understood the essence of the urgent call. The young man added that it was definitely related to the Butcher King. The protagonist and the girls returned to the Iron Fortress. Baek Ga-yeon was delighted to see them arrive. Yu Sang-woon asked if a request for help in the operation to destroy the Butcher King had been received. The resistance was stronger than previously expected. The archdemon beasts had been upgraded, so a bloody battle was unavoidable. Yu Sang-woon noted that they had made so much noise throughout the country that the archdemon beasts could not have been unprepared. Shin Ayan said that the archdemons had become very strong after the upgrade and wanted to fight them at least once. Seo Mi told her daughter to keep her cool. Baek Ga-yeon said that first of all, the hunter Choe Chun-sung had been sent to Kaesong. They had to clear the way for the retreat of the group that had advanced on Pyongyang. The Golden Knight suggested starting this military campaign from there. The military transport plane and the Golden Dragon took off simultaneously. Baek Ga-yeon said that this whole incident was created unilaterally. They want to resolve it without any compensation. Officials looked down on the Golden Knight. Yu Sung-woon said that for some reason, a night notification window suddenly popped up. It is necessary to convey the order to the Olympus Guild to converge on Kisan. They will clear the city and open the way for the troops retreating from Pyongyang. When the Deep Strike Squad reaches Kisan, the attack on the main dungeon of the Archdemons will begin. Baek Ga-yeon was surprised. The Golden Knight wants to enter the main dungeon? The Golden Dragon said that a counterattack should not be expected in the main dungeon. The opponents are winning. We must concentrate our forces on Kisan to cover the retreating units, distract their attention, and strike at vital points. Baek Ga-yeon noted that this was a very bold operation. Shinsomi said that the operation could be carried out. The strategy was strong. The protagonist said that Olympus would need time to reach Kisan, so it was necessary to contact him as soon as possible. The battle site was Hamju. The head of the Blue Dragon Guild was struggling to stand and was spitting blood. Park Suk-ja, surrounded by her comrades, said that it was time for the guild leader to surrender. No matter what he did, he would not be able to defeat them. Ji-yeon supported the guild leader so that he would not fall. Park Suk-ja added that they were willing to spare his life if the guild leader agreed to join them. However, he would have to beg and kneel. A message arrived about the Golden Dragon Knight's appearance. The military and the Blue Dragon Guild, advancing towards Pyongyang, must immediately retreat to Kisan. The troops are being reorganized. The guild leader said that he would probably use his secret. Ji-yeon must withdraw the remaining troops. The guild leader added that while he was using his secret, Ko Chun-young should help gather the troops. Fierce fighting continued in Kisan. Insect Knight Cho Chun-sung ordered the second platoon to attack and the third to remain in position. Chun-sung looked up and saw a dragon soaring in the sky, followed by a military transport plane. The dragon used its fiery breath to destroy a significant portion of the enemy's forces. All of our heroes' assistants arrived to liberate Kisan. Archdemon Przewalski announced that the Golden Dragon Knight had arrived. One of the archdemons said that the enemies from the Olympus Guild were moving in the same direction, so they had also arrived here. Przewalski said that he would deal with the rivals in the sky. The rest could take care of those on the ground. The protagonist realized that he would have to deal with the ascended archdemon Przewalski. Peg Gayan was surprised. Was this archdemon now some kind of paladin? The Golden Knight was surprised. This paladin looks very sad. Yu Sang-woon said that he was not a paladin, but just an unfortunate pony. Park Suk-ja said, "No matter what technique the Blue Dragon Guild leader uses, it won't work on them." Doesn't he understand that yet? If such a person is the guild leader, then they should have attacked earlier. The guild leader summoned an energy beast, and a huge blue dragon appeared before their opponents. Kwok suggested that this opponent was stronger than they had previously thought. Ji Yan told the guild leader that all the troops were retreating. The guild leader couldn't stay on his feet and fell to the ground again. Ko Cheon-yong lifted the boss and said that in order for him to wake up, they needed to retreat. Park Seok-ja wondered if their opponents were using their special technique just to distract them. Kwok said that the opponents had fled and pointed in the direction they had gone. Park Suk-ja told Kwok to leave them alone. The Golden Knight again called Przewalski a short pony. The archdemon took offense and went on the attack. Pak Ga-yan reported that the Olympus Guild had arrived. They must immediately join the Hunter Chun's son. The Olympus Guild immediately began attacking their opponents. Yu Chungwei reported to Hunter Chung's son that the Olympus Guild had arrived as backup. The leader of the Olympus Guild ordered his warriors not to leave a single opponent alive. The archdemons determined that the army of the Golden Dragon Knight was fighting against them. They were angry and intended to eat everyone. Przewalski was surprised. Why were their minions falling en masse in a deactivated state? The Blue Dragon Guild and the soldiers who were marching on Pyongyang returned to Kisan. Yu Sang-woon's Heavenly Sword Army and the Olympus Guild attacked the south and east of Kisan. All the beast archdemons in Kisan head to the front lines. The head of the Blue Dragon Guild said that only good things happen with Yu Sang-woon and the Olympus Guild. They head north of Kisan, hunting monsters. They are not only leveling up. The Golden Knight on the Golden Dragon approached the ascended archdemon Przewalski. The protagonist grabbed his opponent by the neck and squeezed his fingers tightly. Blood gushed from his neck. The Golden Knight asked if the pony was going to continue resisting. Przewalski told the Golden Dragon Knight to come to the main dungeon of the Butcher King. There, he would be shown who was who. The dragon said that the archdemons and their minions were fleeing. Yu Sang-woon replied that there was nothing to be done about it. The protagonist said that first they needed to find other people. The dragon began to fly around the city, scanning the coastal area. The monsters were detected and set ablaze by the dragon's breath. Armed soldiers were ordered to destroy the retreating monsters. Not a single one of them could be allowed to escape alive. Yu Sang-woon dismounted from the Golden Dragon and surveyed the surrounding area. The monsters in the vicinity had been eliminated. The system announced that the Great Knight had won the battle against Przewalski. As a reward, he was given the spear and weapon of the ascended Przewalski. Baek-gayon reported that all the beast archdemons were fleeing. Olympus and the Blue Dragon were pursuing the survivors. The Golden Knight said that they had failed to capture Pastor Lee and the Butcher King, but at least they had managed to save the lives of the soldiers. Chun Sung declared that the enemy had been defeated. The leader of Olympus said that Kisan had been liberated. The general asked, "What is the extent of the damage after this operation?" A report was received that about half of the personnel of the 7th Corps were classified as non-combat losses. The general waited for a separate report on the damage. If it weren't for the support of Yu Sang-woon, the Deep Strike Force and the soldiers in Kisan would have been defeated. The general was informed that a message had been received from the minister. The general understood that in fact, this operation had been a complete failure. The Blue Dragon Guild and the Olympus Guild participated in this operation. It was also carried out with the support of the Ministry of National Defense. The capture operation successfully expanded the line of defense. Paik Ga-yeon understood that the operation had completely failed, but the news said that it had been successful. Shin So-mi said that this was wrong. Aeon noted that the news does not lie, but it does not convey accurate information either. Yu Sang-woon thought that this was the dominance of the media. Aeon added that they didn't say a word about the Golden Dragon Knight. However, in the news, on the internet, and on social media, he was portrayed as a hero. Baek Ga-yeon noted that it is not profitable for the government to turn a specific person into a hero. So Mi said that the Blue Dragon Guild is currently in Kisan, clearing out the remaining archdemons and scavengers. Many hunters have risen in rank. Yu Sang-woon said that those who failed to carry out the operation successfully are now eating the sweet leftovers. Baek Ga-yeon asked our hero what he thought about capturing the Butcher King. If they left things as they were, either they would attack first, or the Blue Dragon would. Yu Sang-woon said that no matter what, he started it, so he had to finish it. Now that they had rested, It was time to start preparing for Pyongyang. Pyongyang. All the apostles returned to the main dungeon. Pastor Lee said that they did well to block their opponent's attacks, even though they didn't suffer much damage. Kwok said that there were no problems with the soldiers and the Blue Dragon Guild, but Yu Sung-woon suddenly intervened and ruined everything. Rimi-ju said that the arrival of the Olympus Guild in Kaesong had confused them. If they had continued fighting a little longer, they would have had a big advantage. The pastor asked why the apostles had returned to the main dungeon. They should have fought to the end. The pastor added that there was no reason to doubt the words and actions of the Butcher King and his apostles. It was an obvious fact. There were no winners or losers in this battle. At its center was Yu Sang-woon. If it weren't for him, the blocks would have been broken, and the archdemons would have reached Seoul with their counterattacks. Kwok reminded everyone that this was exactly what he had been saying. If they didn't deal with this man, he would interfere again. Pastor Lee said that the top leadership knew about this. The Blue Dragon Guild, the Olympus Guild, the military, Seoul, the government, none of that mattered. They had to get rid of a man named Yu Sang-woon somehow. The pastor said that it would be difficult for the main army to reach Pyongyang. The goal of the Butcher King and the apostles was to lure Yu Sang-woon into the main dungeon, even if it meant borrowing power from other evil constellations. Park Suk-ja asked, "Is the evil constellation the Frozen Ruler from Siberia?" The pastor said that they had no choice but to consider all possible options. He did a little research and found out that Park Suk-ja came from the same orphanage as Yu Sang-woon. Park Suk-ja said that the orphanage was a very dirty place. Both boys and girls were forced to do manual labor. If you were unlucky, you could become their plaything. Most people who leave the orphanage become scavengers or homeless. Park Suk-ja suggested that Yu Sang-woon was their most famous graduate. Pastor Lee said that the girl opened up as soon as the topic came up. Park Suk-ja explained that she was just reminiscing about the past and didn't mean anything else. Pastor Lee said that Yu Sang-woon and his team would soon arrive in Pyongyang. They also needed to prepare. The pastor said that while visiting the Butcher King, he had thought long and hard about life and ethics. He came to the conclusion that in order for the Butcher King to rule this world, blind creatures that did not exist before and would serve only him must come into being. Pastor Lee showed his companions the warriors of the Butcher King, whom he had created personally as a result of many years of research. Beasts, archdemons, and humans. The new species were bred through genetic combinations. The pastor said that he had actually kidnapped people not only for this purpose, but also to prepare potions. Pastor Lee officially introduced the Butcher King's loyal dogs, the arch-marionettes, to those present. While in the Iron Fortress, the protagonist decided to check the status window. Would there be enough there to deal with the Butcher King and Pastor Lee? Ayun looked at the same status window and said that these were her stepfather's stats. These words came as a surprise to our hero. Ayong was surprised. After all the stats are at the SSS level, and all the skills are unique. Wasn't that the level of a constellation? Yu Sang-woon was the embodiment of a constellation. So Mi said that she had also been looking at other people's stats for a long time, but this was the first time she had seen such stats. Aeon added that there were also the knights in the Heavenly Sword Army. If Yu Sang-woon wanted to, he could take over the whole world. However, with great power comes great responsibility. Baek Ga-yeon said that if the young man is selfish, he will go down the path of darkness and decay. The constellations would not have given him such power for no reason. The head of the academy said that the young man would have to figure out their intentions and use this power correctly. Yu Sang-woon said that he knew nothing about such things, but he did not intend to become famous as a hero or a villain. Yu Sang-woon said that in any case, he needed to hone his skills so that he could easily summon the Heavenly Sword Army. Yu Sang-woon asked the girls to stop pressuring him. Why do they always do this when he's checking his statuses? Baek Ga-yeon noted that she also had something to say. While investigating Pastor Lee's whereabouts, they discovered something interesting. The head of the academy showed old photos of the boy with his parents at an amusement park. The protagonist couldn't help but recognize these people. Baek Ga-yeon added that traces had been found at the scene indicating the involvement of the apostles of the Butcher King. The head of the academy did not know how involved he was, but they had been spotted outside the city on the day of the attack. Yu Sang-woon said that at that time, they were supposed to be watching the Butcher King. Why didn't they do anything? Baek Ga-yeon replied that Pastor Lee had bribed the local hunter and the police. The woman showed 2 photos and asked, "Is he the same as he is now? Doesn't he age because he absorbs the energy of living beings?" Yu Sang-woon asked why they were being told about this now. Baek Ga-yeon replied that it was important because it would affect the whole world. The woman added that there was information about the shelter where the young man had been kept. Pastor Lee's influence was also present there. The pastor interfered with the shelter's structure to attract more scavengers to his side. He even replaced the managers with his own people. The woman added that at that time, the entire association was working for Pastor Lee. The head of the academy said that the young man was a typical victim of theirs. Yu Sung-woon said he wanted to prepare an attack on Pastor Lee and the Butcher King. All procedures must be followed. Baek Ga-yeon said that now there was a clear goal: to eliminate Pastor Lee and the Butcher King. The enemy must be defeated, but there were a few things that needed to be taken care of in advance. After the punitive operation, the government imposed a ban on travel to the areas where the massacre took place. If you go there without permission, there will be problems. Baek Ga-yeon asked our hero, "Isn't the Golden Knight going to lead the Heavenly Sword Army?" From the government's point of view, Yu Sung-woon and his soldiers are ordinary soldiers. The government may decide that the young man has become a traitor. Yu Sung-woon replied that he had always done so. Since then, it had been a direction that benefited the people or the government. It should be useful too. But now everything is different. Of course, the punitive command had failed in its mission, but if the young man went against the government's orders, it would be a problem from the government's point of view, regardless of whether he destroyed the Butcher King or not. Baek Ga-yeon said that if Yu Sung-woon goes against the Butcher King, the government will naturally impose sanctions. Thus, regardless of whether Yu Sung-woon succeeds or fails, he will have to explain himself. The reason could be a decree prohibiting travel. After the failure of the punitive operation, the political situation is in chaos. The hunters of the Blue Dragon Guild are raising their level on a large scale and trying to take over the association. The opposition is launching an offensive against the ruling party, which organized these repressions. Public opinion is also leaning towards transferring power to the Blue Dragon Guild. Baek Ga-yeon said that the young man should take advantage of this opportunity to influence the association. Public opinion is on the side of the Blue Dragon, so if he appears in the association, the people will support him. Then society will unite to attack the Butcher King. The head of the academy said that they should start by strengthening internal unity. Yu Sung-woon said he didn't understand why it was so difficult to simply catch the bad guys. Baek Ga-yeon advised Yu Sung-woon not to think only of himself. He should think of those family members who trust only him and follow him. The Iron Fortress announced plans to implement social projects worth 10 trillion won in the provinces. The project includes the creation of an additional shelter, as well as the construction of surveillance equipment and barriers to protect the territory. In addition, there is an intention to provide periodic financial support to the association to help fight criminal constellations. As a result, the government intends to present the Golden Knight with a letter of appreciation. The head of the Blue Dragon Guild was angry. They are hinting that the Blue Dragon has grown too big and will ignore public opinion. Ko Cheong-yeon said that there must be a reason for such a change. The guild leader noted that it may seem as if he is merely expressing public discontent, but he is smarter than many think. Whatever his goal may be, he surely believes that nothing is impossible if power is backed by public opinion. Ji-yeon asked what the head was going to do. The boss replied that the association also proposes to develop support projects for local areas. In the eyes of the people, it appears that Yu Sang-woon is not doing this alone, but in conjunction with the association. The guild leader added that they are still doing business with the guys from the Big Rats. They need them to gather information about the Iron Fortress, what their goal is, and the exact number of troops. Singangnam Alley. The man handed the money to his interlocutor and said that they did not want to leave any traces, so they would pay in cash. It is necessary to find out the number of troops in the Iron Fortress and the goals of the Golden Knight. The man took the money and said that they like cash, so they will do their job well. The man who handed over the money said that they must remain in the shadows. This should have nothing to do with them. The opponent noted that even though they are an information company, they have good skills. Using drones, the spies monitored the Iron Fortress. The man obtained the necessary information and received money for it. He discovered that there were not only knights in the fortress, but also goblins. The information obtained in this way was supposed to satisfy the customers. The spy turned around and saw that his colleague had been deactivated and was lying unconscious. Yu Sang-woon, who was nearby, asked who they were. Was this a drone club? The man said that they were indeed from the club. They had lost control and were now looking for where the drone had flown. Yu Sang-woon was surprised and said he thought they were spies. The man explained that it was a mistake and apologized for the misunderstanding. The protagonist didn't believe him. Yu Sang-woon stuck a titanium stake into the ground in front of the man and asked who had sent them. Yu Sang-woon said that if the man obeyed, he would be able to return home alive. The spy repeated his story. They were playing with a drone and got carried away. Yu Sang-woon suggested that the two knew where they were. Was he really going to remain silent? Yu Sang-woon poked the spy in the nose with a stick and asked if that would make him talk. The protagonist said he wasn't going to take what this man had filmed. He could deliver the video to the customer. No one would mind. The spy confessed that they had been hired by the Blue Dragon Guild. He was from an information-gathering organization. The spy asked that this guy not harm him or his organization, the Big Rats. Shin Ayan looked at the business card of the Big Rats organization. The girl thought the design of the business card was terrible. Baek Gayon said that the Big Rats was a company created by garbage collectors. Somi was surprised. Could garbage collectors really create an entire organization? The head of the academy noted that any scoundrel could create a company. Even criminals were citizens. So Mi asked the protagonist where he got the business card. Yu Sang-woon replied that some time ago, on a cliff near the Iron Fortress, he felt a strange energy, went there, and discovered that their fortress was being secretly filmed. The Blue Dragon Guild is behind this organization. Aeon was surprised. Did Yu Sang-woon just let that man go? The young man replied that he had escorted the man back and told him to take everything he had filmed and get paid for it. Baek Gayon noted that it was a good job. Even if that man had been destroyed, another swindler would have taken his place. It is much more effective to find the main link and strike at it. Yu Sang-woon said that he was already at his limit because of Pastor Lee and the Butcher King. But these guys from the Blue Dragon were just mocking him. First, we need to put pressure on them with the help of the Heavenly Sword Army. If we're lucky, they'll start cleaning up themselves. The Big Rats are needed to spread rumors. This is necessary so that they know that if they cooperate with the Blue Dragon, it will all end badly in the end. The Academy presented a list of Blue Dragon Guild partners. Among them, we need to weed out companies that act as cleaners, from furniture factories to catering companies. There are all kinds of organizations there. Shin Somi said that the guild's management is like a school and a business at the same time. There is a very long list of IT companies. There is no need for so many. An order was given to gather all information about illegal activities related to the Blue Dragon Guild. The knight informed the guildmaster that they had begun receiving complaints from companies that traded in information. They were increasingly being attacked by unknown assailants. The guild leader asked what exactly the companies were saying. The assistant replied that they would not be working with them in the future. The guild leader thought that if any of them disclosed information about the deals, they could suffer. The assistant said that the situation was indeed urgent. The guild leader said that all compromising documents must be destroyed. Rumors began to spread throughout the city that people who had cooperated with the Blue Dragon were dying. Information about the Blue Dragon's illegal deals surfaced, and the Golden Knight began to track them down. Apparently, this is why the Blue Dragon decided to cut off its tail. However, the Golden Knight did not destroy a single garbage collector. The Blue Dragon began to destroy everyone who had anything to do with it. The man explained that most of them became scavengers because they hated the association or the government. Where else could they go for help? It was better to turn to the Golden Knight for help. A large number of people approached the Iron Fortress and announced that they were surrendering unconditionally. They would not cause any trouble and asked to be accepted. The news reported that the Golden Knight was becoming the center of attention, calling the garbage collectors to the center of the capital, to the Iron Fortress. All the garbage collectors expressed their intention to surrender and obey any order from the Golden Knight, Yu Sang-woon. Citizens and police authorities welcomed this, saying it significantly improves security. The garbage collectors announced their mass surrender. However, the military expresses concern that this may be a private recruitment of soldiers. As the government has not yet expressed its position, the controversy is expected to continue for some time. The head of the Blue Dragon Guild was extremely angry after hearing this news. This Yu Sang-woon has definitely crossed the line. The office door flew open and the police appeared. The officer asked if Go Jong-soo, the head of the Blue Dragon Guild, was there. The officer showed the guild leader an arrest warrant. He was accused of inciting assault, embezzling public funds, and violating the Personal Information Protection Act. Go Jong-soo asked if the police were going to arrest him right now. The police officer replied that it would just be a conversation. Ji Yeon explained that information about recent cases had been leaked because the garbage collectors had switched to Yu Sang-woon. The guild leader would be released soon anyway, due to insufficient evidence and the law protecting hunters. It would be best to go with the police now. The head of the Blue Dragon Guild obediently left the office and followed the police. Journalists asked the association president if he could comment on the case in which the Blue Dragon Guild hired garbage collectors to illegally gather information. Did the president know about the criminal activities of guild leader Go Jong-soo? What information did the guild leader illegally gather? The protagonist also watched the information appearing on television about this matter. In connection with the investigation of the case of guild leader Go Jong-soo, there were opinions that the Golden Dragon Knight Yu Sang-woon should join the Hunters Association. Yu Sang-woon stated that before attacking the Butcher King and Pastor Lee, they must unite public opinion. Baek Ga-yeon told the young man that he had done a good job. It was time to move on to the next stage. Baek Ga-yeon added that now everyone knows that Yu Sang-woon is from an orphanage. Therefore, it would be good to provide large-scale support to orphanages. Yu Sang-woon replied that it was also necessary to get rid of all the trashy orphanages that took bribes and abused children. The protagonist said that he intends to hold the National Assembly members who turned a blind eye to such orphanages accountable. Such homes must be destroyed, and children who have nowhere to go must be taken in. There are many such children throughout the country, but the Iron Fortress is currently too small for this. Therefore, it needs to be significantly expanded. Several days passed. Shin So-mi reported that information had come in from Kisan. The archdemon had been spotted in Siberia. It was reported that a man named Park Suk-ja and Archidolls had appeared in the direction of Vladivostok. Rumor has it that this monster is a mixture of archdemon and human genes. Russia, Vladivostok. The Archidolls, armed with clubs, are moving around the city, deactivating everyone they encounter in order to capture them later. The captives are led through the city with their hands tied. One of the prisoners tried to escape and jumped to the side. The guard yelled at him. The man fell, and Kvak approached him. The thug asked where he was going to run. Kwak hit the prisoner, and he fell to the ground. Kwak asked the guards where they were looking. Why should he have to catch someone? Kwak angrily hit one of the guards. Couldn't they control the situation? Park Suk-ja admitted that the guards lacked discipline. Kwak wanted to continue the preventive training of the guards, but Park Suk-ja said that was enough. Kwak told the guards to get up or they would become raw materials themselves. Rimi-ju asked what Kwak was doing there. The bully replied that the guards couldn't handle ordinary people. Rimi-ju said there was no need to worry. Every person was important to them for creating the Archicaucus. It seemed that Pastor Lee had something grand in mind. Yu Sang-woon watched the news and realized that there was no information about Vladivostok. Perhaps the media was also under control. If the outside world learned about Pastor Lee's evil deeds, it would become a weak point in front of the West. Yu Sang-woon decided that he should go there himself. Shin A-young said she also wanted to go to Russia. Yu Sang-woon said it would not be a tourist trip. Shin So-mi asked to be taken along. It would be good for her to get some fresh air after a long stay in the Iron Fortress. So-mi noted that it would be like a family trip. Yu Chung and Chun Sung would take care of the garrison's defense and training. Yu Sang-woon agreed, saying that they would go together, but they might have to fight. Shin A-yeon said that was even better. So-mi reminded everyone that she was the leader. The Golden Dragon took the passengers on board, and our hero and the girls set off for Cold Russia. The dragon requested an increased fare, like a real taxi driver, for transporting 3 people. Yu Sang-woon said that the dragon should consider it a personal favor, because these girls were his family. Shin A-young was shivering from the cold. She didn't know it was possible to freeze. Why hadn't anyone warned her about this? Shin So-mi was surprised. Did A-young think that the flight to Russia would take place in a warm corridor? A-yeon said that if she dressed too warmly, it might hinder her during the fight. Yu Sang-woon was surprised. Why did A-yeon decide that there would definitely be a fight? A-yeon warned that if the people at the bottom didn't stop teasing her, she would start causing trouble herself, even if everything was calm. The Golden Dragon warned that they were crossing the border into Russia and needed to be prepared. The flight over the city took place at night, under a full moon. The city seemed deserted. After landing, our hero suggested looking around. Yu Sang-woon said he didn't feel anything at all. Akalon reported that nothing had been detected without signals. Sa-mayol warned that she sensed an enormous evil force. A-yeon saw a child's toy lying on the ground. It looked rather depressing. So-mi warned everyone that something was approaching. Akalon also warned of the approach of unknown signatures. The Golden Knight and his squad found themselves surrounded. A huge number of unknown entities were detected around the entire perimeter. Akalon reported to his boss that these were beast-like monsters that did not emit biological signals. Shin So-mi immediately determined that they were Archicookies, puppets created by Pastor Lee. The pastor had brought people here to use them as material. How far would he go in his monstrous deeds? The Archicookie reached out its hand and lunged at the rescue team. Shin So-mi reacted in a unique way and immediately opened fire with an automatic weapon. The Archicookless began to approach the heroes from all sides. Yu Sang-woon, his companions, and the team of assistants prepared to repel the monster's attack. The protagonist gave the go-ahead to destroy the Archicookless. The ring was closing in and the enemy was almost upon them. The heroes stood back to back. Pastor Lee was informed that Yu Sang-woon's squad had appeared in Vladivostok. The reporter said that since the arriving force was small, the Archicookles had been deployed. Pastor Lee did not think that this would attract them when they had not yet dealt with Pyongyang. He assumed that Yu Sang-woon was pursuing selfish goals and was far from common sense and politics. The assistant said that it was a small group, 10 people at most, so everything would be resolved soon. The pastor was surprised. Had they learned nothing from the recent incident? The pastor added that this was precisely why they were being beaten everywhere. Even if a division were sent, it would not be able to stop these 10 people. The pastor said it would be better to make arca cockle, or a potion, out of these two. The pastor added that he was joking, and didn't think a potion made from such people would be very useful. The man added that if the assistants continue to bring bad news, he will be very upset. It is necessary to go to the place and convey this to Park Suk-ja, Ri Mi-ju, and Kwak Won-ho. He is not going to destroy them. It is necessary to bring one arm of each of these guys. Then everyone will receive a special reward. Akalon reported that reinforcements were approaching the Arcacules and requested confirmation. Some Mial told the commander that there were too many of them. Yu Sang-woon said that it was not a sword, but it could work too. The young man swung the titanium stake and said, "Heaven must accept his sword, which has reached its peak. This blow must show that he is a star on this earth." After these words, there was an explosion with a powerful release of energy. Park Suk-ja felt the ground shake beneath her feet. Kwak Won-ho was surprised. What was that? Park Suk-ja said that Yu Sang-woon's squad was not far away. Kwak Won-ho said that they were constantly getting in the way. Park Suk-ja reported that Pastor Lee had ordered them to deal with this problem. Kwak Won-ho replied that he had no objection. Park Suk-ja ordered everyone to follow them. Only a minimal number of troops would remain to transport the material. The Hunters Association asked Park Ga-yeon in surprise if the Golden Knight had really gone to Vladivostok. No matter how much of a hero he is, he cannot ignore political and international relations. Park Ga-yeon replied that the image she was showing reflected the current situation in Vladivostok, recently received from Yu Sang-woon's group. The head of the academy replied that she understood the concern about the international situation. But first and foremost, people needed to be saved. The government officials said that this could become a problem regardless of whether they take action, so they will have to save the people. Does Park Ga-yeon understand what Pastor Lee is aiming for? Baek Ga-yeon noted that since the materials were running out in the north of the country, Pastor Lee had gone to Vladivostok to get them. There is no need to clarify what is meant by materials. If he collects the necessary amount, where will he strike? Of course, directly at the south of the country. Thus, Yu Sang-woon's departure for Vladivostok was the best choice for the country, both politically and diplomatically. The special representative asked what Yu Sang-woon planned to do after arriving in Vladivostok. Baek Ga-yeon said, "If the lips die, the teeth will freeze. Everything is already crystal clear." A proposal was made to neutralize the entire northern region, including Pyongyang. The Butcher King is raging, so China is in a difficult position, and hostility towards the Butcher has increased due to the incident in Vladivostok. They will definitely want to get rid of him. Baek Ga-yeon noted that they would not want the government, the US, and the Olympus guilds to cross Pyongyang and reach the Yalu and Tumen rivers. Based on these motivations, they are lukewarm about removing the Butcher King. It is necessary to declare neutralization and attack Pyongyang to expel the Butcher King and Pastor Lee. The special representative asked whether China and Russia would accept this. This plan is not like the unification of the entire peninsula. The communists already talked about something similar in the 1950s. No one knows whether they will accept it now. Park Ga-yeon noted that if the Butcher King and Pastor Lee are destroyed, the evil forces in China and Russia will not just sit idly by. If they flee, they will eventually go to China or Russia. What will happen to these countries in that case? The woman added that while the Butcher King and Pastor Lee are being ousted, China and Russia will be busy taking care of themselves. In the end, the northern region will have to be occupied. The head of the academy asked if they still saw a problem in international relations. Gawolf said that the counterparty was strong. Akalon added that no further movements had been detected in the vicinity. So Mi asked Akalon to report this earlier next time. At this point, the Archikuklas were finished. The Golden Knight studied the information in the status window and realized that he had not received any rewards. Probably because the Archikuklas were not alive. The dragon reported that something was approaching from the southwest. It seemed that the beast archdemons were approaching. The dragon added that the first three seemed to be quite strong. Kwak Won-ho, Park Suk-ja, and Lee Mi-ju arrived at the site of the expected battle.